Columbus because you sail round the world, or maybe Captain Kirk. Don't knock how random this is. It's a great way to avoid more challenging topics. Nick's staring at me as we walk. From the Starship Enterprise. I nod. I'm not an obsessive, but it's well known in Star Trek history that Kirk is the person who removes his shirt the most. There may be some parallels there. And we're both in charge of our ships. I could go with that. He laughs. It's good to see you with red cheeks today, not green ones. That's exactly the kind of conversation bullet I was hoping to dodge here. Just what I need, a reminder of my fail and to hear that I'm Scarlet. I quicken my pace so we can get there before I go puce, and he starts asking me if I've read the Sober Diaries or done any dependency workshops. But that only makes me even more breathless. He's taking long, easy strides beside me. I'm guessing that if we're widening the search for a venue, we'll be eating lots of ice cream over the next few weeks. Even though it's pounding from the exertion, my heart still manages to wither. Much as I love ice cream, lately I'm finding him even less comfortable to be with. And him talking weeks, not days, isn't encouraging either. I need to crack this venue search as soon as possible before we reach as far as London. Aren't there boats to deliver? This is my priority. I'll be on it full time now until it's sorted. Great. It's not great at all. Now he's back, I can't think why I wasn't more delighted to see him go away. He bobs to pick up a pebble and rubs it between his fingers. The trouble with walking on the beach without a dog is it always feels like something is missing. My mum and dad have a house full. We need to borrow them. We don't agree on many issues, but he's right on this. We always had dogs when I was younger. They used to love the beach. So are your parents still in Rose Hill? I swallow away a sudden rush of saliva, then move in to brush it off. My dad left when I was small, so he didn't even figure. But my mum died 11 years ago. He lets out a long sigh. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have asked if I'd known. Making other people feel okay is always my first job when they find out. It's fine. I'm more used to her being gone now. But however long it is, I don't think about her any less. I still miss her every day. Every hour, actually. His face creases. Poor Miller. My mum hated wallowers. I owe it to her to lift the mood again. She's never that far away. Most things I do, I can hear her voice in my head telling me what she thinks. I send him a grin. She was so vibrant and alive. She'd hate us to be sad. Most of these party bangers came from what she called her playlist to die for. She was never going to leave quietly. She had the whole village reverberating for months. She sounds awesome. He dips across and gives my elbow a squeeze, but I do a spurt in my speed trot, and it's over before it's begun. That must be where you get it from. By the time my mum reached the stage where she couldn't move out of our living room, she took delight in arguing the toss with the village vicar when he visited, so he usually steered clear. And she never talked about heaven as real. Instead, she insisted she'd be crossing the proverbial rainbow bridge for pets and finding our dogs and all the guinea pigs we ever had, along with the 3 rabbits who escaped, gambling in a sunny meadow on the other side. And she always promised that whatever happened, she'd always be here to watch over us kids. But there are times, like now, when I look up and see Merwin herring along the beach towards us, snapping at the tangles of dried seaweed, and it really feels as if she's up there gently pulling the strings as she reclines on one of those fluffy clouds. I slow down to a gasping walk and shout to Captain Kirk. Unless Ivy took a hearthrug out for a walk, there could be a dog on his way to meet us. I bend down and call, Merwin! A moment later, he hurtles at our legs and starts herring backwards and forwards, barking, jumping up at each of us in turn. Hey, take it easy, mate. Nick puts a steadying hand on Merwin's head, which works for a nanosecond before he belts off again to meet Ivy. Ivy's got a beret pulled down over her ears and her blue fake fur collar pulled up against the horizontal gusts, and she still looks like she came off a catwalk. Not in a stiff twig way like Phoebe, but in a vibrant, alive, beautiful way, like a dark Claudia Schiffer. Her face lights up as she greets us. I thought we could walk the last bit together. It's lovely coming into the castle garden straight from the beach. Her face breaks into a grin. Merwin and I only came here full-time in January. The novelty hasn't worn off yet. I'm racking through my memory banks as we follow her up the sand and past some bushes. I think I remember coming past here when we were children. Then suddenly it's in front of us, and as we stare across the lawn to a wide building with end towers and battlements and light grey stone walls, I'm gasping. It's like something out of a film, only better, because it's real. Ivy's looking shy. Welcome to Cockleshell. This is the higgledy side of the cosiest castle in the world. She nods at me. Truly, if you think it's amazing now, you should see it in the moonlight. And it's lovely because inside it's even smaller than it looks from out here. She's shaking out her keys, pointing towards a pergola. That's the terrace over there with the hot tub. Come around the side and I'll take you in through the main door. I can't hold back my enthusiasm. This is idyllic. I can just imagine the hens rushing out onto the beach to make sandcastles. I bet they'd love messing around in the rock pools too. Our feet are scrunching on the gravel path as we go around the other side. Then Ivy leads us out onto the lawn so we can see the front. This is the garden side with the proper symmetrical facade. It would be so lovely for hens to have afternoon tea on the lawn here in the summer. I can barely hold back my excitement as I take in walls that have been punched through with small paned windows, with a square tower at each end. Scones and jam and dainty cucumber sandwiches on vintage china plates in front of the castle. It couldn't be any more perfect. Then she leads the way closer and pushes open the huge plank front door, and we follow her into the hall, with a huge chunky staircase and lovely flagstone floors and walls too. I first came here in December, and we had the hugest tree here decorated with shells and miniature gin bottles. Who does Bill let it to usually? He set out to specialise in stag parties. I ended up here styling the place for a festive let for a big family group, but that was a one-off. I'm straight in there. This will be fab for hens, whatever the time of year. I send her a wink. It's totally wasted on stags. You could be right. She laughs and pushes through a really wide door to a spacious room with a huge stone fireplace. It was quite Spartan when I arrived, but we brought in more furniture to make it comfy over Christmas, and it stayed. The room I'm staring around is huge. Do you look after all this on your own? She raises her eyebrows. Bill's dad and his mates from the Silver Surfers Club help out. They're not completely house-trained, but they're enthusiastic. She stops for a moment by a steel console table. One thing, due to the thick walls, most of the castle is internet-free with no phone signal. I'm looking at Nick to check. Is that okay? He's doing his puzzled frown. If I've had internet connection mid-Atlantic, surely... I glare at him. We're on land, Nick. We're talking women taking time out here. It'll be just my luck if Elfinor's a hotshot tycoon who can't ever be without her phone. He looks at the ceiling, then nods. Okay, fine. Ivy's smiling again. In that case, I'll show you the rest. We follow her through downstairs spaces as wide as galleries that are filled with velvet sofas and leather club chairs, catching glimpses through the windows to the sea and the distant curve of the bay. Then we move on to 2 more floors, where the bedrooms all have simple framed 4-posters and sleek white bathrooms. Then we come back to the ground floor again. I have to admit, Ivy had me with the scones and the towers. By the time we reach a stylish kitchen with a vast island unit, more sofas, and floor-to-ceiling doors opening onto the paved hot tub area, I'm ecstatic. When I skim through the list of treatments on offer from the list she hands me, I'm beyond blown away. I sigh to Ivy. Imagine a hot stone massage with views of the beach, followed by a pedi and a long, lazy afternoon in the hot tub with a glass of fizz, then a night of girly games by the fire. Obviously, due to the present company, I miss out any reference to the obligatory downing of shots. As I turn to Nick, I'm breathy, because it's such a lucky break to be offered this. Sleep's 20, so that should be more than enough. If there's less of them, they can forget the top floor. All that's left is to hope that Ivy's free weekends coincide with your dates. Ivy's eyes are wide. I checked with Bill. He's happy to offer you 10% off. Better and better. I'm so excited I'm hugging myself. I'm expecting Nick to whip out his phone to check his diary and commit before she changes her mind, but instead he hesitates. Could we find the hens somewhere more compact? I'm sure they'd be fine with less space. Out of womanly solidarity, I'm going to make sure his hens get the best. You cheapskating them into a mud run and a tenner behind the bar is not going to happen on my watch, Nick. His eyes flash in frustration. You know I wouldn't do that. Actually, I don't, but I'm not going to argue. Ivy saw yesterday how easily Nick dismisses places. If he's already crossed this off, there's no point prolonging the visit. We need to get the hell out of here. If that's a definite no, let's not take up any more of Ivy's afternoon. As I march towards the hall, my heart is sinking. If he's being this picky with the hens, what about the real venue? And it's all extra time I'll have to spend with him when I'd rather not. I know the client's always right, but I might need to remind him. If you're rejecting quality like this, Nick, you're making the whole job impossible. I've stomped halfway across the very long wood plank floor before I realise he isn't following. As I look over my shoulder, he narrows his eyes. This isn't a rejection. I've just about had enough. I don't know what intergalactic universe you're flying through, Captain Kirk, but I think you just said the hens didn't deserve anywhere this big. He clears his throat. I don't want to waste this on the hens because I want it for something else. Now I get it, and I'm fuming. Nick Trendle, you are not stealing this for the stags. His lips are twitching. You don't think that's a great idea? I'm bursting. No, I bloody don't. His eyes are twinkling. No need to explode, I'm only winding you up. It's way better than that, Miller Vanilla. You may just have found the perfect wedding venue. What? His mouth curves. The spaces are fabulous. The feel is exactly what I've been looking for. We're so close to the beach, we can hear the waves breaking on the shore. We can see out across the whole bay. I told you I'd know the minute I saw it. Cockleshell Castle is the place. I'm swallowing my shock, trying to get to grips with this. playing for time, thinking back to his pet hates. There certainly aren't any pesky cobbles or disgusting fields. His smile has spread to a grin. Better still, the lawns are smooth and firm, the gravel paths are in excellent order, and the stone flags and circulation space inside couldn't be any better. I can't argue with that. What is this recurring obsession he has with damned floors? He's eyeing me. It's a great party venue that's endlessly photogenic. See, I was taking notice. That was what you told me to look for, wasn't it? He has me there. And best of all, Merwin's here. As he goes over to where Merwin is lying on a velvet throw on the sofa, Merwin's little tail bumps against the cushions. Every venue needs a dog like Merwin. There are difficult clients, and then there are impossible ones like Nick, and I can't quite believe this is happening. There's only one problem. I hate to be the one to break it to him. This isn't actually a venue. Nick's frowning. As if I'd let a little thing like that stand in my way. Pixie deserves the best, and this is it. If this had been a venue I'd visited with Ben, I'd have moved heaven and earth to get married here. But weddings are a specialist market. There are reasons why venues command hugely inflated prices. Stag weekends can be heavy duty, but a castle rammed with rampaging wedding guests who've been drinking all day would make a handful of stags look like a picnic. I turn to Ivy. Have you ever considered hosting weddings here? Ivy gives a shrug. Bill looked into getting a license a while ago. She pulls a face. But after his hard-to-please guests at Christmas, he's discounted weddings altogether. I completely understand. They're not something you dip in and out of. Nick's hands are deep in the pockets of his wind cheater, and his jaw is jutting. I've considered every venue in the county. None of the others come close to this. I moan inwardly, then make my tone bright and light. But, Nick, if the owner isn't willing, it isn't even an option. He gives a sniff. I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't so important. Please, 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 Miller. You have to make it happen. I'm opening and closing my mouth. But, so I'll leave it with you? He raises an eyebrow. I let out a wail of protest. But you said you were on this until it was sorted. He sends me a grin over his shoulder. You have a wonderful way of working your magic, Miller. See what you can do for us here. And as he strides through the door and we hear the front door slam behind him, all Ivy and I can do is blink at each other. Chapter 19. The next Thursday. At Cockleshell Castle, in the distillery, ice buckets and recipes for success. As the week goes on, I'm wishing I'd never taken Nick anywhere near the castle, and I'm also kicking myself for ever having my bright idea for the hens. If I'd suggested a spa experience at the Harbourside Hotel, they'd still have had a great time, and life for the rest of us would have been so much less fraught. Without getting too tied up with the details, Ivy asks her partner Bill if he's up for a wedding at the castle, and Bill comes straight back with the answer, hell no. Then Nick sends me a message reminding me that money's no object, but rather than tempting Bill to reconsider, that makes him shut down even more. Which leads us all the way to the Design Your Own Cocktail evening a week later in the Coach House Gin Distillery at the castle, where it's less a case of shake your pom-poms it's Thursday, and more put your flak jackets on, anything could blow up here. I'm standing with Poppy by the Star Shower gin table, my compromise medium-heeled boots tapping on the polished concrete floor, hoping the new denim midi Ivy helped me pick from the slightly reduced section at Fat Face isn't too casual. As we build our first cocktail, we're gazing up at the high sloping ceiling and the hewn stone walls and leafing through the prettiest recipe card suggestions on the table, waiting to move on to the boards of chopped herbs and fruit-filled garnish bowls. Behind us, the distillery is rammed not only with brides and grooms, but with the entire staff of Brides by the Sea too. Lily and her other half, Kip, are just arriving. Jess and Bart just popped a bottle of champagne over by the copper cauldrons in the corner, and Holly and Rory are both in Cockleshell Castle aprons, offering suggestions to the more hesitant couples. Even Casper Johnston's turned up to tout for business for his wedding cars. Poppy drops the spoon back in the ice bucket and turns to me. "Anyway, where's your tame groom? Have you dared to let him off the leash?" I laugh. He's gone to make a gimlet, under strict orders to drink his gin and stay well away from Bill. Ivy said Bill might be persuaded, but it'll have to be at the right time in the right way. If Mr. Trendle does a macho rush, he could blow his chances forever. Poppy shakes her head. Poor Nick. I have to say she's wasting her sympathy. There's nothing poor about Nick. He's first in line for the biggest pain-in-the-arse client of the year award. For a million reasons, not least being how hot he's looking as I catch a glimpse of his slate-grey eyes and dark stubble shadows over the bottlenecks, and that's despite me staying strictly alcohol-free tonight. I'm aware how great it would be for me if the venue search ended here and now, which is why I'm ready to move heaven and earth to make it happen. I've also been thinking very hard about unrequited desire and fancying people you shouldn't. I reckon what I'm suffering from with Nick is a raging hormonal crush linked to me being celibate for over a year now. Obviously, with my heart truly pulverized and my life in ruins, I'll be avoiding relationships like the plague for at least the next 10 years, if not forever. But due to the human race being programmed to survive rather than die out every time someone gets cheated on, my libido still needs to flex now and again to keep in shape. So whatever fake rushes I'm getting here, they're simply my primal urges limbering up while my shattered emotions stay fully protected. My personal survival mechanism has kicked in by making sure I'm getting the flutters for the most unattainable individual in St. Aidan, if not England. They don't come any more out of reach than a groom fully besotted with his amazing bride-to-be, so it might be uncomfortable, and at times it might be agonizing, but at least now I understand I can dismiss it, knowing it will go away soon. And to be fair, now I've found my explanation, I'm less disturbed and alarmed by the intensity of my physical reactions. Obviously, I'd give anything to make them stop, but at least I'm reassured that this isn't about me being a bad person. I'm completely confident it will dematerialize when Nick gets married and the job ends. And if that thought momentarily makes my insides freeze, it's just too bad. I take a minute to admire the fabulous glass tables like the ones in the house, drop some viola flowers into my tumbler of special cordial, then peer into Poppy's scarlet flute. What are you going for? She reaches for a splash of fresh blackcurrant juice, then tosses in a handful of red currants. A bramble base with a raspberry gin echo and a pink stripy umbrella. As I'm here more as a spectator than to join in, I didn't bother to look at the cordial label any further than it having a really pretty picture of Dylan Fennell. But whatever I'm drinking is so delicious, it slips down really fast, and I go straight back for the same again, but this time add raspberries and a mint leaf. As I only had a cheese muffin for dinner, I'm guessing my body craving the calories is why I'm feeling so thirsty. At the rate I'm knocking back the berries, I'll have had my 5 a day in no time. As for Nick, I'm keeping watch while staying far away enough to avoid any unnecessary shivers, and for now he's safe with Rory and Bart. And Casper breezed past me earlier saying he's just back from Indonesia and let's connect later, which possibly explains his yellow shirt and why I never heard back from him about lunch. It's ages later when I finally get back to Poppy again, and despite eating my body weight in fruit garnish, I'm seriously starting to get hunger wobbles. I'm standing with Poppy by the massive floor-to-ceiling window at the beach end of the building, staring out at the trail of lights along the bay, when Ivy arrives too. Her eyes are shining. We've got lots of couples who are planning to use our gin in their wedding day cocktails, and loads more people have signed up to our mailing list. Her sleek bob is almost black in the gentle light as she flicks it behind her ear. And one quick tip, Miller. If you're hoping to change Bill's mind at all, he's at his happiest in the distillery. So now might be a good time. I spin around to the table, take another shot from the tap on my favourite juice urn, and grab the last lime twist. Okay, I'm on it. Poppy's eyes are bright. And I'll come as backup. 3 strides later, we skid to a halt on the edge of the group of guys. I drag in a breath, screw up my courage, then reach up and tap Bill on the shoulder. If you've got a moment, Bill, I'm Miller. I organise the wedding fairs where you'll be showcasing your gin. Bill turns and smiles. Right. Great to meet you, Miller. I can talk you through the manufacturing process if you'd like. Lovely. I have 2 seconds to launch before he does. I'm also Miller who wants to book the castle for a wedding. On behalf of my client, obviously. Actually, we're really desperate. It's so beautiful here. I'm splurging more than I'd planned. He's rubbing his jaw while his eyes narrow. Let me level with you, Miller. My Christmas let was a nightmare. He gives the same kind of grimace he'd make if he sucked on one of Ivy's lemon slices. That's the last time I'll ever be blinded by pound signs. So at least that confirms why Nick can't just wave his checkbook around and get what he wants. I need to keep him talking. It's a shame to let one challenging client group put you off. Poppy's giving me a discreet double thumbs up for that behind her cocktail. Bill's lips are tight. Weddings are a big deal. There's huge potential to let people down, and anyone who pays top dollar won't hesitate to take you to the cleaners if things go wrong. He still sounds very raw. If only we'd come along 6 months earlier before he'd got his Christmas candles burned, we'd likely have swung it. The remaining groups have both fanned out into half circles now. The talking has stopped, and everyone's openly listening in. From along the line of women, Imi waves her pint glass at him. So what you're saying, Bill, is that you can't be arsed with this wedding of Miller's? Bill shrugs. I'd rather stick to making gin and serving stags. Nick's brow wrinkles into a frown, and as he steps towards Imi, he lets out a squawk. Hey, I know you. You're the roller skate woman. What the hell are you doing here? Imi's reaching up and prodding Nick in the chest. Stop being a toad bollock. I could be about to save your ass here. She turns to Bill. As for you, stop wimping out and open your mind for half a second. The trick with Imi is to keep her energy positive, so I jump in quickly. No offence, Bill, but what Imi is trying to say is that if she were here, your bedrooms would run like clockwork. Now it's Bill's turn to frown at Imi. Why the hell would she be in my bedrooms? I risk a little eyebrow wiggle. She looks after the holiday lets at Daisy Hill Farm. They have loads of weddings a year there. I'm sure they'd be happy to help you out too. Bill's staring at Imi. Seriously? I'm smiling at Bill, but to be fair, I'm as surprised about how this is going as he is. It's like I've reconnected with the same bit of me that grabbed the mic at Callie's wedding. Poppy, Rafe and their team have won Cornwall's Best Wedding Venue Award, quite a few times now. Poppy's beaming at me. Absolutely true. I'm beaming. So there's your answer. If you want to host a wedding but lack the expertise, simply get the Daisy Hill guys over to manage the event for you. Bill's staring at me. It's that simple. I'm grinning at Bill. All the gain, none of the pain. I have no idea where that came from either, so I try for something less crass and more corporate. It would certainly take the pressure off. Bill coughs. What you're forgetting is the castle is very old and prone to problems, like broken boilers and sticking door handles. I'm not going to let him back out over a doorknob, so I say what I've heard Poppy say so many times before. They do weddings every day. When things go wrong, they simply find a new way forward. Poppy's nodding too. It's often the things that don't go to plan that make the days especially memorable. I'm giving Bill a nudge. You wouldn't have to stop at one wedding either. You could do 6 a year, like they do at the manor. Poppy's straight in to back me up. That way they're really exclusive. We stay familiar with the venue, and we all do well out of them. Jess has joined us now and is chipping in. It's such a spectacular setting that you wouldn't even need to advertise. Brides by the Sea could handle all the bookings for you. Our rates are very reasonable. You have to admire the way Jess seizes every opportunity. I have to close the deal. I'll take that as a yes then. Bill puts his hand up. Hang on, don't let's get too carried away. Amy lets out a triumphant shriek. Too late, mate. This is St. Aidan. We all pitch in and make things happen. That's how it works here. Jess is shouting over Poppy's head. Better still, Bart and I have been prevaricating too long. Getting married at Cockleshell Castle would be way more practical for us than Closters or St. Kitts. We'll take the second of your 6 slots, Bill. Bill's opening and closing his mouth. But I haven't agreed. I reach forward and pat Bill on the arm. It's obviously such a great idea. I think they've decided for you. I'll be in touch to finalise the details in the morning, Bill. I'm not one for speeches or proclamations, but as I look around the circle of smiling faces, I realise I'm going to have to do more here. Jess waves a champagne bottle. Let's all drink to that. Give us a toast, Miller. Casper's blonde head pops up next to her. Don't forget, here comes the bride. We'll give you the coolest wedding cars in town. I've drunk so much lemonade, I'm going to be peeing for England tonight. I scuttle back to my favourite urn for a refill. I have zero idea how to do this properly, but I grab a chair and leap up onto it anyway. Now's my chance to set this in stone in front of as many people as possible, so I raise my glass. Here's to St. Aidan's newest, most exclusive wedding venue. To brides and grooms at Cockleshell Castle. It feels like the more I throw in, the harder it will be for Bill to duck out of this later. And yay to Captain Kirk and his upcoming wedding day! No idea why I called Nick that in front of everyone, but I throw back my head again, down my entire half pint, narrowly miss choking on a raspberry, but from the roar around the group, it seems to have worked because everyone joins in. As the shouting dies down, I'm still on the chair, and it's suddenly a lot more wobbly than before. Nick's staring up at me. I thought you weren't drinking, Miller. I'm not. Well, apart from my specials. He stares up at the roof. And how many of those have you had? I screw my eyes closed and let the garnishes float past the insides of my eyelids, just like I do with sheep jumping over a fence when I'm trying to drop off. 13, maybe? Give or take a couple. Nick's face crumples. I wish you told me you were still finding weddings difficult, rather than hitting the gin. I'm drinking cordial. From the thingy with the... It's not helpful that I hiccup. Wafty leaves on the picture. Nick turns and comes back with my urn. This one. This time my hick comes out with my nod. You're up! Geez, Miller. Nick's shaking his head. Sure, it's got ferns, but this is exactly what it says on the tin. Extra strength gin infused with herbs. But it can't be. It was on the leaf green fruit juice table. No, Miller. Those were the forest green speciality extra strong spirits. I was using the alcohol-free table. But what about your cocktails? He's shaking his head. Those can wait for another time. One of us needed to stay sober to get you home. As the words sink in, I let out a moan. Oh, crap. On the upside, it tasted totally fantabulous. I'm not sure that's even a word. As for standing on a see-through chair, I can't recommend it. It's like those glass floors you get in tall, expensive buildings that no one can walk on because they give you vertigo. Only worse. When I look down past the toes of my boots, I can see straight through to the floor below, and it's like when you paddle and the sea rushes past your feet and makes you dizzy. It's so bad I do one of those awful lurches, the ones that you get when you're dropping off to sleep and you feel like you've just fallen off a cliff. I've almost found my balance point again when Nick yells, Miller, watch out! Watch out? For what? I spin round so fast to look, I might have been fine if the damned chair legs hadn't been made of jelly. As it is, the wobbling goes bananas, and the next thing I know, I'm doing one of my dream falls through the air. Except, as the polished concrete rushes towards me at 100 miles an hour, it suddenly hits me. I'm not asleep. I'm awake. The last things I see are the see-through chair arm hurtling towards me and Nick's outstretched arms. Then there's a final flash of yellow, and everything goes black. Chapter 20. Later on Thursday. Outside Brides by the Sea. Sing-alongs and soft play. Well, thanks for the lift back. I'm in the passenger seat, watching as Nick turns into the mews and comes to a halt in front of Brides by the Sea. He pulls on the handbrake, leans forward and rests his forearms on the steering wheel. And thank you for the in-car entertainment. Okay, I might have been singing along to Uptown Girl, probably at the top of my voice. Lucky for him, there was only time for 2 repeats. And I'm really sorry for all of it. For landing in his arms when I fell off the damn chair, for knocking us off balance, as if getting accidentally off my face isn't bad enough, falling on top of my client when he manfully puts his body in the way as he tries to stop me smashing my skull on the floor. Well, that's unforgivable. Made all the worse by Casper diving in too. Don't ask why he thought jumping in with a rugby tackle so we all ended up in a heap on the concrete would be helpful. Nick swallows. Given the successful outcome with the castle booking, I think we can overlook the rest. But I still want to make it clear. However it looks, I don't make a habit of getting wasted. Thanks to the wind blasting straight off the beach and into my face, I'm a lot less whooshy than I was, a lot more back in the room. He gives me a sideways glance. Only once every 3 weeks, then. I roll my eyes. At work, I'm usually much more... I'm looking out at the mews, the stone washed in the yellow light from the street lamps, the shop window lit up and snowy with tulle, studded with tiny lights. More careful, more not drunk. I'll take your word for it. Nick sniffs. I was going to suggest you came down to the boat for pancakes. that's not appropriate, for so many reasons. Truly, however hungry I am, that's never going to work. I doubt I'd make it onto the jetty without falling into the harbour. I give a little shiver as I think about it and reach for the door handle. Me throwing myself at him once is enough for today. I'd better go up. As I bump my shoulder against the door to open it, his hand lands on my arm. Hang on, we don't want you in a heap on the cobbles. I'll come and help you out. That's the thing. People who haven't drunk anything can move so much faster than people who have. A split second later, I'm still where I was, and he's arrived at the open door. And even though I'm on the passenger side instead of in the driving seat, however much I'm trying for it not to be, it's still like Valentine's night revisited. You'd think after being crushed in a heap together I'd be over the scent of him, but another head-spinning waft blows over me. Right, let's do this. I'm peering down at the pavement and getting ready to leap, but mostly all I can see is the front of Nick's shirt inside his open jacket. The denim of his jeans stretched tight across his thighs in the half-light, the bulge of his Adam's apple as he swallows. It's a long way down for someone who'd fall off the jetty. He sends me a grin. Here, grab my hand. Even slightly drunk people know how to get out of a van. You put one arm on the dash handle and the other on the doorpost. If I'd done that, I'd have been fine. As it is, when I begin to lower myself and he grabs one of my hands, I'm done for. Again. This time my tumble is less spectacular, but the result is so much worse. I plummet downwards and he doesn't step backwards. So I simply body slam into him and end up rammed between him and the van seat. Fully engulfed in the heat from inside his coat, all I can hear is the sound of my heart hammering against my chest wall and the distant roar of the waves crashing far below us on the beach. I'm staring up at him, and for however long he's staring down at me, it's like our eyes are locked. I hear the clatter of two hearts banging really loudly, and then someone, it could be me, lets out a groan. Oh, frig. You don't need to ask. Thanks to all the gin, my lustometer went off the scale quite a few hours ago. Due to my huge breath in, my boobs are practically bursting the buttons off the front of my dress, and my knees somehow rammed between his legs in a way that's terrible news for everything everywhere that's aching to be rubbed. It's as if time's standing still. My lungs feel like they're going to explode, and his face is dipping down towards mine. I'm closing my eyes, parting my lips, standing on tiptoe to reach. Ah! It takes a second to realise that squawk came from me. Nick steps back, but now he's staring at me even harder. Everything okay, Miller? Tiaras! I'm winging it, filling the gaping chasm of embarrassment. I'm not sure, but I think I just threw myself at the bloody groom, properly this time. If my override instinct hadn't kicked in, my tongue would be halfway down his throat by now. And where making out through a van window imposes its own limitations, when you're crushing your entire body against someone's pretty sizable erogenous zone, it's a lot harder to make excuses and pull out of it. And hair vines! And combs with pearls. Jess just ordered a fantabulous new range. He's looking bemused. And? If your booking's nailed down, accessories are next. That's all. I wriggle for the gap and make a leap towards the door to the attic stairway. Something else to look forward to. His smile has to be ironic, but at least we're moving on. And thanks again for driving. He dangles the van keys. "I'll park at the harbour and bring these back with me. It's probably best if I stay over, seeing how accident-prone you are." I gulp so hard I almost swallow my tongue. "What?" He laughs. "Anyone who can pull off that castle booking is worth hanging on to. We need to take extra good care of you." He pauses for a cough. "I can't possibly let you stay on your own, especially if you're totaled." I pull myself up to my full height and point at my feet. Heels, not too high. A bit of sea air, my head's all clear again. "At least let me see you up the stairs." So I can end up jumping him in the kitchen instead. I'm holding my ground here. Totally not necessary. It's amazing how sheer panic can sober you up. "Drop the keys off at the shop in the morning. I'll message you about the booking." "Only if you're sure." "Oh, I totally am." And when I slam the shop door behind me, I'm not sure who's had the luckier escape. But one thing's certain. I can't carry on like this. I need to find a new plan. Chapter 21. The next Tuesday. At Cockleshell Castle. Turrets and true confessions. Until Bill accepts a deposit, we're still treading carefully at the castle. Eggshells doesn't come close. It's more like walking on meringues. It also makes sense to keep Nick well away until we've tied up the details. Everyone is busy with events over the Easter weekend, so first thing on Tuesday, Poppy and Kip meet me over at the castle with their files of brochures and price lists and contracts and happy couple letters to show to Bill. After another tour, we all sit around the kitchen table and Bill and Ivy give their input on the quirks of the castle. Then Kip and Bill go off to make some calls to the council, and Ivy, Poppy and I curl up on the kitchen sofas with Merwin to sort out available dates. Ivy and Poppy search through their diaries to find days in July when Kip's team and the castle are both free. Meanwhile, I'm watching the frills of white breakers moving up onto the sand and looking out to the vast stretch of duck egg blue sea streaked with jade beyond, thinking that this truly is a gem of a location. As weekends are out, they quickly come up with some weekday dates that work for both of them. I'm nipping in and out of the room where there's phone signal, messaging Nick to check which they'd prefer. As I listen for the distant ping of Nick's reply on my phone, I'm rubbing Merwin's silky ears and eating Bill's warm raspberry muffins. Ivy sips her coffee, then puts down her mug. "It's funny, Miller. I'm so used to seeing you and Nick together. I keep having to remind myself you're not the couple here." That's the last thing I want to hear, even as a joke, but I laugh it off. He's definitely marrying someone else. But once you stop to think about it, it's been one unfortunate episode after another with me and Nick. And I know Elphinor has a watertight work reason for not being around, but it's still strange that she hasn't come to visit once. Having been with my own, very reluctant fiancé, who went on to commit the most spectacular fuck-up, I hope Nick's not on his own, possibly unconscious, mission to push his wedding off the rails faster than he's arranging it. For his sake, I hope he's marrying the right person. My stomach has dropped so far my throat feels hollow, but I keep my voice steady and my words slow. For the record, there are two things I've noticed about Nick. The first is him driving me wild by refusing to focus, and second is how truly devoted to his bride he is. I throw in another thought to move them on, and hope like hell they don't hark back to Valentine's night. However much I think about it, I can't quite reconcile or excuse what happened there. I still feel uncomfortable about it from his side and mine. But I'm not the best person to ask because I actually haven't got a clue what being in love actually feels like. As I'm here with my good friends, this could be a good opportunity to get a few things straight in my head. I didn't ever have any excitement or compulsion with Ben. Not in the way they talk about in the trashy songs, anyway. It was all very matter of fact. Our progress was logical rather than passion-based. We got engaged in the aftermath of Phoebe and Harry's wedding, and with our leases ending at the same time, it made sense to get a flat together so we could save for the future. If I'd known how picky he was going to be about me leaving my micellar water on the bathroom shelf instead of in my bedroom drawer, and that however neatly I put away his boxes, he'd have to get them all out again and re-iron and refold them, I might have thought about it harder. The only real flutter of excitement I ever had was the first time we went into John Lewis to buy light bulbs together. But Ben took so long to decide on how many lumens and if we wanted warm, white or cool, and then agonised for literally hours over the shape. By the time he'd filled the basket, I'd lost the will to live. I can see Ivy giving me a sideways glance, so I need to explain. Poppy will tell you, I totally missed out on being a teenager because my mum was ill. I had the longest engagement known to man, and then he left me for someone else. When it comes to love, I don't really have a clue. She's looking at me through narrowed eyes. Love's funny. It's not at all rational. You often don't have any choice about it. Poppy's nodding. It can be very chaotic, and it has all kinds of weird effects on your body too. Ivy's agreeing. You might deny it at first, but it has a power all of its own. It just grows and engulfs you. I have to be honest. The way you two are selling it, I'll definitely be giving it a miss. It's also slightly unnerving to think that if I were comparing how I've felt lately, I'd be nodding. A lot. Ivy laughs. That's the thing. I'm not sure you always have that option. She holds her finger up as there's a low beep. In the meantime, that could be Nick for you now. Let's see what he says. I make a dash for the downstairs bedroom and grab my phone. Pixie says yes to 2nd of July. I ignore that my insides feel like they've been hit by the ice age and tap in my reply. So we'll go ahead with that then. He comes straight back. Yep, so long as that roller skate destruction person isn't anywhere near. Why am I sighing? I said there would be compromises. That could be yours. He's straight back. Me not getting a Saturday is already a compromise. I'll move this on before he thinks of any more conditions. Any thoughts on save the date styles? Straight back again. I'll leave that to you. No surprise there, then. Fine, I'll sort a few options and get back to you. I go back through to Ivy and Poppy. They're going for July 2nd. Poppy shouts, Yay to that! I know I've explained this to my own satisfaction, but I might as well ask. So, one last question. Where does Insane Lost fit into the love picture? I take it that's completely different. Asking for a friend here, obviously. Ivy laughs. In my experience, I'd say they're pretty closely linked. When I first came to the castle, Bill annoyed the bejesus out of me, but I still fancied the pants off him. Poppy's agreeing again. Same with me and Rafie. Damn. Great. My jaw's sagging with the shock. There's nothing good about it at all. But before I have time to properly beat myself up about it, there are footsteps out in the hall, and the guys come in. Obviously, when I found out how delicious Bill's bacon was, he made me much less cross. Ivy looks up at Bill. I'm just explaining to Miller how we got together. Bill's laughing. I'm under no illusions. What clinched it was me making a cake that looked like Merwin. Poppy's joining in. Never underestimate the power of chocolate buttercream. Kip puts his folder down on the table. We'll have to try that on the council. Bill already made an application to Old Weddings last year, so the paperwork shouldn't take too long to come through. Poppy's wiggling her eyebrows at me. Which means you can move straight on to dresses and menus and styling, Miller. And the flowers, and photographers, and cars, and a million other decisions that are going to take weeks to sort out. I know how much everyone's put in to make this happen, so I'm beaming back at her because I can't do anything else. I can't wait! But the words are just a whisper, because when I think of having to sort out all those things with Nick at my side, after what I've just been hearing, my stomach contracts so much I feel like I'm going to be sick. As for how I'm going to handle the next 3 months, I need to acknowledge that, on every side, I'm in deep shit here, and I need to make some big changes. Chapter 22. Later on Tuesday, at Brides by the Sea. Bigger pictures, and even bigger ones. Remind me again why we need save-the-date cards? This is Nick, later that afternoon down in the styling department, reminding me why every step of this journey is so hard. I've explained this to him so often, what does one more time matter? You send these to lock in your guests until you finalise the details for the main invitations. It's also underlining exactly why I've come to this decision. Now that the all-important venue has been booked, due to what I'm calling in my head the ongoing workplace difficulties, these cards will be the last job I do for Nick. When I came back from the castle to the shop, the first thing I did was to check how the rest of the Daisy Hill gang were fixed for Nick's date, and with the entire team on the job, I can step back knowing Nick will be in good hands. He'll still get the best service and the most amazing wedding. Bish bash bosh, that's how easy it is. I spent the rest of the morning brooding over what Ivy had said about thinking we were the ones getting married. As for their eye-opening revelations about love, I'm not even thinking about those. But as my mum used to say, there's no smoke without fire, Miller. As I play around with the card designs, I knew I couldn't ignore the warning bells anymore. If there's fire, you need to fight it. Pour water on it. Or in my case, bring in several engines with damn good hoses. There's probably nothing at all in what could have been a throwaway comment. But thinking about it, I should have been much less friendly towards Nick all along. I should have kept a better distance. Like a couple of counties away would have been good. Obviously, my hidden feelings are leaking out. I'm more transparent than I thought, and people are perceptive. The only thing to do is to distance myself straight away. When I look back, there's so much to beat myself up about. So many things I should have done better. More importantly, things I should have avoided. Once I start, the list is endless. Nick ending up in my room at Callie's wedding, those half-naked brush pasts in the attic, letting him drive me home last Thursday. If I'd made myself all stern and frosty, we might never have made the progress we have. But I'd never have got into this mess either. The should-have list is very long. I should have been firmer, I should have made my boundaries more obvious, and I should never have started enjoying his company. I mean, when the hell did that happen? When I think back over every single meeting, I'm shuddering with shame at every one. I know none of the accidents and blunders were planned, and I never had any intentions other than to be completely upfront and honest and honourable. But the only option is for me to step back from this immediately and hope that's soon enough to stop the fallout. And if there's a silver lining to this, it's that after today I won't have to be near, so I'll be spared the agony of another 3 months of rubbing shoulders and anything else with Nick. Just to make sure I'm taking my own advice, I jerk my chair a couple of feet to the left and push my laptop towards him across the table so the keyboard is at arm's length. We should really be making the most of the lovely spring sunshine by sitting out in the shelter of the courtyard, but for this last meeting I've taken the precaution of staying inside. I look through the glass doors across the outdoor terrace, fix my eyes on the little triangle of blue that's the sea, and make my voice brusque. The faster you get these save the dates out, the more guests will be able to make it. So I've kept them simple, just the date and first names in handwritten fonts. A plain cream card might work, and rose gold lettering would add a classy twist. Great. Nick grunts, even though I'm not sure he's looking at the screen. I'm giving Nick plenty of options, so I go out on a high. You could go with a funny one like shit's got real, or free cake, or else there are the straightforward, we're getting married, or this is the day ones, or even just 2 names with a heart between. Of course, it wasn't hard to write Pixie and Nick. It's happening. I won't be anywhere near, and I need to get over it. Nick's forehead wrinkles. What's rose gold again? However many times I say it, he never gets this either. It's gold with a pink tinge, like copper, but softer. I let that sink in. It's very current. He slides me a grin. You always say that, every time I ask. I squirm as my heart clenches in response to that smile, but I keep my tone firm. Are you winding me up? As if I'd do that. His grin widens. You know me too well, Miller Vanilla. Shit! Miller Vanilla! I never even got to that one. I die again inside, this time with a very loud moan. Possibly. He lets out a squawk. Possibly? What kind of headmistressy reply is that? You sound like that awful Thisbe mate of yours. You mean Phoebe? He's laughing. Come on, loosen up, Mills. No one's called me Captain Kirk since last Thursday, and I'm starting to miss it. How could I have been so stupid? And I'm wondering why this has gone pear-shaped. So you do have a preference? As he laughs, his eyes light up. Probably not vanilla. Thanks for asking, though. I should not be automatically thinking he means his bloody sex life either. For the cards? If you'd told me you'd left your sense of humour in the attic, we could have got on with this so much faster. He sits up and squints at the screen. Definitely the one with the 2 names linked. Pixie loves hearts. I'm sure she does. Thanks for the quick decision. I'm approximately 2 questions away from the end of my work here. He's biting his lip. They're all great. Apart from the one glaring error, that is. Excuse me? He's pursing his lips. You've got the name wrong. I'm ready for this. We'll simply change Pixie for Elphinal before we print. This time he lets out a full-blown snort. It's way funnier than that. I'm not smiling. And are you going to let me in on the joke? His eyes are wide and his cheeks look like they're going to pop. I don't know how we got so far with this so wrong. Pixie's not marrying me. She's marrying Ewan. My voice is high. Who the hell is Ewan? Nick's explaining slowly. Ewan is Pixie's fiancé. That is what you call the soon-to-be groom. So So where the hell do you fit in? I need time to pick myself up off the floor. He's sounding so matter-of-fact. Pixie's my sister, and Ewan's another best mate. Okay. It's simple, but it's still taking a while to sink in. Nick isn't going to marry Pixie. He's just her very devoted brother. It's as if someone just lifted a weight off my chest. In fact, I feel so light that if I weren't clinging onto the table, I might just float away. I didn't kiss, /dry hump, /throw myself at, /spend the night with anyone else's partner. Nick's carrying on. Ewan's in the Navy. They're both a 10-hour drive away, north of Glasgow, which is why I'm looking after things this end. I'm back to my hedgehog squeak. So, whatever happened to the don't tell the bride thing? Well, that part's still right. He takes a breath. The less she knows about it, the less likely she is to get cold feet and pull out. Pixie really wants to marry Ewan, but she's not a diva. She's shying away from being the centre of attention. I probably should have been clearer about this to begin with, but when I asked Jess for help to sort out a wedding on the quiet because the bride is working away, she jumped on it, and that was that. We didn't discuss it any further. Knowing Jess, she'd have been so intent on landing the job, the rest of the details wouldn't have come up. I let out a groan. Oh my days, you don't make it easy, do you? As he looks at the screen again, he gives a visible shudder. Oh, could you close that down? Seeing my name on those is freaking me out. Now I've heard it all. But what a turnaround. Don't tell me. Another guy terrified of commitment. He's back to looking pleased with himself. I'm the world's most confirmed bachelor, destined to stay single forever and all that. I'm muttering. I'm sure George Clooney said the same at one stage. But I have to ask. So what made you commit to a life as an eternal playboy? His smile fades. It's not quite like that, Miller. He sounds hurt. Then he blows out his cheeks. It's another one of those long stories you're so fond of. I shake my head. So if ever I've got a spare 100 years, you'll tell me you're too busy building your business. His voice rises in protest. I have a great life. Most of my mates would give their right arm to be as free as I am. Sure they would. That's why they're all getting married. I'm not sure why I'm giving him such a hard time over this. I mean, my first thought wasn't even, whoopee, he's not taken, I can have him for me. I was simply relieved that no one had unwillingly cheated. As it sinks in, I'm mostly thinking that if my theories about why I wanted to grab him were true, I should have instantly stopped fancying him because he had suddenly become available. But I have to be honest, I haven't quite reached that place yet. There's another thing niggling me. Whenever Elfie was in the picture, there was always an outside chance that she would turn out to be a mean-faced bride who didn't deserve him, a teensy chance that she would turn up and they'd decide for themselves, with absolutely no input from me, that they really weren't suited. So what I've got to honestly ask myself is, was I secretly wanting that to happen? If that's the case, I need to stop and take a reality check. Because now that he's defiantly, stubbornly, happily, ecstatically single, there's actually even less chance of him being available than there was when he might just have turned out to be a reluctant groom who had nothing in common with his fiancée. And right now, my mind is a blur of questions. But rather than seeing things more clearly, sitting here in a sunspot, watching a tiny fishing boat chugging across the turquoise water in the distance, all I'm feeling is horribly confused. And though I was soaring when I first realised, I now feel like I've crashed back down and my chest's collapsed. All I know is that I don't have to resign right now. In fact, if I did resign now, it would look terrible. But one thing's for sure, I'm going to seize this chance to rewrite the rules so I can make sure in future my behaviour is beyond reproach. From now on, if Poppy or Ivy looks at me interacting with any client, all they'll see is serious, dedicated, professional communication. I push back my hair and recross my legs, being super careful not to flash anything I shouldn't, then clear my throat and prepare to launch my new initiative. In any case, I've been thinking it would be useful to realign our working relationship. What's this? Another thought from Thisbe? I keep my smile very serene. Simply that as we move forwards from here, it should be on a more professional footing. You mean you'll be getting drunk less? He's shaking his head. Don't feel you have to do that for me, Miller. If getting hammered is your style, I really don't mind looking after you, since you seem to get results. I actually like it. It gives me a sense of purpose. I can feel my nostrils flaring, which is never a good look. That's the part I'm not comfortable with. It's completely inappropriate. As for him enjoying it, that's even worse. It makes me feel like a project. He's sending me a bemused stare. Well, someone's got to do it. What happened? Have you had a visit from the fun police? He rubs his hands together. I'm starving. How about we talk about this more over homemade pancakes at mine? I'm shaking my head. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid, Nick. He's staring up at the ceiling. There could be whipped cream and banana with rum and orange. I swallow because my mouth's watering so much. I'd still rather not. Thanks all the same. Damn, you've turned into Frisbee again. He narrows his eyes. If it makes you feel better, we could talk about colours, or groom suits, or bridesmaids. Do you know how desperate you sound? I manage to bite my tongue before I call him Captain Kirk. Under any other circumstances, I'd be whooping at his enthusiasm, but somehow today I can't. I feel like my heart's been through the ringer, and the tumble dryer too. I'm not desperate, just hungry. And how about we borrow Merwin so we can take him for a walk along the beach to work off the calories, and then we can talk about lanterns? Nick. What? He'd have had the old me at colours, but I'm not that easy anymore. I'm flat out for the rest of this week, getting ready for a last-minute wedding fair that's coming up on Saturday. His eyes narrow. A wedding fair? Should I be going to that? I've no idea where his sudden interest has come from, but as it's my first with Brides by the Sea and without Phoebe, I'll need all my mind on the job. The last thing I want is Nick hanging around, judging, or worse still, jinxing it. I wrinkle my nose. It'll be more productive if you come to one where I'm more available to show you around and talk you through it all. I'm getting the hang of sounding kick-ass and serious. So once we've got all the cards sent out, I suggest you look through all the information Poppy gave you. Study your wedding file until you know it off by heart, and we'll meet up again this time next week. I bite my tongue before I say, and smash it. Is that okay with you? Sounds like it'll have to be, Princess Miller. He sniffs, and as he stands up, he's towering over me. You're the one who said this was urgent. If we don't get this done, you're the one who carries the can. And the next thing I know, he's striding back towards the desk and the door, hands in his wind cheetah pockets, without so much as a backwards glance. Chapter 23. Sunday, 12 days later. At the winery at Windy Point. amens and April showers. What an outlook! And all those lofty inside spaces with those big vats. It's industrial and modern all at the same time, and such a brilliant setting to show off everyone's wedding items. This is me, in the courtyard outside our very first joint Brides by the Sea and Brides Go West wedding fair, and I'm gazing across at the undulating fields in the little inland valley where the vineyards are planted. In the distance, there are rows of vines running right across the hillside, their poles and wires so neat they could have been drawn on. Actually, this is a smaller tryout fair that we've slipped in for practice at a brand new venue, and if I'm gushing, it's with a mixture of excitement and relief that after a really early start, everyone has arrived and set up without any hitches. The first couples are beginning to arrive, and Poppy's carrying a stack of cupcake boxes in from the car park.
Isn't it great here? And so original holding the ceremonies in the barrel store.
Like most great business done in St. Aidan, this is all due to word of mouth. 10 days wasn't much time to get ready, but as the wineries just started opening for weddings, they had a spare Sunday and are eager to get themselves on the map. All I had to do was email my regular exhibitors to see who would come, and the last-minute social media publicity blitz paid off, with loads of couples pre-registering to get goodie bags. It's still early, but there's already a stream of people making their way towards the entrance where my Brides Go West camper is parked, and Jess is handing out flutes of Prosecco and elderflower fizz in return for people's details. As the forecast is good and the air is already warm, we're making the most of the lovely outdoor spaces. The winery buildings have big glass doors opening out all around a courtyard, and we've got exhibitors in all the spaces to showcase the venue to the maximum. The ever-popular Roaring Waves Brewery gazebo out in the main courtyard is already crowded with grooms, and beside it there's a bicycle cart with homemade ice cream that I will be visiting again later. The organic burger barbecue with ethically sourced charcoal is already smoking, and they're also lighting up some fire baskets for marshmallow toasting. Holly's here too, with her photographs and stop-motion videos, and Ivy's brought the whole family. Merwin, Bill, and his daughter Abby are looking after the Cockleshell Castle gin stall, while Ivy's on hand for style consultations at the different themed tables she's decorated. I'm nodding at Poppy. With so many people, it's a shame I haven't got my Brides Go Wild signage sorted. Her eyebrows shoot up. A banner would be well worth the investment. I'm staring at my van in the distance. Or I could just change the roof sign on my camper. She nudges me with her shoulder.
Good thinking, Superwoman. West to Wild. 3 letters would make it yours rather than Phoebe's.
I'm liking that a lot more than I should. Remind me to ask Nick. He might know where I can get the letters made up. Her face relaxes to a grin.
But the rest is amazing. We've done these fairs at the farm before. Believe me, they don't happen on their own.
I have to say I've barely slept this week worrying about it all. All I've got to do now is hold it all together for the next 6 hours. This is the bit Phoebe usually takes care of. Poppy pulls me into a hug with her spare arm.
I should have lent you my Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway playlist.
My mum always used to tell me if I took a deep breath and pulled myself up to my full height, it would make me feel as empowered as eating a chocolate muffin. I might just give it a try. As I drag in my stomach, I add at least 4 inches to my height. Then I smooth down my green flowery tea dress and remember the sign on my desk back in Bristol. Okay, do I look ready to go forth and be fierce? Poppy gives my arm a play punch.
You've got this, Mills, and we're all here to catch you if you need us.
Then she leans across to me.
Hey, is that a vicar talking to Jess?
I nod. Here to advise on church celebrations.
You really have thought of everything,
She wiggles her eyebrows. I bet the hot priest in Fleabag has done a lot for his take-up. It's only fair to warn her. This one's a couple of cassocks cooler. Probably a good thing. If he was as sizzling as Andrew Scott, some brides would never move on to the floral displays or the stationery. I must be waving my hands too enthusiastically because Poppy grabs my left wrist and lets out a shout of protest.
What's this, Mills? You're surely not wearing your old engagement ring?
It was too much to hope she wouldn't notice. It's my fake one from Next. I bought it last year after I'd given Ben my old one back, and I kept having palpitations every time I felt my empty finger and thought I'd lost it. Then, when I was in the bathroom this morning, my ring finger looked so thin, and I'd slipped it on before I knew I'd done it. It's only for solidarity, to show today's brides-to-be I've been through the same as them and can empathise. Poppy frowns. Isn't it strange wearing one again? I sigh. It's actually lovely pretending my life's sorted. I still miss that blissful state of blind optimism you get when you're engaged. She pulls me into a hug. It's the hardest business for you to be in when your heart's still not mended. Which is exactly why I should be moving on to a different area. Except today has reminded me all over again why I love the buzz of being around these fairs, even if it does scare the crap out of me, being the one in charge. I stare at the cubic zirconia ring on her finger. I've completely accepted I'm better off without Ben, but I'm still pining for that settled future stretching out ahead of me. As I've no hope of trusting anyone again, that particular door's slammed in my face. But every time I think what I'll never have, it feels like there's a stone in my chest where my heart should be. Poppy snorts.
After all that confusion, it's a damn shame Nick's hell-bent on sailing off into the sunset single-handed.
It's the perfect time for me to set her straight on this. If I was stuck on a boat with that man, I'd have to swim. Even if I hadn't been hurt, I'd know better than to get involved with Nick. I know my judgment hasn't always been the best, but even I have more sense than to go within a mile of a dedicated singleton. It's a simple sense of self-preservation. It's hard enough to risk rejection at the best of times, so if you know in advance you're guaranteed a thanks but no thanks, well, why would you? She grins at me.
As we said the other day, not every maddening guy stays that way. There's this rule. The more they annoy the hell out of you, the hotter they are once you get their clothes off.
When Poppy's in this mood, you just have to ignore her.
Now might be a good time for me to check in with
Casper, who doesn't annoy me at all. Just saying. She laughs. Which probably means that despite his very pretty face, there's zero chemistry between you. I'm shaking my head. How about happy on my own, not looking for a man to complete me? She sniffs.
You know that's not completely true.
But I'm learning fast. I'll get there very soon. Her look as she turns tells me she's not buying it. I'll see you later then. Drop by my table any time you need a sugar rush. As I punch the air, Poppy and I both know I'll be taking her up on the cupcakes in approximately 2 minutes from now. But as I've already checked up on all the other exhibitors, once I've seen Casper, I can move on to welcoming the visitors. As I walk over to where his cars are lined up, I can't help admire the sleek shine of the paintwork glistening in the sunlight and the inky perfection of the tyre black. Nice suit, and I love your choice of cars, Casper. If he was looking sharp the day in the shop, this morning he's off the 4 scale. There's only 3 of those electric blue cabbies in the country. Then we brought the Aston along in case anyone's looking for a super smooth, and of course the ever-popular VW camper. So how many weddings have you done so far, Casper? I'm staring at the pale blue paint on the flat front of the van with the matching flower garlands hanging in the windscreens when it hits me. Casper, you've forgotten your ribbons. My what? His blank stare makes me think that people as young as him might have a next-generation name for them. Those strips of satin that drape across the front of the bonnet on every bridal car across the entire world? There should be ribbons. Really? I nod. Wedding cars usually have them. He lets out a low groan. Oh, shit, that's me busted. The throat-cutting sign he makes should be crass, but the way he does it, it's cute. Okay, I hold my hands up. I'm a total wedding virgin who hasn't ever had a booking. But my cars are amazing, my tuxes are Marnie, and I'm desperate to make a go of this. What's a bit of ribbon between friends? Despite those startling blue eyes and that agonised smile, he's also got the cheek to talk himself out of a tight corner. At every other fair I've done, he'd have been having this awkward conversation with Phoebe. I clear my throat and try to sound like I'm not a pushover. As your cars are the first thing couples see, we need to get this right. Another thought hits me. If they don't have ribbons on, you'll definitely miss out on bookings. He's screwing his face up in the bright light. So, where would I get these ribbon things from? They have them at the shop. Not that that's much help, seeing as most people from there are here, and the people back in St. Aidan will have back-to-back appointments. His expression's a lot like Merwin's as he watches you eat the last bite of your biscuit. We brought the cars yesterday, but I'm here on my own today. Is there anyone you know in St. Aidan who could drop by the shop and bring it over? Then I'll help you put it on. My heart's squishing for him in the same way it would if he were a small boy who dropped his ice cream. He rubs his forehead. Good thinking. I'll get Nick Trendle on it. Worst idea ever. I'm sure he'll be busy. He digs in his pocket for his phone. The amount of work my dad gives him, he won't be able to refuse. It's ringing. However much I feel like putting a pillow over his face and not letting go, I manage to smile. If that's you sorted, I'll go and see if everyone else is okay. In other words, I'll go and hide inside until Nick's been and gone. If this is the worst it gets, I can just about cope. I reckon I'll have at least an hour before Nick arrives, so first I give out some fizz, then I do another circuit. Then I have to find a phone charger for someone who's forgotten theirs and take trays of coffees round to the stall holders. Then I stand in for Jess by the dresses, while she goes off to talk to a couple interested in a wedding at the manor. By the time I realise Casper's cars are still without ribbons, it's 3 in the afternoon, and I'm in the courtyard being handed the biggest ice cream cone in the history of the world, piled high with strawberry, lemon and blackcurrant scoops. I'm wondering where to begin when a voice behind me makes me jump so hard I nearly lose my whole lot down my front. You've got time to eat ice creams? It's Nick, his voice rising in disbelief. If that's the size of them, I'll have what you're having. Somehow I get control of the wobble on my cone and smile too. Nick, what a surprise! I'm telling the truth. When they hadn't arrived by now, I'd assumed he wouldn't be coming at all. He's giving me a hard stare. I heard you needed ribbons. I take the bag he's pushing towards me and hand him my ice cream. Here, you have this. I'm actually not that hungry anymore. He laughs. What, have you eaten too many free samples? He gives me a nudge. Hey, you're wearing my favourite dress. If you need help holding it down in these gusts, just give me a shout. There's definitely something about making yourself your tallest. From somewhere I find another couple of inches and a whole load more Arctic for my attitude. I'm not even going to answer that. However much you're doing giraffe stretches with your neck, you're still quite mini. He takes a bite of my ice cream, then wrinkles his nose as he concentrates on swallowing. And how about Casper? Didn't I tell you he was faking it? I'm rising above it. All of it. He's a new startup. We could negotiate a great price for Pixie. It's funny how much easier it is to say her name now. He lets out a snort. The way Casper's had me running around today, he should be doing it for free.
I'll leave you to negotiate that one then.
He's pursing his lips, staring around the courtyard. You know, these open doors flowing straight outside might have worked for Pixie too. Now I've heard it all.
Well, luckily you're committed to the castle now, so finish your ice cream and then you can go.
He's sniffing the breeze. On second thoughts, maybe the prevailing wind isn't right. It's getting a bit smoky out here. Great if you're a kipper, but if you're a wedding party, not so much. He takes a long lick of his cone and then looks up. Now I'm here, it would be great to have a look around if you've time. More fool me for stopping for the first time since 6 this morning, and worse for letting his hopeful expression melt me. As for the barbecue people, they're piling on the wood, but it's probably just to save taking it home. I could whiz you around quickly before it's time to pack up. I'm still slightly doubtful because I'd hate to tempt fate by showing off too soon. He grins. If you'd said that before, I'd have come earlier. I'm leading the way through the tall open doors, taking in the space still full of customers, looking at glass cases of rings, tables of bottles, and flowers on crates. I point at the first table we come to, which is surrounded by chairs decked in every kind of fabric and style of bow. Take a seat to showcasing their different covers here. It's a fully inclusive service, which means they press and install them too. Nick grunts. Am I allowed to say I prefer my chairs without clothes? I nod. Once you've seen a room full of ugly chairs, you might think differently. Hey! As he leans forward, his nose is practically resting on my wrist. What's that? I prise my left hand free. Just a ring. His eyes are boring into me. On your significant finger. And? He sounds jubilant. You could have fooled me 2 months ago, but now you can't. I thought you said you didn't have a groom anymore. His scowl darkens. If you've had a reconciliation and got back together, don't you think it's only fair you should tell people? What people? Why? He's straight back. Well, otherwise you're just misleading everyone, making them think you're single when you're not. I'm opening and closing my mouth, but he gets in before me. I've got time for the explanation. His jaws clenching and he spins his chest to face me. I'm not moving until you've told me. There's really nothing to say. Then his eyes flash open. Shit, Miller! Even for Nick, he's sounding way too dramatic for the situation. Look outside! He's shouting now, jumping forwards. Where the hell's the fire extinguisher? He answers his own question by finding one and wrenching it off the wall. A second later, he's diving across the courtyard towards a sheet of flame outside. The next thing I see, he's at the barbecue, firing a stream of foam at the fire that's flaring high above the drum. Then, as the dark orange and blue flames die down, clouds of black smoke billow up instead, and a massive wind gust blows it straight through the open doorway into the room we've just come from. As I follow the smoke inside, the acrid cloud engulfs me and stings my lungs. Then it hits me. I'm in charge here. This is down to me. I have to waft the smoke outside before it chokes anyone else. I'm waving my arms, staring around for something to flap, when there's a sudden beeping that sounds a lot like what I hear in the attic when I burn the toast. As I look up to see where it's coming from, a few drops of water fall on my face. The drops build to a trickle, then a gush, and suddenly it's as if there's been a cloudburst and I'm standing with the downpour hammering down on my head. Except that can't be right, because I'm still inside. I'm scraping a river of water out of my eyes and staring around wildly. Then, beyond the minimal florist and the tropical plants, I catch sight of Jess's mannequins and let out a moan. I'm about to set off towards them when I hear Nick's voice in my ear. "The smoke has triggered the sprinklers, Mills." So that explains the water torrents and why he's looking like that famous photo of a soaking wet Matt Bomer coming out of the sea. And it's really not the time to be thinking how hot he looks. With thousands of pounds worth of displays about to be ruined, I can't help my shriek. "Well, don't just stand there. We need to find someone to turn the damn things off." He grabs my wrist. "I'll do that. You get the stuff out." As I hurl myself towards the dresses, I'm howling inside and thinking what Phoebe would do if this were her crisis. She always loves a microphone, so I cup my hands around my mouth and yell. "Okay, any items that may spoil, please, everyone help us carry them out into the courtyard." I pick up a mannequin and shove it into a guy's arms, do the same with another, then grab hold of the rail of dresses. By the time I've wheeled it to the open door, people are already picking up entire tables and walking them outside. 5 minutes later, as the sprinklers drip their last drips, all that's left in the corking room are a few sopping palms. The courtyard, on the other hand, looks like a rummage sale, and I'm dashing from pile to pile, handing out industrial-strength kitchen roll and bin bags from the winery's cleaning store, along with huge apologies and promises of compensation to anyone who needs it. It's a couple of hours later, by the time all the customers have drifted away, and the last business people are carrying their boxes back to their vans. I'm sharing the last of my leftover cupcake with Merwin, when I realise that not only is Nick still here, he's standing watching me. His shoulder is propped against the wall, and he's got a bottle of Roaring Waves alcohol-free beer in his hand. "Good thing I came when I did, Miller Vanilla. I knew my onboard firefighting techniques would come in handy eventually. I just never imagined it would be at a wedding fair." "Great job back there, Nick, and thanks for staying around to help. I have to add, you really didn't have to." He's narrowing his eyes, running his fingers through his hair, which is extra tousled now it's dried. "You surely didn't think I'd run out on you?" I'm counting my lucky stars that for now he's so caught up with the adrenaline, he obviously hasn't had time to add this to the Miller disaster list yet. And it hasn't escaped me that, yet again, in a crisis, he didn't mess about and he couldn't have been any more helpful. I know on a personal level I'd much rather he hadn't been here at all, because I'd so much rather he saw things going right for me rather than wrong. But at the same time, if he hadn't been here, I'd have really missed his cool head, fast action and capacity for quietly sorting things out, while reassuring me it wasn't my fault and that I had this under control. Looking at the bigger picture, if this was going to happen anywhere, it was better that it happened at this small pop-up fair rather than at one of the much bigger flagship events that are coming up next. And I'm just hoping this is the last time an event I'm at ends up in ruins. Since the first night I set foot in St. Aidan, every single thing I've been involved in has ended with me falling flat on my face, either literally or metaphorically. He takes a swig of his beer. "On the upside, at least we ruled out bows on the chairs for Pixie." And it might have been a bit extreme, but at least it saved me from explaining about my ring. Not that I'm going to remind him of that now. His face breaks into a grin. "So how are we fixed for tomorrow? I thought breakfast pancakes on Snow Goose at 10, and we can talk about seating plans." Seating plans? That has to be the most random choice of topic. He gives a shrug. "It's in the file. We might as well do it sooner rather than later.
We usually do that right at the end when the guest list is finalised, but after the way he's pitched in today, if he's showing willing, I'm hardly in a position to argue. But I may have to draw the line at breakfast. I just hope he's not picking up that he's getting his own way, because if he senses he's taking control, who knows where this will end. Chapter 24. Monday, the next day, on Snow Goose in St. Aidan Harbour. Sea legs and butterfingers.
So that's the batter done, and now it's got to rest for 5 minutes.
This is Nick at 10 in the morning, and we're in what he calls his galley, and I'd call his floating kitchen diner. And I know I didn't intend to have breakfast, but once he'd helped me cross the gap above the brown harbour water onto the bobbing deck of Snow Goose, I was already breathless. By the time he'd led me down some steep teak steps and I squeezed into a bench seat, I was so giddy all I could do was watch the puff of flour as he cracked eggs into a bowl and hang onto the tabletop so tightly my fingertips turned white. Then, as he gently stirred the mixture, I made myself concentrate on the pale grey checks of the cushions, the dove grey paint on the walls, and the miniature size of the kitchen appliances. I managed to swallow down my sour saliva and croak. Resting? What's that about? He unfolds a clean black tea towel and spreads it over the bowl.
It's the secret to light and fluffy pancakes. It helps the batter hydrate, smooths out the lumps, and lets the gluten relax.
I'm rolling my eyes because only a guy would be that pedantic. Or Phoebe. When I think back to my mum in our tiny cottage kitchen in the years before she got ill, the butter sizzling in her age-blackened frying pan, slopping the mixture and turning out pancakes by the dozen, there was no time to mess about with resting. What I remember is the air thick with the burning oil, my mum's shouts of, "Pancakes up!" Me and my brothers diving across the red and black checkered quarry tile floor, falling over the dog, fighting to make sure ours was the empty plate under the pancake flopping off the slice. Then the grittiness of the sprinkled sugar, the tang of the puddling lemon juice, the golden syrup, sticky and melting on our chins, mopped away with squares of kitchen roll, the satisfaction of being so full you couldn't eat another thing. As Nick slides into the seat at right angles to me, his brows knit.
Are you okay?
To be honest, for once I'm going to say it how it is, I felt less dizzy after 10 straight gins. And even though he claimed the boat was big enough for entertaining a crowd, with my knees rammed up against his under the table, it feels way too small for two of us. He sends me a grin.
Don't worry, the queasiness will pass. Let's talk about something to take your mind off it. Like how grateful the winery is that we accidentally highlighted the problem of their over-enthusiastic sprinkler system.
It seems a bit ambitious, but I attempt a nod. Imagine if that deluge had cascaded onto a wedding. It's such an awful image, I can't actually make my mind flash it up. And apart from some soggy stationery and the dresses needing a trip to Iron Maiden's cleaners, no one lost too much. He's nodding.
All thanks to your quick thinking getting everyone to help with the evacuation. You definitely have a gift for averting crises.
I manage a faint smile. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I was the one who had the brilliant idea to site the ethical barbecue right next to the open door where the sprinkler smoke detector was.
Anyway, now we're here, there's something more important I want to clear up.
He lets out a breath.
This whole upcoming wedding of Pixies is so stressful. I can't cope with you being distant too. I want to go back to how we were before.
Before what?
Before you stopped laughing and turned into Mrs. Freezer Pants.
This is all my fault for not being more guarded at the start.
I went in way too casually, and now it's impossible to backtrack. You seem to be forgetting that what we have is a professional working relationship, Nick. He lets out a snort. I know originally I didn't want to work with you because you were too pretty. I let out a squawk. What total bollocks! You rejected me due to my lack of qualifications. That could have been put in a more officey way too, but it's too late now. His lips are a straight line. That may have been an excuse. I wasn't sure I could see you crossing your legs every day without thinking of the kittens on your pajamas. I might not want a long-term girlfriend, but I'm still a guy. For my own self-preservation, I was simply trying for someone less drop-dead sexy. I let my groan go. All of that, so inappropriate. He shrugs. I'm simply being honest so we can get back on track. I thought planning a wedding was going to be awful, but we ended up having fun and I want that to carry on. It's a great stress buster. I blow out my cheeks because I have to stand my ground on this. For the sake of the shop's reputation, I can't be seen to be... I hesitate to use the word, then I let it go anyway. Flirty or over-familiar with clients. That last bit made it more how Phoebe would have put it. His eyes narrow. But it can't possibly be flirting with me because we're both very clear that I don't do relationships. Right. I'm not sure it is. Flirting's completely the wrong word anyway. With us it's just banter. That's what mates have, isn't it? His face lights up. If you keep me entertained at the same time as you make Pixie's choices, it will be so much easier. I'm not sure where he's going with this. He's spreading his fingers on the table. You just be your normal, hilarious self, and I'll be my usual serious self with an ironic twist. Maybe with a bit of heckling, too. He stares at me. So, are we happy that's how we'll take things forward? I sigh. We'll give it a try. That's as much as he's getting for now. Truly, if I'm even a tiny bit funny, I'm definitely not hilarious. And one more thing. He's really making the most of grabbing the reins here. I shouldn't have to practically abduct you to get you to eat with me. I should be able to suggest a casual working lunch without you running for the hills, okay? Nick. I'm staring him straight in the eye, and when my stomach dissolves, wishing I wasn't. There are lines. You just crossed a hell of a lot of them. His lips twist. I'm about to cook you light and fluffy pancakes. Surely you can say yes better than that. I think being on the boat must have gone to his head. Does "Aye, aye, Captain" work for you? Keep going. Aye, aye, Captain Kirk. He's looking suitably pleased. And now that's settled, tell me what's going on with the ring. Oh, crap. Surely your gluten must have hydrated by now. If you leave it too long, your lumps will relapse. Nice try, Miller Vanilla. The batter will be fine. I thought we just agreed to be open and honest. I'm not sure we did, but I might as well get this over. And if there's an opportunity to get back in the driving seat, I might as well take it. Listen up, because it's complicated and I'm only saying this once, okay? He nods. Fine. I brace myself and launch. So, I run Brides Go West with my business partner and bestie in Bristol. That's the awful frisbee, isn't it? It has to be said. If you interrupt, it'll take too long. Okay, I'll shut up. Go on. With any luck, I can say this in one breath. Phoebe was married to Harry, and I was engaged to Ben. Ben and I bought a flat together and had been planning our wedding for 5 years. Then one day, Harry suddenly walked out on Phoebe, and then Phoebe and Ben went off together. Nick's eyes flash open. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. How bloody awful. It doesn't get any worse than your partner going off with your best friend, does it?
It actually does, but I'm not going into the details here. But now I've started, it's hard to stop. Unlike you, I had no interest in being single. I absolutely adored the idea of having a home and a partner, and dogs by the fire. I loved everything being engaged stood for, the promise of a wonderful future, our whole lives ahead to look forward to. He wrinkles his nose. I'm not sure that's always true. I wouldn't buy into all of it. The point is, however much I wanted all that, now I'll never be able to trust anyone enough again, so I won't get to have any of it.
Poor Mills.
He's stretching out his hand towards mine. I pull mine away just in time and snap. Banter is questionable. Touching is definitely off limits. He closes his eyes briefly.
Sorry, it was only because of all the shit you've been through.
I'm almost done here, so I press on. And I was only wearing the ring at the wedding fair to show the engaged couples I knew what they were going through. And for that one day, it was fab to remember how it felt to have everything to look forward to.
Oh, crap. And sorry all over again for that. And for doubting you. You're sure I can't give you a hug?
He tilts his head and looks at me.
It might make you feel better.
No, absolutely not. It totally wouldn't. Thanks all the same. His voice is low.
I'm sorry I asked. What must you think of me? Sticking my nose in.
He rubs his jaw.
But it's really good to get this straight so I don't put my foot in it in future.
And for me, even if I'm not saying it, it's lovely to feel that Nick truly cares, that he wants to take the time to understand, that he came in so gently and said all the right things to make me feel better. How achingly comforting it would be to rest my head on his chest, to feel his arms close around me, to let him gently rock me until all the hurt has gone away. Even if there isn't any future in it, just the warmth would be so lovely. So, it's down to me to fill the gap here, but it's fine because I've been meaning to ask this for ages. This might be a good time for me to see a picture of Pixie. Staring around for photo frames and not finding any, I can't believe I still don't know what she looks like.
Yes, great idea.
He really doesn't sound like he thinks it is. I'm backing this up to make it sound less like stalking. Now we're moving on to the styling. Seeing her will give me a better sense of what she'd like. He pulls out his phone from his pocket and flicks through, then hands me the screen.
There you go. This is her with her basketball team.
Oh my. After 2 months of near obsession, I'm actually about to see her. The Elfie in my head at first was super toned, tall and slim with beachy blonde hair. Once I knew Nick was her brother, her hair went darker and I let myself add in an insta-pretty face. So I was possibly expecting an engagement shot of Pixie and Ewan, probably on a beach with some wind and perhaps a sunset. Or maybe just a close-up of their faces in the ring. If it's athletic bodies in shorts draped around a ball, I can still work with that. Talk about being wrong-footed. When I finally focus on the screen, I'm staring at women in sports kit, sitting in wheelchairs, and 2 coaches with whistles around their necks, standing at the back. It's just so unexpected I'm stuttering. What? Wheelchair sport? Somehow when you said basketball, I assumed she'd be playing, not coaching. I'm staring from one blonde coach to the other, trying to find a resemblance. So which one is she? He gives a sniff as he leans over and points.
There, front row, 3rd from the left.
As his finger stops at the girl in the chair with long dark hair who looks just like him,
My stomach's shrinking because I've got this so wrong. And then my shock twists. It's not something I can be annoyed about, but at the same time there's a voice in my head screaming, "What the F? Pixie's in a wheelchair and for 2 months you didn't think to mention it." I blow out a breath, make my voice low and measured. "Why didn't you tell me?" There's no need to say any more. His jaw is clenching and his mouth has hardened to a defensive line. "Pixie refuses to be limited or defined by her chair. She lives her life focusing on everything she can do, not what she can't." He lets out a sigh. "If I'd told you earlier, you'd have seen the whole day in terms of her limitations. In your head, she'd simply have been a disability, not a person." It might have led to a more practical way forward, that's all. At least now I can see why he's been such an awkward client. And this explains his obsession with floor coverings, and why fields and clifftop paths were out, and why a handy bathroom was so vital in a teepee. I let out a sigh because, though he doesn't know it, he couldn't have got me any more wrong. If he'd only told me, no one would have understood the problems better than me. Not that he'll ever know, but however much my mum's body let her down, she was always herself. It's hard to explain unless you've been there and seen it. But the more her body failed her, the stronger the very essence of who she was shone out. Because in the end, that will, that beautiful, creative, argumentative, bloody-minded fighting spirit was all she had left. And I know for myself how other people's thoughtless acts or comments can pierce straight through to your heart if they catch you wrongly. I'm kicking myself as I think back to my time with Nick. If I'd known, we'd never have gone to the Harbourside Hotel, or all those places with 1,000,000 steps or narrow doors. It's not only the time we've wasted, it's that every unsuitable venue I dragged him to must have been a painful reminder to him of everything she couldn't have. He pulls down the corner of his mouth. "Endless tours of facilities for the disabled would have been way more depressing." And I suppose he has a point. "I knew if you showed me enough beautiful venues, we'd find the right one in the end. And we did." So he's right again. But this time, rather than minding, I'm pleased for him. I know it's made my job 1,000 times harder, but he read the situation and found his own way through, and I really can't fault him for that. In fact, it shows remarkable good judgment on his part. I'm admiring him for sticking to it, because this particular way forward must have caused him a lot of painful moments. I'm dying inside to think I actually suggested a Cinderella staircase for Pixie to walk down. I'm flicking through my brain to think what else I need to ask so I don't go putting my foot in it again. Has she always been, the same? His eyes are strangely blank as he speaks. "She wasn't born like that, and she's not ill. It's a spinal cord injury from an accident on a go-kart track 5 years ago." He's staring across the harbour and out to the navy blue expanse of the sea that's sparkling like diamonds where the sun's hitting it. "She was 26 with her whole life ahead of her, and in a split second it was all taken away." My mouth's gone dry with the desolation in his voice. At least with my mum it came on slowly. There were difficult times, tears and anguish and shock, when the hospital told us what to expect. But at least we had the luxury of crying in anticipation, watching the changes creep up on us. We didn't have the shock of an instantaneous change. Was you in with her then? All I want to do is wrap my arms around him, to hold him for as long as it takes to make the hurt in his voice go away. He's still examining the floor. She was seeing someone else when it happened, but he didn't stick around, and she didn't want him to. She and Ewan used to hate each other growing up, but a few summers ago he went as her helper on a tall ship voyage, when none of the rest of us could make it. He finally looks up and gives a rueful grin. I guess she found out he wasn't so bad after all. This puts me in my place, bleating about a little thing like losing my fiancé. At least now I understand how much pressure he's under to get her wedding right, and it explains the torture lurking in his eyes and makes me understand why his laughter so often tails away to nothing. And this is why it's all got to be perfect. He's nodding. She's so brave, and she never complains. After everything she's been through. I cut in as he swallows. Don't worry. You've already bagged her the princess castle. We're going to give her the most amazing day. I reach across, put my hand over his, and squeeze. And I wish with all my heart I could do more. His eyes pull into focus. She'd never have been a typical bride, even when her legs did work. No offence, but she'd have a fit at most of the gear at your fairs. I'm biting back my smile, getting exactly what he means. Napkins folded like swans aren't for everyone. I laugh. Don't worry, there's lots of choice for the chilled-out bride. We'll stick to nachos and jumpsuits. He slumps back against the bench. It's a relief we've sorted that out. It's not clear if he's talking about Pixie's aversion to wedding paraphernalia or the fact she can't walk. Worse still, somehow my hand's still on his, and now he's squeezing mine back. I know you've got this, Miller Vanilla. There's no one in the world I trust more with this. Which he could inadvertently be right about, although he has no idea why. And it might be great for him, but for me the stress just went off the scale. With my record lately, I've had a lot more stuff-ups than successes, and he's just given me every reason why this has to be absolutely flawless and wonderful. The kind of faultless that's got my heart racing already. In fact, my mind's galloping so fast, I already know I'll barely have time to sleep between now and then. And as I can't afford to miss a single detail, I have to check. So is there anything else you haven't told me? Anything more I need to know? I mean, for 2 months I had no idea who the groom was, and now I find out the bride is in a wheelchair. It might not be deliberate, but Nick does have a habit of concealing vital information. He rubs his chin. No, I reckon that's you fully briefed and up to speed. His lips slide into a smile as he pushes himself up to standing. Shall I get cooking then? Cooking? It comes out as a scream. There's no time to eat, Nick. We've got a wedding to sort out. May. Chapter 25. Tuesday, the next week, at the camper van on St. Aidan Harbour. Comfort zones and clean breaks. What the hell is going on? Arriving at the harbour with half an hour to spare before meeting up with Nick, mostly I'm trying to remember where I left the camper, as I finally spot it along the quay edge by a stack of fishing nets. The last thing I expect to find next to it is the guy himself at the top of a stepladder on the cobbles, between the side of the van and the water. As he wipes his hands on his jeans and turns around, I can't help smiling at the smudges of pink paint on his backside. He's resting his elbows on the roof, and he sounds just as perplexed as me. More importantly, what the hell are you doing running around the harbour side, waving a cordless vacuum and asking awkward questions when you should be at the shop, Miller? Our meeting isn't till 10. I'm here for a quick tidy. Believe me, those words don't often come out of my mouth naturally, But this is the new super energized version of me. The upcoming fairs and Pixie's big day are working like a mahoosive kick up the bum. What's your excuse? And it'd better be good, Trendle. You can't just clamber all over people's expensive paint jobs without asking. And you're horribly close to the edge of the key, too. When he holds up his hands, it's obvious where the pink paint on his jeans has come from. You know I like to live dangerously. He lets a grin slide out. I give a snort. If this is your idea of banter, it's not very funny. He stares over the top of the van for a second, then looks down at me again. It was meant to be a surprise. I'm doing the rooftop makeover you were asking about, in time for Sunday's wedding fair. I'm blinking at the bright blue sky beyond his head. Excuse me? He's pointing at my Brides Go West roof sign. That West to Wild you mentioned? It's not going to take long. But, when I mentioned the letters, I was thinking I'd build my courage up slowly. It's a brilliant idea. Brides Go Wild is so much more you. His lips twist into a smile as he looks along the roof. Great van, by the way. Where did you pick it up? If he's trying to distract me, it's worked. It belonged to this lovely old guy called Sam the Van, who bought it back in 1972. He lived 2 doors down from us in Rosehill and always parked it on the patch of ground belonging to our cottage. I'm watching as Nick lines up the L. If you haven't got time, I don't need to... No, I like hearing about your long-lost past. He grins at me again and fishes a screwdriver out of the pocket of his padded waistcoat. Carry on, and I'll fix this lot into place. I'm more likely to put him to sleep. I just hope he knows not to wobble when he does. When we were kids, whenever Mum baked, she'd always send me round to Sam's with some for him. Poppy's mum was good at cakes. Mine was better at pastry, so mostly she made pies. Then, when she was too ill to bake, and I was at home looking after her, he pulls a handful of screws out of his pocket. Hang on, you didn't say anything about this. And damn that it's slipped out now. I don't usually talk about this part of my mum's life, because that kind of illness is so far outside people's experience. No one can ever relate. You can't have my entire life story. You said this wasn't a big job. That's the trouble. Once I start, it's all too involved. But when I do talk about her, it makes her feel more real. Less like I dreamed her. Give me the shortened version, then. He lines up his screwdriver, but he's still looking at me. So you must have been young to be looking after your mum. How did that work? Somehow, standing here on the quayside, with the call of gulls overhead and the lap of the water against the harbour wall, surprising as it feels, I know I'm completely comfortable sharing this with Nick. Whenever he's heard about my mum, he doesn't judge, he just listens and quietly understands. She had motor neuron disease. In the end, it took everything away from her except her mind. She knew exactly what was going on, but as it got worse, she couldn't be left alone. So, as a teenager, I mostly stayed home with her instead of going to school. That's how I missed out on my exams. And why I have a good insight into negotiating the world in a wheelchair. There's a pained expression on his face. Poor Mills. It sounds awful. That's not what I want him to think. It wasn't that bad. It went on for years, and only the very end of it was really hard. The rest was about making the most of everything we could do, not dwelling on everything we couldn't. As I look up, there's so much compassion in his eyes, and it's nothing to do with pity. And there's no need for any words. I can just feel he cares. I swallow back the lump in my throat and carry on. Sam had trouble with his sight, and my mum wasn't great at going out, so Sam would come round and I'd read to them both. Sam had a subscription to National Geographic and an attic full of detective novels, so there was always plenty to choose from. It seems like a lifetime ago now. We might have been trapped in one room, but my mum was determined to have fun, and we were all great at living in our heads. But when it was all over, and I was moving to Bristol because that's where my brothers were, Sam made me take the van.
He gave you it?
Nick's eyes soften even more.
I like that he did that. It makes it very special.
I shrug. He couldn't see to drive it anymore, and when our cottage was sold, he wouldn't have had anywhere to park it. He didn't have kids of his own, so he said to think of it as payment for all the Bakewell tarts and the crime novels and articles I'd read him. At the time, I didn't know how much he was giving me. I was just glad to have wheels. I'd learned to drive so I could take Mum around, but her old car gave up not long after she did. And then a couple of years later, Sam died too. Nick's rubbing his thumb along his jaw.
The world has a way of making things right. After everything you gave up for your mum, you deserved something good for yourself.
I can't hold back my smile. That's a very peace and love attitude from a hard-headed businessman. He pulls a face.
Don't be fooled. On the inside, I'm squishy as baked Alaska. So I take it you were the one who did the van restoration.
There's an extra heartfelt sigh for that. It was beaten up, but I was happy running it round as it was. Then Phoebe decided it would be great for our brand if it was shiny and new. But doing it up nearly broke me. I'm still paying back the money I borrowed. And that's another heap of detail I never meant to give away and which I'm hoping Nick will instantly forget.
There you go. Another example of Frisbee taking advantage. Poppy and Jess were talking about that too.
He gives a cough.
For what it's worth, they seem to dislike her as much as I do.
You haven't even met her. He lets out a splutter.
I don't have to. She stole your fiancé, and from what I hear, she doesn't lift a finger. You've been here for months doing all the work. Where the hell is she?
But that's because she's on mat leave. It's out before I can think. His forehead wrinkles.
Isn't that when you have a baby?
I sniff. As an employer, you should know that, Nick. He lets out a shout.
Shit, Miller, don't go all Frisbee on me. If she's just given birth, whose child was it? It surely can't have been.
And good on him for stopping at that. I blow out a breath. It's Phoebe and Ben's baby. That's why I'm here. I watched the bump grow, but when it came to the due date, I ran. I'm hiding out here until it blows over. He's come down the steps now.
Oh, Miller Vanilla, you surely can't go back to that. Babies don't go away. They just get bigger. Haven't they offered to buy you out of the business?
I'm back to grinding my teeth. It's the company I put 7 years of my life into building. It's all I have left. I take in his stare that says he's not buying it. I'm trying to extend the business into this area. That's what the Wild is about. But it's very early days.
Then I'm extra pleased I'm doing this now.
He's staring at the letters on the roof, blinking in the sunlight.
I haven't quite got the pink right, have I?
Phoebe would have thrown him in the harbour for less. And it's true, the vibrant paint is very different from the almost white of the other letters. He's frowning.
Why did I choose that colour? When I thought of the van, it was the only pink that came to mind.
I have no idea, but I like it, and it pops. He laughs.
It makes the Wild even wilder somehow. Don't worry, it's only temporary. I had the letters knocked up in the chandlery workshop. You can swap them back any time. But for what it's worth, I really hope you don't.
He glances at his phone.
I'll just pop your light bulbs through the holes. Then I'll make us some coffee.
After everything he's done, I feel like I should be offering. Shall I put the kettle on? I thought you'd never ask. It's a guy's voice, but Nick didn't move his lips, and as I watch him, his face darkens.
Casper?
Nick's voice is stony.
What can we do for you today? I take it you're only here because you want something.
As I whip round to see him standing behind me, Casper buries his hands even deeper in the pockets of his smart wool jacket and lets his smile go. We could start with that coffee you just mentioned. He looks to me. I'm just dropping by to get ribbons from the shop for Sunday. Nick stares at the clouds.
Well, at least that might save me running halfway across the county on the day.
Casper ignores him and grins at me. Don't worry, I'm not going to get caught without a second time. He swoops in and, before I know it, he's dropped a kiss on both my cheeks and whipped the cordless vac out of my hand. When it comes to car valets, I'm your man. How about I whisk this thing around your camper while you get the drinks? Casper's laughing. And then I'll take you out for lunch, Mills. Nick's straight in there.
Sorry, Casper, Miller's tied up with me. All day.
And that's not true either. I'm about to tell them both to butt out, but Casper gets in first. He pulls a face at Nick. You're sounding very 50 Shades and Last Decade, Nick. In any case, you're far too old and dull for lovely Miller. I have it on good authority she's looking for fun, not a father figure. He pauses to let that sink in. Maybe someone who doesn't have bright pink paint all over the back of their Levi's too. It's not a great look. Okay, guys, that's enough. I'm pointing at Nick. You, get back on the roof. I dangle the van keys in front of Casper. If you're sure you don't mind? Then, as I back along the harbour side towards the jetty, I growl. And if either of you dares throw the other in the harbour while I'm away, I will personally mash you. Nick's lips are twisting as he looks down at me from the top of the steps.
There's a box of pastries from the bakery on the counter. As long as we watch out for the seagulls, you can bring those back too.
I'm marching away across the cobbles towards Snow Goose when I have a thought. And Casper, if you make my van spick and span, I might just have some good news for you too. Chapter 26. Later on Tuesday. At the camper van on St. Aidan Harbour. Empty promises and splashy landings. Half an hour later and I'm back on the harbour side, bottom on the edge of my camper van floor, my back leaning against the open sliding door, soaking up the sun. I sip my coffee and sink my teeth into my almond croissant, but every time I remember there's a Brides Go Wild sign above my head, a shiver of pure terror runs down my spine. But then, as I gaze around the lino floor Casper has left spotless, I couldn't be any more blissed out. Casper and Nick both declined my offer of a folding chair, so they're standing with their backs to the harbour, while I have a secret smile at the random mugs we've ended up with. Mine says, whatever. Casper's says, life begins at 40. And Nick's just confirms he's a grumpy old git. Casper takes a bite of his apricot Danish, then frowns at me. Hey, watch where you're dropping your pastry flakes, Miller. I just cleaned in there. Oops, sorry. I pick up the 2 tiny offending crumbs on my fingertip and smile at him. So, how about you pencil in a wedding booking for your camper for July 2nd? Nick chokes on his coffee. But that's Pixie's date. I'm beaming at him. So it is, which also means we've got a bride, bridesmaids, groomsmen, and guests to transport. I'm asking Casper to bring along one very versatile and photogenic vehicle. What's not to like? It's been weeks since we finalised the booking at the castle, but rather than making decisions, Nick still hasn't got any further than musing over name cards and frowning about cocktails. I've been flat out, sorting the layouts and advertisers for the BGW glossy magazine we sell at fairs, which is why I've let things slide. So by forcing his hand here, I'm hoping we'll break the deadlock. Nick glares at Casper. Scrap that, mate. As he shoos away a couple of seagulls hopping around on the cobbles, we all know he's metaphorically flapping Casper away too.
Watch your cross-on, Miller. They're very persistent.
I turn to Casper. Ignore Nick for now. He'll see sense in a bit. Nick's voice goes high.
You can't say that, Miller. I'm the client.
I know better than to back down. I just did say it. You're also paying me for my expertise. I grin at him. So tough shit. I'm overruling you. Nick's opening and closing his mouth, and Casper's waving his Danish at me, cheering me on. Happy to argue all day on this one. I'm smiling through my clenched teeth, getting ready to dig my heels in, when there's a whoosh of air, a loud squawk, and a huge flap. Then Casper lets out a howl. What the F? That bloody bird swiped my pastry right out of my hand. Nick lets out a low laugh.
I did warn you. You could say that's natural justice.
Another swoop, a flash of beak and bird's feet, and Nick's cross-on goes too. Nick growls. Damn seagull! Except this time, Casper takes a stride backwards to avoid the seagull as it wheels away from Nick. But instead of landing on the pavement, Casper's foot hits the handle of the cordless vacuum lying on the floor behind him. As his second foot goes backwards, his ankles get completely tangled with the pole. Hey, Casper, cordless vacuums are made without cables so you don't fall over them? It's so funny seeing him staggering around, his cool shattered as his eyes pop wide with surprise. I'm starting to laugh, and at first he's joining in, but instead of stopping, he carries on lurching back across the quayside. Then he flings his arms outwards, his mouth opens wide, and he lets out a yell as he topples backwards over the quay edge. As he disappears from view, I let out a low, "Oh, crap," then a howl. No! A second later, there's an almighty splash. And then nothing. As my eyes lock with Nick's, his face cracks into a huge grin. Then he yells too.
Man overboard! Casper's in the pond!
Then he kicks off his deck shoes, throws down his phone and padded jacket, springs to the edge of the harbour, sticks his arms up over his head, and with a graceful dive he follows Casper in. And I'm left on the quay, staring at the ripples on the water, waiting. Then as the two heads bob up and break the surface a couple of yards apart, they both shake the water from their hair, scrape the brine out of their eyes, and start to swim for the harbour steps. Nick gets there first, hauls himself out, then offers his hand to Casper and drags him up beside him. As they crawl back up to the harbour side, Casper's sputtering. Why the hell did you jump in too? The water's sluicing off Nick's shirt, and there are slices of dimples in his cheeks.
I didn't know for sure you could swim.
As Casper shakes his head, 1,000 drops glisten like diamonds in the sun. That's a laugh. I was in the bloody Olympic development squad. Nick's frowning.
I thought you were a skiing champion.
That too. Casper rolls his eyes. Trying to save me? Bollocks. Your hero act was to impress Miller. As they come towards me, I laugh. Just saying, I am right here. I step back to avoid the drips. If the fabulous view of Nick's inky blue soaking wet t-shirt clinging to his six-pack takes my breath away, it's my own fault for looking. You're like two wet dogs. Nick laughs.
I'll grab some towels, then we'll head straight for the harbour master showers.
He turns to Casper.
Can I lend you some dry clothes?
Casper gives a grimace. If it's a choice between being wet or wearing old man's jeans, thanks all the same, but I'll take the water every time. He slicks his hair back and dips in towards me for an air kiss on each cheek. So I'll be off, but I'll be back soon for that lunch, and thanks again for the booking, Mills. I'm wiping a stray drip from my chin. You're very welcome, Casper. Thanks again for the van clean. See you around. I'm hoping that sounds youthful enough. Nick is apoplectic.
He falls in the harbour and you're still giving him the business.
I'm glossing over this one. Accidents can happen to any of us. I should know. I've had enough of the damn things myself lately. I'm thanking my lucky stars it wasn't me in the water earlier. I smile at Nick and pull the vac close against my chest. And on the upside, Jess's Dyson's still on dry land. Lesson learned. At 300 quid a shot, I won't risk it getting stamped on in future. Nick gives a shudder.
Damn stupid place for Casper to leave it. Do you know how late he's made us?
I'm not going to point out that if Nick hadn't been so keen to get in on the act with Casper, he'd still be dry. If he'd actually stop protesting, we may have nailed another item on the to-do list. And better still, Casper's camper is wheelchair-friendly too. Wedding transport? Tick. Chapter 27. Later still on Tuesday. On the beach at Cockleshell Castle. Winkles, sea foam, and men with muscles.
You can't make a booking with Casper just because he hoovers your camper.
It's Nick, and I can't believe it's late afternoon and he's still talking about this. We've spent the afternoon testing the castle by going around in 2 ancient wheelchairs Bill had in his coach house store, circling the rooms, wheeling ourselves in and out, through every door manoeuvring, noting every lump, bump and flooring transition, every unsuitable area to be avoided. We've made lists of where temporary ramps need to be added and sorted out which bathrooms and bedrooms work best. In fact, as Nick instinctively picked up on during that first day we visited, the castle is a natural fit for accessibility because of the wide doorways and large living spaces and the spectacular lack of steps on the ground floor. And when Bill was doing the restorations, the council insisted that the accommodation included a downstairs bedroom and bathroom suitable for wheelchair use, so that's the bridal suite sorted. And unusually for accessible accommodation, this room has wonderful views straight out across the bay rather than the car park. Then we met up with Bill's dad, Keith, and his Silver Surfer friends, who've offered to construct a boardwalk to extend the solid garden paths on through the dunes and right down onto the hard sand, so that will be wheelchair-friendly too. And now we're walking back to St. Aidan the same way we came, along the beach. But on the way back, we've got some extra special people with us. Merwin is here, without his coat, because the late spring sun's unseasonably warm today, but with a snazzy blue and red-checked necktie, because that's the kind of doggy fashion icon he is. And we're also looking after Abby, Bill's daughter, who's visiting from London, who's wearing yellow spotty wellies and a red body warmer. And due to being on the beach, we've used my scarf to hitch up the long, flowing frozen dress that she refuses to take off, to keep it out of the shallows when she dashes in and out of the waves. As the wind blows off the sea and wraps the turquoise blue tulle skirt tight around her calves, with her long dark plait and her sea glass bangles, she looks more like a mermaid than a princess from a snow kingdom. When we first arrived at the castle, Abby was perched on a high stool at the kitchen island, quietly colouring, while Bill cleared up the baking they'd been doing together. Blueberry muffins, delicious to graze on as we worked too. But the second Nick offered Abby a ride in his wheelchair, she ditched her rainbow felt pens and clambered on board, whooping as he did wheelies and handbrake turns. Then, because she's one of those truly delightful kids who spreads her favours around all the adults, she insisted that I shouldn't miss out on my turn with her either. And as she's also enjoying having Ivy around, being a savvy 6-year-old who knows exactly what she wants, the minute she found out we were heading back to where Ivy would be finishing work, she hitched a lift on the walking bus back to St. Aidan to meet up with her. After filling our pockets with equal amounts of shells and pebbles and doing some writing in the sand, she and Merwin run off to dodge the rushes of foam as they sweep up the beach, which gives Nick the perfect opening to hark back to this morning and Casper's cleaning. I shrug. Casper found a nifty way to my heart, and you're getting the benefit too. Why all the protest? Nick's come to a sudden halt, and he's staring at me very hard. Has he offered to sleep with you? My eyes go wide, and the shock has me shouting, No, totally not. It was only lunch and the van clean. Not that it would be any of Nick's business if he had. At least that's a relief. Nick blows out his cheeks. But, in my expert opinion, I wouldn't trust him an inch with the wedding. Now I'm the one who has to protest. It's not fair to discount him just because he's young. People must have supported you when you were starting out. Nick rubs his nose. It's not his youth. It's his entitled attitude I object to. And you must have heard how ageist he is. I allow myself a mental eye roll, then go in to tease him. Might you be a teensy bit jealous of his sense of style and how good-looking he is? Nick stares at me like I've lost it. You are joking. You're the one who asked me to be entertaining. I pause to give the audience time to laugh, but he doesn't. You'll see when the time comes. We'll prove you wrong. I'm completely confident on this one, or I wouldn't be using him. Surely that has to be the end of the argument, but just in case it's not, I run a few steps so I'm further away from him, pick up a shell, and examine it as I walk along. Then I let my gaze slide back down the beach to Abby and Merwin. I'm watching as Merwin dive-bombs a seaweed pile, while Abby's skipping after him, trailing a stick behind her. It's all set against the backdrop of a glittering green sea, with a pale aqua sky above. And Nick's a few strides away from me. I know that individuals aren't right at all, but this is like a trial run of the family I thought I was going to be getting, but now won't be. And somehow, as I think this, my legs have stopped moving, because a moment later I'm standing still and Nick's at my shoulder. Are you okay, Milla Vanilla? Not worrying about the ramps, are you? His tone is so deep with concern, I can't help laughing at how wrong he is. For once, it's nothing to do with work or weddings. His eyebrows go up in question. If they've run out of raspberry sauce by the time we get to the surf shack, I promise we'll find something equally yummy to dribble on your cone. I let out a sigh. I'd actually forgotten about the cafe. What the F, Miller? If it's serious enough to eclipse the ice cream, you definitely need to share this. For once, I'm too tired to pretend anymore. It's nothing, really. Except this walk on the beach reminds me of everything I signed up for when I got engaged to Ben. Nick's standing beside me, staring out at the waves as they break on the shore. That's a lot more than nothing. As I rationalise in my head yet again, it has to be for the millionth time. I know I'm better off without Ben. Nick does one of his choking coughs. Ben's a bastard. You deserve so much more. I let out another sigh. But the dog and the child and the home and the husband are what I wanted and won't ever have now. Nick nods. But Phoebe will. I sniff. It's not just the baby. They're getting married too. Nick gives a groan.
I hate those two.
And then they'll be buying the cottage in the country. I know I loved the city, but that was another of my dreams that Phoebe stole.
Nick's nodding. Seriously, that woman is such bad news.
He stares out to where a fishing boat is bobbing towards the horizon.
If we're completely honest, a lot of us would secretly settle for a glass of wine, a dog or two, and a wood burner.
I can't hide my surprise. And to think I had you down as a space captain who wouldn't give up until you toured every galaxy and ocean. He gives a shrug.
When I'm sailing and the storms are at their roughest, it's the thought of the cozy fireside that always gets me home again.
There's something solid and reassuring about standing next to Nick when he's being so honest. I hadn't expected his dreams would be so simple and down to earth. And it's surprising and fascinating that our secret fantasies are so similar. I mind about all of it a lot less now than I did when I got here. Nick's eyes are dark and thoughtful as he looks down at me.
It sounds like a cliché, but the Cornish sea air can be very healing.
I know I'm rambling. If it hadn't been for Pixie's wedding, I might have rushed back to Bristol. I won't ever be looking for those things in life now. But maybe Poppy's right. Maybe I should stay here until I don't mind about the past anymore. His voice is low and measured.
Sometimes if you get to know yourself better, that helps too.
It's funny. When I got here, my emotional life was falling apart, but I still had my professional confidence. When I was bigging myself up to you that first day, I was so certain of my ability to deliver you the perfect wedding. But maybe I'm not all that after all. Nick gives me a nudge.
You surely aren't going to tell me you've lost your magic?
I have to level with him. I'm only being realistic. Since I've been in St. Aidan, everything I touch turns to shit. Nick's frowning.
That's not true. In any case, real life isn't ever perfect. The imperfections are what makes it interesting.
I have to disagree. These last couple of months, it's been one disaster after another for me. Cock-ups, epic fails, and catastrophes. Monumental mistakes and enormous failures. F-ups and dogs' breakfasts. Nick's lips are lilting.
Think about all the things you do succeed at, rather than the bits that don't work out. You have so many amazing qualities, Miller. Those are what you need to focus on. No one's good at everything, remember? Accepting yourself as you are can set you free.
In my case, it might just finish me off. He's giving me a sideways look.
Or it's possible you've been trying to be someone else for too long, and this is the real you finally breaking through.
Bloody hell, Nick, you sound a lot like my mum in her Hare Krishna phase. That really makes him smile, which makes it all the worse for me, because when he does, my stomach instantly dissolves. He clears his throat.
The point is, we don't all get the lives we plan for. Take Bill. For a long time, he was in a relationship that didn't make him happy, and after they split, he hadn't seen Abby for a year. Then Ivy came along, and here he is, back with Abby again.
When did you find this out? Nick's full of surprises this afternoon.
We guys aren't all strong, silent, and non-communicative.
He laughs.
Ivy told me, but Bill filled in the gaps.
Oh my. Nick turned my legs to jelly before, but with this open, soft-scented version, it's 10 times harder to think clean thoughts. Picturing him naked is nothing. Right now, I've knocked him onto the sand, jumped on top of him, and I'm about to pash the socks off him. But actually, it's more than that. I'm thinking how lovely he'd be to come home to, sitting on the sofa with his feet on the coffee table, Merwin on his knee. But he breaks in.
You're doing it tough now, but you have to trust that when the time is right, all the pieces of your life will fall into place.
You really think my life will click, like it did for Bill and Ivy? He smiles at me.
So long as you keep believing, you'll get those his and hers matching slippers, and the comfy sofa, and the dog.
He can have no idea right now that the feet I'm picturing in those slippers are his. I laugh because he sounds so certain. Back at you, Captain Kirk. Instead of grinning, he purses his lips.
Not everyone deserves a happy ending as much as you. Some of us won't ever get there.
As he turns towards me, he's smiling down at me, but his eyes are dark and shot with pain. Are you going to tell me what's wrong?
Probably not.
The way he hunches his shoulders and lets out a long sigh, all I want to do is throw my arms around him, to rock him and make him feel better. He looks so sad and lost. My heart aches for him. It's as if there's an invisible cord between us, drawing me to him. But before I can move my legs, he takes a step towards me. One tiny step. It's a small patch of sand, but he's crossed an unspoken barrier to a whole other place. As he arrives in my space, my heart clatters against my ribs so hard I'm jolting. He's so close I can feel the heat radiating out of his body. See the individual hairs on his forearms. So close that when I reach straight upwards, my palm is grazing his jaw, rubbing his cheek. My thumb is following the line of his cheekbone, and he's tilting his head, pushing so hard against the pressure of my hand, I can feel the scratch of his stubble on my fingers. Then he's closing his eyes, biting his lip, turning. He slides his mouth to gently brush the skin of my inner wrist. I hold my breath, letting out the smallest whimper as I sense the flicker of his tongue. My whole body is screaming, primed, bursting with anticipation. His eyes darken as he dips, slowly, gently. It's completely unexpected, yet completely right. My mouth's already watering, anticipating how he'll taste. I'm listening to the pounding of the waves, telling myself this is real. Then, as I part my lips and close my eyes, there's a scuffle, a bark, and as Merwin collides with my knee, I jump sideways and Nick lets out a shout.
Merwin, what the F?
As Merwin gallops away again, his tongue lolling out, Nick lets out a groan.
Well, thanks for that, mate.
He pulls a face at me.
Probably for the best. That wasn't very professional of me, was it, Miller Vanilla?
As I rub at the tingling skin on my wrist, Merwin dashes back with Abby, who's panting even harder. She tugs at Nick's denim jacket and points along the beach to the higgledy-piggledy wooden building with the deck in front.
That's the surf snack. Me and Daddy have our hot chocolate there.
I'm staggering as I realign myself. I just managed to get it together enough to smile as I think how much cuter Abby's name for the surf shack is than the real one. And then the moment moves on, and from the way Nick's grinning down at her, I can tell he thinks so too.
I heard they do a great frozen sundae in there.
I'm blinking in surprise. You did? He gives me a nudge with his elbow.
Keep up, Miller. I thought ice cream was your specialist subject. And comforting miserable sailors.
He holds out his hand to Abby.
How about we race Miller?
Abby gives him a hard stare.
Actually, Daddy carries me on his shoulders for this bit.
I can't help laughing at her. Hitch up your princess dress, and we'll ask if Nick will do the same. Nick's smiling down at her.
It's a few weeks since I carried a princess in a long dress, isn't it, Miller?
He grins at me over the top of her head.
Let's see what we can do.
As his eyes widen for a moment and lock with mine again, it's like he's acknowledging what we just missed. I've got Merwin to thank there. Nothing to do with how awkward it might have made the run-up to the wedding. I should be grateful for the lucky escape, for saving myself from a guy whose life statement means, however delicious his touch is, he'll always walk away. And I suppose back there I caught him at the same kind of weak moment I had the day he was making pancakes on the boat, when all he wanted was some human touch to make him feel better. Nothing more. Abby's eyes are so wide I'm laughing again. The princess Nick carried was much heavier than you, Abby, but I'm told he did a great job. I whistle for Merwin.
Good boy. Come and have your lead on.
If your Royal Highness is ready.
Nick sends Abby a wink. Then he swings her into the air, wedges her on one shoulder, and strides off across the shingle, as if he's done this every day of his life. And all I can think as I hurry after them is not that I'm going to smother my triple vanilla 99 in raspberry sauce and then totally demolish it. It's that, looking at how natural Nick is with Abby, he wasn't born to be an effing playboy. What a waste that would be. He was born to be a dad. And if there's a tiny voice inside my head as Merwin and I bounce up the broad bleached wooden steps to the surf shack, screaming, pick him, grab him, jump him, and have his babies, well, I really didn't hear it. Chapter 28. Sunday, 10 days later. The potting shed, near Oakhampton, Devon. Gone fishing. For our first proper wedding fair, we've not only come 2 hours from home, we're actually over the county border, in Devon, but the change of area means that as well as the regulars, we've also got new exhibitors too, and the walled garden location couldn't be prettier, in the most low-key, on-trend way. The potting shed is a newly opened restaurant venue with a kitchen filled with starry chefs, set in a cluster of simple single-story stone farm buildings below wide, shallow-pitched slate roofs. What makes it so special isn't just the converted cart sheds with their hewn timber roof trusses and the scrubbed stone walls that set off the simple designer furnishings. On the entrance side, there's a wide gravelled car park with Casper's fleet in a shimmery line on one side of the doorway and the Brides Go Wild camper on the other, looking totally amazing parked sideways on to maximise the signage. But the best is at the back, where the buildings open out onto a secret walled kitchen garden that was originally for the nearby manor farm. There are ancient apple and pear trees trained along the tall, sheltering boundary walls, and the borders echo the origins. Here, the bursts of delphiniums, roses, peonies, and sweet peas are interspersed with sage and golden marjoram, with feathery leaves of dill and fennel growing next to climbing beans. And at the far end, there's a long rectangular stone-edged pond with lily pads and flashes of orange fish in the depths. What's even more special is that this is their first wedding fair since opening, and there's so much buzz that people are coming in crowds from all around. I was so worried about not waking up for my 5 a.m. start that in the end I didn't dare go to bed. Instead, I got ready, then snatched a couple of hours' sleep sitting upright on the sofa. But in spite of that, I'm not actually tired. In fact, there's so much adrenaline pumping around my body. At this rate, I might well stay awake until July. Driving into the sunrise was magical, chasing away the nighttime shadows along the roadside hedgerows as I sped inland, with the scarlet ball of the sun coming up over the moorland horizon. Even though the air from my open van window blasting over my face was chilly enough to turn my nose pink, the pale, cloudless sky and soft morning light as I wound my way along the narrow lane to the smart gravelled entrance was a promise of the warm day to come. It's almost as if Phoebe was watching Nick swap the signage on the roof, because I've had missed calls from her at the most random times. And as I arrive this morning and pick up my bag from the van floor, there's yet another. But my head's too full right now to take on Phoebe too. I might have been shivery early on with my optimistic bare legs and sandals, but by lunchtime, as I make my way past the snowy display of Sarah's bridal dresses and out of the huge open doors towards the pretty open-sided marquee out on the lawn, and thread my way through the couples wandering outside on the grass, in the shelter of the garden, I'm pushing the sleeves of my soft denim shirt dress up beyond my elbows and undoing the top and bottom buttons for extra ventilation. Now I'm getting into my stride as the person in charge of sorting the exhibitors out. Instead of looking for trouble, I'm finding that if I keep walking around with my tray, the difficulties come to me as I pass. And if I'm handing out goodies as I go, people are much less likely to grumble and easier to help. As I go in through the open doors for my umpteenth circuit, I'm heading for Immy and Poppy, who are standing by one of her lovely 3-tier cakes. This one's covered in pink ombre frosting and topped with white chocolate drips and getting shed loads of attention.
"Cupcake, Miller?"
Immy's nothing to do with Poppy's cake-making business, but she said she was damned if she was staying home for our first big fair. I put down my empty tray and sweep my finger through the soft chocolate buttercream swirl she's passing me. I've been saving myself for this. It's only my 6th. Poppy's lips are twisting. "Don't worry, they're only a bite each, and you're walking them off." "You keep telling me that, and I'll keep eating them." She catches hold of my free hand. "No ring today?" I'm staring at my thin left finger. Damn, in the rush, I totally forgot all about it. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the ring cabinet I'm standing next to. I pull the belt of my dress tighter and smooth out a crumple in the skirt. "Can you see I slept in it?" Immy gives a chortle. "You're so much my kind of woman." Poppy's smile widens. "Oh, Mills, how did that happen?" "I got ready at midnight, then didn't go to bed, that's all." I pull a face. But on the plus side, Casper's remembered his ribbons, the canapes coming out of the kitchen are to die for, and there seem to be lots of people here. If I sound hesitant, it's because I can't quite believe it. Poppy's grinning. "According to Jess, there are so many couples. Rory's already rung Huntley and Ansem HQ and asked them to send more fizz." Her eyes are shining. "How does that make you feel?" I think for a second. Great, but worried it could all still go wrong. I smile, because this isn't just about me. There are so many amazing exhibitors, they deserve a fabulous day. Poppy nods. "Don't forget to try Clemmy's little Cornish kitchen afternoon teas out on the lawn." I give her a teasing nudge. "Are you bigging up the competition?" She laughs. "She's done some fabulous weddings for us at the farm. Her meringues are to die for." I'm scrunching up my cupcake wrapper and picking up my tray. I'll try them next time I'm outside. I'd better be getting on. I'm taking iced elderflower cordial round next. It's one of those days when there's so much going on that my head feels like it's going to explode. And because my phone never comes out of my pocket and I'm passing the clocks on the wall at a run, I lose all track of time. When I finally get a chance to head for the pretty cake stands and curly metal tables and chairs under the white canvas tent on the lawns, the shadows are getting long, so it has to be late afternoon. And when I pull out my phone to check, there are 4 texts from Phoebe that I don't have time to open. Out on the lawn, the strings of ditzy floral bunting are swinging in the breeze, and beyond the marquee poles there's the little Cornish kitchen owner, Clemmy, in a pretty orange tea dress, her auburn curls caught up into a bun on the top of her head, handing out samples. As I head into the shade, I'm making bets with myself on how likely it is I'll find a meringue to sink my teeth into, rather than concentrating on where I'm walking. So when I run slap bang into a denim-shirted chest, I'm kicking myself for being so careless. As a very familiar scent engulfs me and my head starts to spin, I'm silently cursing for not having checked my face or topped up my perfume since this morning. "Nick, what are you doing here?" There are deep shadows in the stubble on his chin, and his voice is low with laughter. "Looking for a free shower?" I allow myself a full eye roll. Not funny. Try again. This time the ends of his lips are hinting at a smile. "It's your big moment, Miller Vanilla. What kind of a guy would I be if I missed that? I had to be here to support you." His full smile finally breaks loose. "Don't worry, I brought my umbrella." I hiss at him under my breath. "Like you'll need that in this star zone, Captain K." Then I grin at him. "Have you been here long?" "You could say that." He blows out his cheeks. "At first I raced after you. When I was too knackered to run anymore and still hadn't caught you, I decided to have a look around and wait for you to bump into me." If I can't hold back my grin, it's because I'm suddenly feeling really bouncy when I thought I was whacked. "I can't believe how at home you look." He shrugs and shuffles the stack of flyers he's picked up. "I'm that kind of guy. Easy wherever I am." He's biting back his smile. "Or it could be because I'm wearing the team uniform." "Excuse me?" Obviously, apart from Jess with her linen trousers and Gucci loafers, we don't have one. He gives me a nudge. "Pure coincidence. Have you noticed how similar our denim is?" His smile widens. "And please note, I'm wearing a shirt today." I'm pursing my lips so this banter stops there. "And moving on, how about we take a look at Clemmy's afternoon tea? I'm told the dainty sandwiches are spectacular." He nods. "They absolutely are." "You tried them already?" "Yes." He takes in my surprise. "I was waiting a while, and before you ask the question, the answer's yes, yes, and yes again." I'm frowning. "Yes, what?" His eyebrows rise. "Yes, that's what we'll have for our wedding." We have to keep this straight. "You mean Pixie's wedding?" When he smiles this much, the dimples slice up his cheeks. "Isn't it the same thing?" I'm aware there's something more important to root out here. "What will you have?" He smiles. "The afternoon tea, and Poppy's cake with petals sticking to it." He wafts his hand towards the country garden blooms in bottles on Clemmy's tables. "And flowers like those ones." I'm opening and closing my mouth. "Just like that? You decide 3 things all at once?" He's looking pleased with himself. "I'm not deliberately awkward. I just hadn't seen anything right for Pixie before." He's raising a finger. "And the woman from the deck gallery in St. Aidan." I'm narrowing my eyes. "You mean Plum?" He nods. "That's the one. We'll have her sea glass key fobs, and invitations with the shells painted on. And Rory's personalised Mr. and Mrs. Beer." I'm picking my jaw up off the floor. So, 20 minutes browsing and you're almost done?
Hell no, Miller.
He's looking at me like I'm the amateur here.
There's some serious tasting to do on that last one. You have no idea how many beers there are to choose from, and I'm no closer to deciding on the cocktails.
But great progress otherwise. As Clemmy passes with a plate of mini cream-filled meringues, I take one and pop it in my mouth. Then as I crunch and the powdery sweetness explodes onto my tongue, I let out a soft moan of pleasure. Again, Nick stares at me like I've gone mad.
You saw the thickness of that wedding file. We're barely scratching the surface. There's still all the clothes to do.
I'm mentally comparing his laid-back country choices today with his weakness for slash-to-the-waist dresses at Callie's wedding. I may need a word with the bride about the dress. His eyebrows shoot up.
You think?
It's obvious he doesn't. The dress can make or break a bride's day, so it's important Pixie feels amazing and relaxed. It could be a big part of the budget too. Not that he ever mentions that, but with the extra considerations of her wheelchair combined with her reluctance, we might struggle to get this right. If I have a chat with her, I promise not to give any of the other secrets away.
Great, we'll sort you some FaceTime.
He's staring off into the distance.
In the meantime, what the hell is that huge red thing over there?
I peer at where he's looking, but fail to see over the heads of the crowd. Please tell me it's not a fire engine. He coughs.
It's way bigger than that. More like the Starship Enterprise on wheels. It's possibly a pushchair being steered by a woman with full F-off 4x4 driver attitude, who embodies the whole resting bitch face thing.
My wail is for women everywhere. You shouldn't say that about anyone. He shrugs.
I'm sorry, but you didn't see the dead eye she gave me. She's gone now, but from the way she was mowing people down, I hope you're insured for third-party injuries.
I'm turning to go and check for myself when Clemmy comes over, a plate in each hand. She smiles.
I promised Nick a taster, but he wanted to wait for you, Miller.
I'm hesitating. Is it okay if I take it to eat on the run? Nick's tilting his head on one side as he stares at me.
I bet you haven't stopped since breakfast.
Breakfast? There was no time for that. But I have been grazing. Nick's hand is behind my back.
5 minutes. I promise the world will keep on turning, the fair will keep on buzzing, and then you can go back to work.
As we leave the crowds behind and reach the far end of the garden by the pond, Nick's looking at the ground.
Shall we sit down?
Absolutely not, or I'll never get up again. Let's stand and watch the fish. I know that standing like this, I've got my back to the action, but Nick's right about stopping. It's blissful. I turn my attention to my plate. Aren't the teensy jam tarts adorable? Nick's holding up a small goat's cheese and tomato flan.
Mini quiches and pizzas, brioches with ham and cheese, and then scones and muffins too. It's all delicious.
I'm on my third meringue. Even as I say it, I know I'm mumbling through my mouthful. Nick's licking his fingers beside me.
Careful not to drop crumbs in the water. The fish eat sausage rolls.
I've no need to grin as widely as I am. Why do you always ask me the hard questions? I'm hoovering the last sugar crumbs off the meringue paper when there's a jab in my back, then a squawk.
It is you, Miller, isn't it? No one else would be out with a skirt that creased.
My heart stops. There's only one person I know who'd say that.
And why the hell aren't you answering your phone?
And that's the giveaway. I have zero idea what the hell she's doing here when she's on her baby-popping sabbatical, but the pointy suede court shoe I'm looking down on matches her, as well as the parrot shriek. My stomach has dropped faster than a 5-ton weight, but as I turn, I know exactly who I'm going to see. Phoebe! I'm less ready to be rammed in the shins with a pram so humongous it looks like it's built for giants, but I peer in anyway. And this must be Hunter! The child I'm staring at is in full rugby kit, giving furious kicks with his Nike trainers, and his beady eyes are a lot like Phoebe's when she's intent on snaffling the last chocolate bicky for herself. To my untrained eye, he looks closer to teenager size than the teensy bundle I'd imagined cradling, which just proves how little I know. If I tried to cuddle this one, he'd most likely smother me. The big surprise for me is that I'm staring hard at a little human and my tummy isn't squishing even a tiny bit. And the pangs of jealousy I'd expected to find belting me in the chest aren't there at all. As I take in large ears and a lolling mouth that's a lot like Ben's when he's come off the spare bedroom treadmill, and a nose pointing at exactly the same angle as Phoebe's, it's like that game where you make faces out of strips. I can't say he's cute at all. I know I have issues with Hunter's mum and dad, but he's only a baby. He can't help his parents. I give him a little wave, and when he doesn't wave back, I try for an ice-breaking, age-appropriate greeting instead. Great intergalactic transport you've got there, Hunter. I'm Auntie Miller. I turn back to Phoebe. How did he get so big? The fact that Phoebe towers above me as she looks through the curtains of her Kate Middleton hair could be a clue to the size. She's simpering.
Hunter's a 95th percentile child. He's off the top of every graph in the baby handbook.
This is Phoebe. Of course he has to be bigger and better than anyone else's baby. As she shakes back her hair again, her chin juts and her eyes go all flinty.
By the way, baby name etiquette changes faster than the top 100 names. First to the labour ward gets first dibs now. Not that I'd expect you to know that, being so far away from childbirth. In any case, they were my Wellingtons, you know.
That name's dropped off my list anyway. Since I've seen the baby, it's put me off big time. Nick's turned with me, and he gives me a nudge. None of us are ever more than 9 months away from a baby. 9 is right, isn't it, Miller? Phoebe's spluttering.
Who the hell is this?
Nick grins at me. Nick Trendle, happy to meet you. I'm Miller's fiancé. I'm watching Phoebe's jaw drop, so I rush in to put her right. He's joking, obviously. Phoebe's face recomposes.
He'd have to be.
Nick's voice is gravelly and full of laughter. She didn't say that when I asked her. Phoebe's looking from Nick to me and back again.
But she can't be engaged. She's barely been here 5 minutes.
Nick gives one of his famous shrugs. When Cupid's arrow hits, you can't fight it, especially when you're as smitten as Miller and I are. He's going to fall flat on his face any minute, and it won't be so funny when he does, but he's still not stopping. Working as closely together as we do, we were bound to be on fast forward. But when you're as certain as we are, why wait? I can't believe how much he's going for this. He did seem to have taken an irrationally large dislike to Phoebe before he even met her, but even so. When Phoebe's left eyebrow shoots up, she doesn't look funny like Poppy does. She's just plain scary.
So, where's the ring?
Nick turns to me with a frown. Well, that's a good question. Why aren't you wearing your ring today, Miller Vanilla? I'm about to fall flat on my face, but I can't resist playing along. You know me and early mornings. I left it in the bathroom. Nick's staring me straight in the eye.
I'm sorry, that's going to cost you a kiss.
He has to be kidding. And crazy. I'm so panicked the only voice I find is my squeaky hedgehog impression. With so many people around? Knowing Phoebe's feelings on PDA, she'd be appalled. Nick's laugh is low and husky.
Don't worry, our audience will be way smaller than the one we kissed in front of at the Valentine's fireworks display. Anyway, aren't wedding fairs all about the romance?
His grin spreads wider.
We're hardly likely to get thrown out when you're the one in charge here.
With each of Nick's statements, Phoebe's face is pinching tighter. My mistake is, I'm so busy watching the size of her final grimace that I take my eyes off Nick. So by the time I realise what's happening, he's already spun to face me, taken away my plate and balanced it on the little wall behind me. As his arms slide around my back and his mouth dips towards me, I'm opening mine to protest. But before the words come out, his lips are melting into mine. And that's the funny thing. It's not jerky and awkward like it's only our second ever time. It's as smooth and natural and delicious as if we did it 100 times a day. As my hips slide against his, the fit is perfect enough to leave me in no doubt how much he's enjoying this, and to confirm that the size of what he's waved in front of me quite a few times already is totally genuine. As every bit of breath leaves my body, I sag against him. The only thing that saves my collapsing knees is his arms tightening around me. And who knows how, but my hands already behind his head, pulling him in further, my fingers entwined in his hair. Then there's the heat of his body and his whole dark velvet cocoa taste making me bury myself deeper. And the thump of my heart, the rush in my ears as loud as the tide crashing up the beach on a stormy day, and the warm rainbow shivers flowing all the way from my scalp to my toes. When we finally break apart, I'm blinking away the X-rated images and pressing my hand to my mouth to hide the fact that any all-day gloss I had left from this morning is probably smeared all over my face now. Then, as I catch Nick's eye to warn him that the bad boy behaviour has to stop here, I spot a smear of toffee-coloured gloss on his upper lip. I know I intended to stay away from him for the rest of time, but the only thing for it is to dive across with my hanky to wipe it off. And then I lean in for one last brush of his lips, simply because I can't resist it. As I leap away again, I grin at Phoebe. It's not like I can hide what just happened, so the next best thing is to come out and own it. As you can see, they're quite good kisses in Cornwall. She snorts.
Well, I've just spent 3 months tied to a newborn. There's no need to ask what you've been up to when you should have been holding the business together. And I know your geography's abysmal, but even you should know this is Devon.
Nick jumps in.
Milla's been working her butt off for your company, and over the past 3 months I couldn't have asked for a more perfect navigator.
Thinking of the day I ended up driving into a field, we both know that's not true. Phoebe sniffs.
You really must be blinded by love if you think that, Nicholas.
Nick holds up a finger.
If you insist on being formal, it's Nicholson.
His lips are twisting as he holds back his smile.
I also answer to Captain Kirk.
I flash him another look, this time to properly say shut the F up. And moving this on, how great that you've brought Ben too. As he's doing his best to hide behind Phoebe and the pram, it's especially pleasurable to give him a name check and watch him squirm. I'm also wondering how I ever actually looked at that blonde stubble mixed with a touch of shaving rash every day for all those years, without realising dark beards are so much sexier. Phoebe's purring like a cat who got a strawberry sponge cake as well as the cream.
This is a family outing. We have them all the time.
She stretches out the fingers on her left hand and lets her huge engagement diamond catch the sunlight.
We're paring down the shortlist for our wedding day. My own Brides Go West wedding fair at the most talked about new venue in the area was enough to tempt me away from the nursery, and it's certainly paid off. We'll be making a booking before we go.
The strangled choke coming from behind the pram has to be Ben. I've heard it too many times at too many venues not to recognise those first throes of an oncoming panic attack. And do you know what? All I feel is a rush of sheer relief that this time around I'm not the one trying to make him sign I do on the deposit check. I'm still smiling at Nick. Well, good luck with that one, Phoebe. As for her, it's a stunning venue, but other than it being bang on trend, it's not what she goes for at all. She's much more of a wall-to-wall, marble with hot and cold running doorman kind of person than a cart shed and cow parsley girl.
Which brings me round to the next topic.
Phoebe's pulling herself up to her full height, which is approximately 7 feet 10.
What the hell are you wearing, Miller?
Before you start, it's not from Primark. If I tell her it came from St. Aidan Cat Protection, she may just expire on the spot. Her eyes are flashing.
Truly, I've seen wrung-out dishcloths with more quality. You're completely letting our corporate side down. How have you gone so far downhill so fast? Toenails on show too. That's a complete betrayal of our brand.
With every word, I'm shrivelling in front of her. By the end, I'm feeling slightly less significant than a worm. Then, in the distance, in the space beyond her elbow, I spot Poppy and Immy powering across the lawn. Nick's grinning at me from the side. And suddenly I remember that I'm not on my own here. And I'm not the same meek, do-as-I'm-told person that Phoebe used to batter down and boss around. Surrounded by good, loyal, supportive friends who do anything to fight my corner, I'm strong. More than that, I feel loved. And the love of my friends isn't just wrapping me up and protecting me, it's making me powerful too. And more important still, I don't have to take Phoebe's taunts. In the last 3 months, I've learnt it's okay to stand up for myself. One look at Immy, as wide as she's tall, pumping the air with her hands, her short legs stomping, and my courage gets a reboot. Instead of diving for cover under the nearest rhubarb leaf, I'm re-inflating. And with no apparent input from me, I'm answering back, in Phoebe speak too. Our customer base has a very different vibe here, Phoebe. It's more about the wind off the sea and the salt in our hair than ladies who lunch at other people's expense. I have no idea where the hell that came from, but for the first time in my life I've thought on my feet, and you've no idea how good that feels. Phoebe's snort explodes from her nose.
I don't give a damn if you've got sand blowing out of your ears, Miller. You look like the old woman who crawled out of the sea.
Nick's opening his mouth, but I'm too quick for him. Forget what I'm wearing, Phoebe. At least I'm not trying to make myself look better than I am by undermining people. And unlike you, I try not to be mean or to bully people. And I won't be letting you do that to me anymore. Phoebe's never one to back off, and now she's shouting so hard she's spraying us with spit too.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Miller. But what the hell's with Brides Go Wild when it should be Brides Go West?
Nick's grinning at me. See, I told you your new signage would get a reaction, Milli Vanilli. As Phoebe turns to Nick, she looks like she's about to eat his head.
For the last time, stop calling Miller those ridiculous names.
I'm looking at her through narrowed eyes. If there's so much to criticise here, why not buy me out of Brides Go West and get the hell back to Bristol? I can't actually believe I just said that, but now that I have, I feel so much better. And glancing down at the grass as I get my breath back, I'm handed another gift. Is that mud on your Manolos? Phoebe's hands are on her minuscule hips.
I don't know where you got this attitude from, Miller, but it's completely unacceptable.
Poppy's eyes are bright and her hands are clenched.
Go on, Millsy Vanilsy, tell her where to get off.
I pull myself up to my full height, and for the first time in my life, I'm almost on a level with her. Brilliant doesn't begin to cover it, and better still, I know exactly what I'm going to say. Let's revisit this at a time and place that's more appropriate. And as you're spoiling things for the other guests, not to mention the brand, I suggest you either stop your shouting or leave. There's a hush in the huddle by the pushchair. Phoebe's mouth wrinkles under her pointy nose, but she stays silent. In my head, I'm already punching the air for making her shut the F up, for saving a situation which was careering off the edge of a cliff, but most of all, for stopping her in her tracks when she was hell-bent on ruining this wonderful wedding fair with a scene. I've told her where to go, and I still have my dignity. I'm already anticipating Immy's thump on the back, Poppy's hug, Nick's high five, Clemmy's excited hand clapping. But then the film reel in my head stops. As I tumble back to reality, Phoebe takes a big step towards me. Her lippies flawless. Her nails are beautifully shaped and painted russet brown. Her dress and her stomach are as flat as the board it was ironed on. And I can see she thinks every single thing about her is better than me. But for some reason, I'm not intimidated anymore. And I really wouldn't want to be like that anyway. I feel liberated. I've still got this. All I have to do is take 2 steps away so I can see her better. And this time, I'll be so quietly fierce that she won't dare come back for more. But as I take my giant strides sideways, the lull is broken by a strange gurgling rumble. I catch Nick's eye. What the hell is that? Not being alarmist, but it sounds major enough to wreck a wedding fair. His eyes narrow. Drains being unblocked? A farmer pumping slurry? There's another muffled explosion and his puzzled frown deepens. An elephant that's overdosed on laxatives? Behind the pushchair, Poppy's holding her nose and Immy hoots. I know that noise blindfolded at 100 yards. That's a nappy being filled. We all turn to look at Hunter, his popping cheeks as red as his chariot. Phoebe lets out a squeal.
Hunter's done poopies, Ben.
Her voice rises to a shriek.
Poop, Ben, I said poop! This one's yours.
Ben takes a leap backwards down the lawn. Oh, I don't think so.
It totally is.
Phoebe grits her teeth and shoves the pushchair at him. Somehow, the force that hits him is so strong, it accelerates his backwards leap. His arms are spread-eagled as he flies over the grass, straight over the little wall, and he drops like a stone and flops straight down into the pond. He hits the lily pads, and the pond surface with such force that the water flies up into the air, splats Phoebe, and soaks her from neck to calf. As Ben groans and disappears under the lily pads, Phoebe stiffens and shoots bolt upright as the slick of pondweed slimes her cream linen dress. She lets out a shriek and staggers forwards, holding out her arm to Ben. But instead of hauling Ben out, she faceplants in there beside him. There seem to be a lot more arms and legs in the water than just Ben and Phoebe's, and they're lashing out in all directions. Not that I'm mean or have ever been looking for payback, but standing there watching them flailing together in the murky water, knowing how much they'll both hate it, it finally feels like I found some kind of closure. I can see Nick's enjoying it as much as I am, but eventually he steps forward. As he starts to haul them out, Phoebe's shaking her head so violently the drops are flying off her like diamonds in the late afternoon sunlight. Nick steps back.
"Is there a problem, Phoebe?"
Then he laughs and reaches for the high neckline of her dress. When he stands back, he's holding up a goldfish and grinning straight at me.
"Definitely better back in the water than down a customer's top. Starfleet captain to the rescue. Call again any time, Thisbe."
By the time Ben and Phoebe are side by side and dripping like waterfalls, I'm back in organizer mode. "Can I get you some dry clothes? Or some elderflower cordial?" Phoebe's squeezing out the dripping rat tails of her hair.
"Don't you think you've done enough damage for one day, Miller? We'll leave you to your sex-crazed fiancé. See you when you get back home to Bristol."
On the upside, the reek of pond algae is totally overpowering every bit of Nick's heady scent as he comes to put his arm around me. There's an unconscious jarring in my head when I hear the words home and Bristol. And in a way, Phoebe's right. Guests in the pond is another spectacular catastrophe to add to my list. But this is one I'm extraordinarily happy to live with. In a wouldn't have missed it for the world kind of way. Ben's shout brings me back to earth.
"Hurry up, Phoebe! We don't want to get any more contaminated!"
He's already by the doors. If it wasn't for Hunter and the Starship Enterprise pram, I suspect he'd have vaulted the wall in his rush to get them all out to the car park. I'm calling after Phoebe as she struts. "Whatever! We're definitely waiting until we're married to have sex, but he's the whole package, and he owns a shipping line." Not that I care, but Phoebe will. Nick coughs.
"It's more of a navigation agency, remember?"
As she gouges a new trail of heel marks across the lawn, I'm shouting after her. "And he's spending humongous amounts on the wedding too!" I haven't claimed it as mine, so it isn't a lie. I'm still going, cupping my hands as she reaches the building. "This is the bit where you say you hope we'll be very happy." As I turn back, Imi's standing, hands on her hips and beaming.
"I've waited my whole life to see you stand up for yourself. Good job, Mills."
Poppy's laughing at me. "Yay to that! You certainly gave her plenty to think about there." I'm feeling slightly guilty now. I didn't mean them to fall in the pond, and I hope it hasn't wrecked the wedding fair. Imi delivers the thump to my back I was waiting for. "But I'm damn pleased they did," she's chortling to herself. "You should have seen her face when she toppled. I can't think of anyone I'd rather see get a soaking." Poppy's smiling. "I've got a feeling all the people Phoebe rammed on her way out here will be very happy too." Nick's giving me a nudge from the other side.
"Not that I'm trying to get you naked yet again, Miller, but you seem to be pretty wet too. I've got towels in the car and some spare jeans and t-shirts. You're welcome to borrow them."
I'm running through the alternatives in my head. It's either that or a visit to the bridesmaids' rail. I send Poppy a wink. Thinking about last time I raided the bridesmaids' beach hut for Valentine's Day sequins, I'll maybe take you up on the t-shirt, Nick. Nick's face brightens.
The little pink mini dress. That was another bridesmaid's dress I liked. We might want to note that in the file.
Then he shakes his head and blinks.
Sorry, I'll go and get the towels.
I look beyond Poppy and Immy, who both look like they're about to pop with laughter. Thanks, Nick. Great plan. Nick's halfway across the grass when he turns and grins at me over his shoulder.
This might be the part where you tell me you love me, Miller.
In your dreams, Captain Kirk. I wave my middle finger at him. Then I remember how he's helped me wipe the floor with Phoebe. Okay, I give in. I totally do. I turn to Poppy and Immy and give them my sternest stare. And you two, it's a towel, nothing more. And then, very firmly, I tell myself the same. But there's another thing too. My mum was a strong, independent single parent. After an upbringing like that, the last person I turn to in trouble is a man. So letting Nick help me fight my battles really isn't my style. But just this once, I have to secretly admit how great it was to have a prince on a charger on my team. So long as I don't let it happen too often. Chapter 29. Tuesday. Jaggers Bar, St. Aidan. Sand between the toes and bottomless lemonade.
Your wedding fares do work, don't they?
This is Nick, musing as we sit on the beachside terrace at Jaggers Bar, where we're sipping our cocktails, nibbling our on-trend snacks, and watching a tangerine sun slide down towards a glistening turquoise and silver sea. I wrinkle my nose. I'd be out of business if they didn't. Then I laugh, because I have to be honest. We'd be in trouble for Pixie's wedding if you hadn't found so much to like at the potting shed. As we're finally ticking off the outstanding choices, I'm determined to make the most of Nick's decisive mood. Originally, we'd planned an evening meet-up over pancakes on Snow Goose, to fit in with when Pixie was free for a call. But as Jaggers were doing Gins Up Tuesday, we switched to here, hoping Nick might have another light bulb moment and decide about drinks. As for Jaggers, the downsides are the teenage clientele, the migraine-inducing red and purple perspex tables and chairs, and the giant signs announcing 2-for-1 sex on the beach happy hour. So long as you can live with those, the cocktails and the sea views from the deck are excellent. So what's Pixie like? He sends me a wink.
Fun, lively, nervous about the wedding. A lot like me, I suppose.
What, stubborn and impossible? I laugh as I think of him as my original nightmare client. When he's properly relaxed, there are crinkles at the corner of his eyes when he smiles, and despite the stress of putting a wedding together, I'm seeing them more and more often. His grin widens.
Not anymore. These days I'm very easy to please.
And he's right again, but this time I really don't mind, because after 3 months of progressing more slowly than a sea snail, we're finally storming ahead in every area. Even the theme's sorted. Nick's still in denial about having one, but for everyone else, it's Seashore Castle Rainbow Garden. I peer in at the herb sprigs in my rosemary and grapefruit comet and pick up my jar. Cheers then, Nicholson. Here's to lots more decisions and a lovely wedding. We've each been taking a different choice of cocktail to get through the maximum number on the board. Nick lifts his cockle shell gimlet.
Back at you, Ms. Vanilla. They sell these in pitchers as well as glasses, if you'd like to go large. Having met Ben, I reckon he'd drive most normal people to hit the bottle.
His smile fades.
Not judging, but how did an amazing woman like you end up with him, Miller? Unless you've been hiding a frantic hand-washing obsession from me, You two can't have had much in common.
Obviously, I'm glossing over the compliments, but I'm so surprised by his directness that instead of telling him to butt out, I'm replying. I met Ben after I went to Bristol when my mum died. We packed up the rented cottage where we'd lived our whole lives, and I went there to be near my brothers. His fingers are closing around mine.
It must have been awful.
I stare into the distance to where the shimmer of the water smudges into the sky. At first, I went out all night, every night, to take away the pain. By the time I got together with Ben, I was partied out, but I still felt as if I was drifting without an anchor. I'm blinking. You'd have had to see our cottage to understand how secure and enveloping it was, thrumming to the soundtrack of Mum's greatest hits collections, with all her vibrant colours. And despite the chaos, there'd always be her latest hot pot concoction bubbling on the stove, her jam tarts steaming from the oven. There's such warmth in his eyes as he looks at me.
I can almost smell the pastry from here.
I'm so grateful, because him buying into this makes me feel less like it's lost forever. And of everyone I've ever met, Nick's the one person I've found who makes me feel comfortable talking about Mum, because he seems so interested and in tune with what he hears. She made Bakewell tarts to die for. That hot raspberry jam and sticky sponge. I wish you could have tasted it. His enthusiasm is so real.
Me too. I'm gutted that I missed meeting her.
And so am I, even though I have no idea why. She'll have loved anyone who'll dance to John Bon Jovi. I drag in a breath. We had this wonderful feeling of family and belonging. Her being ill and us being homebound made that stronger still. It took years to come to terms with the shock of losing her. But once I did, I was desperate to recreate that home all over again for myself. Nick shakes his head.
Be honest, it was never going to work out with Contagion, man, was it?
I watch the foamy wiggle of the tide rushing up the sand and pulling back in again, and decide I'm not hiding it from him. We got engaged before we really knew each other. We even bought a flat, but in 5 whole years of looking, he'd never settle on a wedding venue. When I used to tell people, it came out as a pathetic wail. This time it feels more like I'm claiming my badge of honour for coming out the other side. That's going to be my claim to comic fame forever. Nick's wrinkling his nose.
Oh, Miller Vanilla, that explains why you're such an expert on venues.
His eyes narrow.
But then think what a life of hell he saved you from, by not getting married.
And he has got a point. On the upside, Phoebe's got all that to look forward to. This has to be the first time I've laughed about it. He blows his cheeks out.
What I can't work out is how you got involved with a taker like her in the first place.
She was my boss when we worked at Costa. Nick shakes his head.
I bet she made the most of making you feel small there, too.
I can't believe how right he is. I had a bit of money my mum had left me, and my camper van, and I suppose she picked up on that and became a bit of a limpet bestie. I'm under no illusions now that if she hadn't accidentally found out about my cash by peering over my shoulder when I was checking my bank balance at the cash machine, she wouldn't have noticed I existed. I shrug, because I have to face facts here. Since I've been doing Brides Go West on my own, I've got a whole new respect for what she did as a front person. I mean, I've worked my bum off and I still haven't had a trouble-free fare. It's damned hard making everyone do what you want and keeping everyone happy. When she wafted about making it look effortless, she must have been nailing it. Nick's staring at me.
But you're so much better at it than she could ever be. People know the difference. You genuinely care. She doesn't even bother to fake it.
I have to laugh. Maybe you're just blinded by your dislike of Phoebe. If I hadn't had my assets, she'd have been best friends with someone else. But it's fine. It really hit home when Phoebe turned up at the fair. I'm back with people who love and look out for me. It's time to let go of the bad stuff and move forwards. I can't hold back my smile. Seeing Ben and Phoebe floundering in the pond water at the wedding fair, they didn't feel like part of my life at all. And as I watched them walking away with Hunter's pram, I didn't feel anything. I wasn't even jealous. I just had a huge sense of relief that I don't have to deal with them anymore. They're welcome to each other, their life, and their giant baby. It's as though these last few months have truly set me free.
Being ready to let go of the past is a huge achievement. Believe me, I know. You can't get on with your life until you have.
His sigh is heartfelt, and when he gazes out to sea, his eyes are far away, and the silence he drifts into isn't the sort I'd intrude on. Which leaves me back in my own head, remembering what Poppy said about me moving on that first night in St. Aidan. I'm probably still light years away from that, but just to try it out, I take a sideways glance at Nick. I know the wedding fair kiss with Nick was pretty full on, and I completely accept he never intends to get tied down. But if Nick were the one I moved on with, how awkward would it feel bumping into him down at the quayside if the last time he saw me I'd been naked and groaning in his bed? It's a million times worse than him knowing I wear pants with kitten prints on. But looking at him now, it's hard to imagine ever finding someone who smells as nice and looks as nice and makes my tummy flip or my blood rush like he does. But while he's so obviously thinking about something else, I might as well just mentally run it past myself, just to try out how far I've come. Very quickly, in my head, I let him murmur the words,
"Miller, if you'd like someone to bonk your brains out for one time only, just say the word."
And my imaginary self is unexpectedly opening her mouth, about to say, "Hell yes, thanks so much, that would be lovely." But before I can tell myself off for being so outrageous, shocking, and out of touch with reality, not to mention unprofessional, there's a vibration. Nick shakes away his daze, pushes his hand into the pocket of his denim jacket, and eyeballs me as he pulls out his phone.
"Here we go, and finally, it's Pixie."
I close my mouth and force it into a really bright smile and make myself concentrate.
"Hey up, Pix. How's it going? Miller's here. She can't wait to say hello."
As I watch her face on Nick's phone screen, there's a moment when she's just like her picture. Then she moves, and immediately she's a living, breathing, talking, feeling person with a real personality and an unlimited number of dimensions. "Hi, Miller." She does a little finger wiggle to the camera, then does a 360 swivel on her wheels, throws back her nut brown waves, screws her face up, and groans. It's all happening so fast, and I've no idea how I'm going to get through a whole day when all the focus is on me. I'm really not a limelight person. I'm much more of a team player. In 2 seconds flat, she wipes out 3 months of preconceptions and becomes a strong, determined woman who has the same dark grey eyes as Nick and who is having a minor wobble. As for her whirling around the floor, there's very little to tell that she's in a wheelchair and not an everyday executive office one. I don't stop to think I might be going through exactly the same as her. Don't worry, Pixie, most brides feel exactly the same as you. She puts her hands over her ears. Go easy with the wedding jargon. Every time I hear the B word, my tummy drops through the floor. Nick's rolling his eyes. Stop being such a drama queen. He turns to me. Hang on in there. We might get some sense in a bit. And Nick's changing in front of me too, getting new layers. Because here he is, kidding around with Pixie. And where before we've just assumed he must really love his sister because of the lengths he's going to, now I'm watching the reality. How he is with his family isn't something he can put on or pretend. Right in front of me, there's the living proof of what a kind, deep, caring, genuine, funny, loving, tender guy he is. Pixie wrinkles her nose. So long as you don't tell me anything in advance, I reckon I'll be able to turn up on the day. When her face breaks into a grin, she has the same dimples as Nick. I bet he's driven you crazy with his prevaricating Miller. Don't take any shit and watch him like a hawk. Given half a chance, he'll sail off into the sunset and leave us without a best man. Nick lets out a shout of protest. I gave you my word that I'll be in St. Aidan until your big day is over. He turns to me. And in case you're worried about your parking permit, that's safe too. Snow Goose will be here well into next year. It's one small sentence, but the ripples from it set my mind racing. It isn't until my body suddenly relaxes that I realise I've been worried about the time when Nick will sail out of the harbour for good. It's inevitable there will come a time when there's a gap on the dock where the hull is, and an empty space in the sky where Snow Goose's mast and rigging should be. How it's totally crazy that I'm really hoping it will be later rather than sooner. As I pull my eyes back to Pixie, I can't help laughing at how well she's summed Nick up. After 4 months racing around the whole of Cornwall, I reckon I'm getting the measure of him. Despite the time lag, I can tell her eyes are twinkling. It's lucky he likes you so much, or we might have lost him already. She laughs. You're even prettier than I gathered. Nick lets out a cry of protest. Shit, Pixie, why not spill all my secrets? Even though I love the way she's winding him up, I'm hurrying this on before it turns into a full-blown family Barney. Nick may have said, it doesn't sound like he's been holding back on the information exchange. I thought a quick chat about the dress might be useful before he goes shopping. Pixie's shaking her head. He hasn't told you, has he? I'm avoiding the obvious clichés. A friend is lending me a navy satin dress she wore for her prom. I'm stifling my surprise for so many reasons. That it's sorted at all when I'd expected it to be outstanding, but most of all the colour. Brill, that covers your borrowed and your blue then. She pulls a face. It's a lovely dark indigo, perfect for me to blend into the background. I'm letting out a silent phew that it fits with the Seashore Castle Rainbow Garden plans. And are you having, I'm finding a way to say bridesmaids that won't put the wind up this very uncertain bride. Close girlfriends in coordinated outfits? Her face splits into a smile. I seriously doubt it. Ordering them around the basketball court is one thing. Telling them what to wear is something else entirely. Lucky for me we've got the word rainbow in the theme then. So you won't need to come to the shop then? Which shop is that? I think how best to put it. It's near the beach. It sells clothes and, other items for people in your position. Pixie sounds intrigued. What? Wheelchair users? Or sailors? Nick lets out a sigh. No, numbskull. Miller's talking about brides by the sea. It's a wedding shop for people getting married. Obviously not anywhere you'll be visiting anytime soon. Pixie's enjoying his frustration. Oh, right. So what does that sell then? Nick looks at me. She's a total wedding virgin. She knows even less than I did when I started. Pixie gives him an indulgent smile. Listen to you! How hilarious is my big brother, the wedding expert? I bite back my smile at the double act and give her a short version. The shop has wedding dresses, obviously, but you don't need them. Bridesmaid stuff, you don't need that. Nick sorted the styling, and I take it the guys have chosen their suits. Flowers are already sorted. Pixie stiffens. Flowers? Where the hell are they for? Nick sighs. No need to flip out. They're mostly for the tables and the windowsills. Pixie's eyes are like saucers. We're having tables. Nick's lips are twisting. To rest your drinks on? That's okay, isn't it? Pixie laughs nervously. Yeah, I suppose. Nick pulls a face at me. You have no idea how hard she's making this. I'm aiming to say the least possible and get the hell off the phone before I make it any worse. Other than that, probably just hair slides. Oh, and shoes. Shoes? She's leaning into the screen. What kind of shoes? The usual. I'm thinking of the glass cabinet in the White Room, with ankle straps, labels, sparkly bits, and wellies for meadows. That just about covers it. Labels? In St. Aidan? Which labels? She's suddenly concentrating. Don't stop. I'm reeling them off. Rachel Simpson, Manolo thingy, Alexander McQueen, Gucci, Louboutin, Dior, Jimmy, what's it? Pixie's face is so close to the screen she's practically bursting out of Nick's phone. You have Jimmy Choos. Nick's laughing. Well done for finding Pixie's Achilles heel, Miller. She must be the only sailor I know to have more cupboards full of shoes than ocean-going kit. How many pairs have you got now? She gives him a dead eye. I don't ask you how many boats you own or how many staff you have on your books. His whoop is gleeful. Enough to have taken over an entire spare room from Ewan. She sniffs. My legs don't work, but I still have feet. Shoes are essential. Great reasoning. I shrug. Not that you ever need an excuse for another pair. Exactly, Miller. Pixie wheels herself backwards and grins. Well, some of us have work to do. If that's everything, I'll let you two bunnies get on with your evening. Nick holds up his jam jar. We're doing a hard night of cocktail selecting. My heart bleeds for you. Pixie lets out a throaty laugh. Don't let him give you a hard time, Miller. He's very well trained. Find the right commands and he's like a lamb. Nick shouts. Stop shattering my manly image. Pixie's looking gleeful. Okay, make safe choices. See you soon. Oh, and that itinerary you're sorting, Nick, make that shop my first stop when I get off the plane. Okay, bye. I'm waving madly. Then the screen goes blank and I turn to Nick again. The name Pixie really suits her. He's blinking.
She's always been the same. A total handful, making it up as she goes along.
I can't help smiling. I can see she runs rings around you. He gives a hurt sniff.
And what the hell happened to sibling loyalty?
I suspect sisterly solidarity won out. Then it hits me what I've just said, because if he takes that the wrong way, me implying I could ever be her sister-in-law is like the biggest gaffe ever. I'm so mortified I'm colouring up under my freckly wind tan, and I've gone so sweaty my shirt is sticking to my spine. I'm blurting to cover my confusion. I can tell she's a woman without limits. Nick's face falls.
You didn't see her before. The world is a much smaller place for her since...
He tails off. Then he pushes his gimlet jar across the table and gets up.
I'm sorry, I can't do this now.
It's like a switch has flipped and I'm floundering to help, kicking myself for being so thoughtless. How about we get fish and chips? I'm thinking of the hole in my stomach where I skipped lunch because I was too busy writing copy. But mostly I'm thinking that it's comfort food for Nick. From the hunch of his back as I follow him towards the harbour, it's going to take a lot more than cod in batter to fix this. Chapter 30. Tuesday, a week later. The beach, St. Aidan. Broken dreams and free lunches. As the weeks go by and the sun climbs higher in the sky, there's only a month to go until the wedding. The fresh spring days are turning warmer, and St. Aidan's narrow winding streets are filling with visitors. On sunny weekends, the beach is thronged, and the car parks are so full it's only thanks to my beloved boat owner parking permit that I'm saved from hiking for miles from the van to the shop. We've got a few more wedding fairs under our belt now too. Sure, everyone throws up unexpected challenges, but I'm learning to run with the problems rather than letting them trip me up. Instead of falling flat on my face, I'm slowly picking up the art of winging it. I'm still coming down from yesterday's Bank Holiday Monday fair in a converted lifeboat station further to the north. The more I do, the more I find that instead of being wrung out by the worry, by the end I'm flying with the adrenaline of giving the exhibitors and the customers a wonderful time. At Brides by the Sea, as well as keeping on top of the details for Pixie's day, we've been working on other requests too. There's a couple from London who want to marry with just the two of them, ideally on a cliff top in August. It was only after I'd been emailing them for a few days that I realised I'd originally planned to have moved on by then. If there's a tiny whisper in my head telling me I'd hate to leave town while Snow Goose is bobbing up and down in the harbour, luckily there's always a more sensible shout ready to drown it out. As Jess said back in February, bespoke work comes in all shapes and sizes. Last week we had to drop everything and make a whole new 4-tier cake when some poor bride's dad didn't know the cake was in boxes in the car boot, opened it, and let a Labrador the size of a tank jump in on top of the lot. Once you listen to the stories, you'd be surprised how many wedding cakes come to grief somewhere between the cake maker's kitchen and the cake cutting table. In fact, the more I'm around the live side of weddings rather than the supply side, the more I'm appreciating that a wedding plan is the starting point, not the blueprint. That the world is full of random hitches that will force you to rethink. But the key thing to remember is, in the face of disaster, the world is also full of other amazing options, which let you carry on. Looking down from the Style File terrace at lunchtime today, I could see the beach was almost empty, so I've come out for a quick wander. I've brought Merwin along for company and a leg stretch. I admit that the miller who arrived in the winter avoided exercise like a hole in the head, but over the last few weeks I've found that after a morning at my laptop, a stomp along the beach and a blast of sea air helps to clear my brain. And I know that when I first looked down on the beach 4 months ago, the vast stretch of wintry ocean made me shudder. But now I find I'm hurrying down the alley shortcuts, skipping down the cobbled steps, anticipating the sense of release I get when I reach the sand that stretches around the bay as far as I can see. I'm looking forward to the frills of tide rushing towards me, hurrying to check how big the waves are, listening for the sound of them breaking on the shore before I see them. And then there's the colour of the sea, which constantly changes with the light as the clouds scud across the sky. I can leave the shop courtyard looking out over turquoise shimmer, yet if the sun goes behind a cloud, it can be iron grey by the time I arrive. It's funny to think that in all those years growing up, I never noticed a time the sea was ever pale blue with navy patches. Back then, I loved the beach because it meant days out and picnics, day-glow jelly shoes, and plastic buckets filled with treasures. It meant wonders like sea anemones in the rock pools and crabs washed up on the shoreline. But now it's as if the roar of the water and the wind snagging at my hair, the soaring seagulls and the red and blue fishing boats, the white and grey cottages stacked up on the hillside, are all a part of my being. It's as if by coming back as a proper adult, I've finally woken up to how much I always loved them, how much they belong to me, and I belong to them. And today I'm loving it all the more because when you're with Merwin, it's impossible not to have a good time. His latest obsession is his Donald Trump ragdoll, which he turned up with after a frantic dig in the sand dunes last week and won't let out of his sight. As he drops it at my feet for the 50th time, I shake off the sand and seaweed and fling it back into the shallows for him.
"Quick, Merwin! We don't want Donald to get washed out to sea."
I jump as I hear a laugh behind me. Not everyone would agree with that, Miller Vanilla. I'm sounding grumpy to cover up that my stomach just dropped so far down, it's probably in my new-to-me, super practical Converse trainers.
Do you enjoy creeping up on people?
Nick rubs the stubble on his chin. I haven't had much chance lately. Apart from our meetings, I've been busy in the office down the coast. I stare at him and wonder how he always manages to make me flustered and hot, even when there's a stiff breeze. It's even worse since I had that ridiculous moving on moment. I thought you drove boats. Sometimes there are loose ends on land that need tying up too. He smiles. I see you've finally got the hang of beach walking. I shrug. It's great for clearing my head. My life never felt quite so broken when I looked at it from the shoreline. And that aching, gaping hole in my chest that was here in February has gone now. You know, since I decided to let go of the past, I've actually had a final revelation. At one time, Nick would have been the last person I'd have shared it with, but lately he seems to understand so well, and this one's a biggie. If there are any ghosts left to lay, I'm always happy to listen. I blow out a breath because I feel so guilty. I've realised I wasn't actually ever in love with Ben. Out loud, it sounds even worse than it was in my head. I grabbed him because he was there and I needed a comfort blanket to help me through. It's funny to think that at the time I assumed finding someone house-trained and okay-looking was all that being suited as a couple was about. If I'd got out and about more as a teenager, I'd have had more kisses to compare. If I'd had a dizzy first love at 14, even an unrequited one, I'd have known to keep on looking. It's strange how one kiss through a van window changed my whole outlook on love and life. Once your eyes are open to the possibilities of super hot, lukewarm doesn't get a look in. With Ben, neither of us had been around enough to know any better. I'm staring out at the waves racing towards the shore in parallel lines. What I was in love with wasn't Ben. It was the home and the family Ben was going to let me have. It feels good to finally admit the truth. There's a natural thought that follows. That makes the breakup my fault just as much as his. If we'd been properly happy, he wouldn't have looked at Phoebe. Nick wrinkles his nose.
It's not about blame.
There's a flash of a grin.
From what I've seen, Ben and Frisbee are ideally suited. They're both super anal about things that don't matter. They both have inflated opinions of themselves. They both get immense pleasure from putting people down, and they're both great at ordering people around and taking advantage.
I can't help smile at how accurate he is, and that he hasn't held back. That's a very comprehensive list considering you've just come up with it. A flicker of guilt passes across his face.
I've been thinking about it quite a lot, too.
When Phoebe used to list the reasons why Ben was with her and not me, I could never see it. But I can now. I kick the sand. People say time heals, but I stood still for a whole year in Bristol, seeing them both every day. It's only since I moved away that I've worked my way around to the truth. There's another throw of the rag doll, then Nick blows out his cheeks.
You know, time's supposed to heal, but it hasn't helped me.
Sorry? This is the first time he's ever volunteered anything. I jolt to a halt so I can concentrate better. He's stopped walking and he's staring at the horizon.
Pixie's accident on the go-kart track.
His face is set.
Her spinal cord injury was entirely down to me because I booked the go-karts. I couldn't have chosen a worse way to celebrate my 35th.
Oh, shit. I'm feeling sick for him. And no wonder he closed up that day at Jagger's when I mentioned her life without limits. And you still feel that was your fault? He gives a grimace, and his voice is empty.
It's hardly anyone else's, is it?
And does Pixie think that? He shrugs.
You saw Pixie. She's fiercely independent. She takes ownership of everything, including this. But I'll always know that if it hadn't been for me, she'd be okay. I'm always going to carry that guilt.
His face is so sad. I want to wrap my arms around him and not let go. But wasn't it just an awful accident? He sighs.
Whatever you call it. She was 26. She had her whole amazing life ahead of her, and now she doesn't. She won't ever trek in the Himalayas, or run the mother's race at sports day, or walk down the aisle like every other woman does. And I won't ever forgive myself for that.
I'm swallowing back my saliva. But despite all that, she really is going to have the best wedding day.
I hope so.
He dips for a pebble and throws it into the water.
That's all down to you, Miller Vanilla. I'll never be able to thank you enough. And I've had such a good time with you these last few weeks putting it together.
I shrug. Happy we could help. I don't need to be a mind reader. I can sense from his hesitation there's a but coming. He throws another pebble.
That was okay somehow, because I was doing it for Pixie.
He frowns.
I'd never be comfortable enjoying things that much for myself, though. The only way I can live with my conscience going forward is by making sure I never get too happy.
Here we were, two broken people washed up on the same shore, except after weeks of hanging around with him and having the support of all my friends here, I'm almost mended, while he never will be. I'm staring up at the hollows in his cheeks, the darkness of his eyes, that tousled hair blowing, tangled with salt from the breeze off the sea, his beautiful tanned wrists sticking out from his rolled-up shirt sleeves, his strong hands, and I'm aching to grab those long, lean fingers, smother those scuffed knuckles in kisses. I want to wind my fingers through his hair, slide my hand up inside his shirt and pull him towards me, and not let go until I've pieced every bit of his very broken soul back together and made him whole again. However long it took would be worth it, because that's how much and how deeply I've come to care about him. I'm squinting into the sun, trying to work out where he's going with this. So what are you saying? He blows out his cheeks. Well, you sound like you're almost ready for your dogs on the hearthrug. He clears his throat. This is me explaining why I never will be. My heart is breaking for him. Because this is so big and awful you won't ever be able to let go. He nods. Exactly. If I ever thought there was the smallest chance I was falling in love, I'd have to walk away. I swallow hard. Great. Seeing as he's staying around until next year, it's obvious that me feeling like my heart's going out to him has to be one-sided. But wasn't that my unconscious brain's plan all the time? To fancy someone unavailable, to prove to myself that I still could. I just never counted on the fancying part getting so intense. I make a mammoth effort to move this on. So long as Pixie likes mini sandwiches and jam scones and cupcakes and castles, she's going to love what you've put together. My distraction has worked because he pulls a face at me. I still haven't found the right cocktails. I feel so inadequate on every level for totally failing to help him out of his emotional chasm, for being helpless to change anything to make life better for Pixie. So all I can do is check. Apart from the alchemy with the gin, is there anything else you'd like me to do for the wedding? I pick up the doll and let Merwin tug it as we start to walk along again. Nick throws his denim jacket over his shoulder. Actually, I've been thinking about Pixie's blue dress. I've been thinking about that too. It's a measure of how in tune he is that he's picked up on this. Indigo is unusual, but when a bride decides to break with tradition, it's helpful if her family respects that choice. I have to ask the biggie. How does your mum feel about it? She knows Pixie's headstrong. It's not so much her. I'm remembering how fabulous Callie looked when she came towards us down the aisle in her lovely white dress. I have to agree. She did look amazing. It feels so special that we both shared that moment. And not that I'm in any doubt, but it shows one more time how thoughtful and in tune with his emotions Nick is. And what a waste and a damned shame it would be for him to live a life where he closes them down. Nick nods. There was no doubt, and no half measures with Callie. She didn't look like she accidentally got lost on her way to a prom. Categorically, the only thing she was there for was to marry Nigel. He pulls a face. It's a shame for Ewan and Pixie to miss out on that, just because Pixie hates the idea of being the centre of attention. I thought maybe you could help. Me? My jaw's dropped so far it's practically on the sand. It depends on why she's gone for the blue. If it's always been her dream, it's completely different from her wanting to wear it so no one looks at her. When Pixie comes to the shop, maybe you could check that out. Persuade her to think about whether she'd rather be a proper bride. It's a once-in-a-lifetime moment. I'd hate her to throw it away. He's taking in my hesitation.
Jess did say you'd tackle any job.
I'm groaning inside simply because I already know he could be asking the impossible with this. Then I remember, he's not just a very good friend I've grown to rely on more and more. He's here for professional reasons, and he really needs my help with this. Leave it with me. I'm not holding out much hope, but I'll do my best. So long as I get her on my own for a casual glance at the shoes, maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to have a quiet word. He comes in and gives me a squeeze.
Did I ever tell you how much I love you, Miller?
No, but I told you that the day you pretended to be my fake fiancé and lent me a t-shirt. I force out a laugh, try to make it ironic. Not long now. He grins.
When it's over, I'm hoping I'll know so much you'll take me on as a wedding consultant.
I laugh. You'd have to get the right qualifications. Seeing as he was so generous to me earlier, I'm happy to return that. Truly, Captain Kirk, you have to take the prize for the biggest turnaround in the history of weddings. In the end, you've astonished me with your aptitude for the business.
Thanks for that. I have to say, I had the best teacher.
He sends me a wink.
I'd better get on. I'll leave you and Mo into your walk.
And I'm left with yet another impossible job, and a bruise on my leg where I've been kicking myself for even imagining he's looking at me. But most of all, I'm kicking myself for not holding on tightly enough to my heart. Me growing to like Nick so much? Of all my blunders so far, that has to be the worst. It's just a good thing no one will ever find out about it. And hopefully, once I don't have to see him every day, I'll have time to come to my senses. Chapter 31. Monday, 3 weeks later. The White Room at Brides by the Sea. Old and new. So it's between the diamante strappy and the suede with feathered tassels. It's 3 weeks later. The white painted wood plank floor of the White Room at Brides by the Sea is covered in open boxes, and Pixie is holding a shoe in each hand, frowning with the effort of deciding. Pixie was as good as her word. With 3 days to go to the wedding, we're her first call after touching down from Glasgow. And as Monday's a quiet day, I booked out the entire shop for the whole afternoon so the two of us could have a long, girly chat over the Jimmy Choos, totally undisturbed. Between us, that bit could have gone better.
Have another macaroon while you're mulling it over.
Poppy whooshes over with the biscuits, each topped with a butter-toasted almond. From the size of the platter and the 6 different pastel colours, it's no last-minute ambush. This one's backed by Poppy's usual flawless logistics and impeccable long-term strategic planning. Jess follows her with a tray of Hendrick's, ice, mini bottles of tonic and lemonade, and lime and lemon slices. And I'll top up everyone's G&Ts. There are leaf sprigs too, which is telling. If Jess reaches for the mint, it's a serious occasion. Sarah's sitting on the bottom step of the spiral staircase that leads up to the studio, filling with the holes in her threadbare denim shorts. As she pushes back her mass of streaky blonde curls, there's a dreamy look in her eye.
It's like me when I'm trying to decide between an exquisite tiny sequin or a seed pearl. Sometimes it's impossible.
I mean, Sarah. Sarah always hides in her studio, yet here she is, hanging out with a bride, which is a measure of how special Pixie is and how much everyone wants to chip in with this. This last week, I've talked to all of them individually, getting their take on how I might tackle this. And this is why I love it here. Because in St. Aidan generally, and in Brides by the Sea in particular, every difficulty is faced together. So me suggesting Pixie might change her mind about her dress has become everyone's challenge, not just mine. which is why they've all turned out in full force to support me now. As for how Pixie looks in real life, beautiful and amazing don't begin to cover it. She spun in here in her wheelchair, tossed back her nut brown waves, and lit up the room with her wide, warm smile, the sparkle in her dark brown eyes, and her energy. Not that I'm an expert, but her chair's not like any other wheelchair I've seen. This one has a tilt to the wheels, sparkly rims, apparently no sides, and a tiny Gucci backpack hanging off the back. And even though you'd expect her to get her fingers caught in the wheel spokes, her polished nails put mine to shame. Immy chomps on a macaroon and holds her tumbler out to Jess for a refill. When I'm at the bar trying to decide between rolling wave or half pipe, quite often I have to have a pint of each. I mean, Immy doesn't even work here, but she's been such a force willing the wedding plans along, and as she's in charge of the housekeeping team at the castle, there was no keeping her away. I'm hoping Pixie's not feeling overwhelmed with so much unexpected bustle. I'm sorry there's such a crowd of us, but everyone's been so committed to putting your day together. They all wanted to come and wish you luck. Jess is smiling, the beatific smile she saves for her proudest moments. Under normal circumstances, we'd have been working with you hand in hand all the way, not meeting you just before. Jess has carefully avoided the bridal words Pixie's so wary of, and at least people have arrived one by one to introduce themselves. Possibly because she's sitting in a sea of gorgeous stilettos, Pixie looks completely at ease as she smiles around the room. Even though Nick's kept the details a secret, he's told me how much you've all done. It's lovely to see you so I can thank you in person. She turns to me. As for you, Miller, you're a total star. If there's anything I can ever do for you in return, you'll have to let me know. I'm swallowing back the lump in my throat, fanning my face with my fingers like a teenager in an American high school movie. I manage to mumble, "Our pleasure. You're very welcome. Anytime." And then it hits me. Actually, yes? Pixie's smiling at her over the glint of the strappy sandals, gently stroking a feather with her finger. I'm hoping it's not too much to ask, but I'd love to feature you on my Brides Go Wild blog. Really? Pixie tilts her head. I'm rushing on while I can. One of the most popular blog features is 6 of the Best, where different, interesting women try on half a dozen dresses and give their reactions. Sometimes we focus on dresses for a certain kind of venue or a certain budget or by a featured designer. Jess is picking up the baton. It would be brilliant to feature you trying dresses from the shop, Pixie. I'm grinning at Pixie. We've never had a basketball player before. Pixie shrugs. You want me to try on dresses from here? Holly's clasping her hands. If I took some quick pictures of you wearing them, it would help you to relax in front of the camera too. When Pixie wrinkles her nose, she looks even more adorable. I never considered trying on proper wedding dresses. Jess smiles at her. It must all look very over the top to you on a first visit. Immy puts her hand on Pixie's. I know how you're feeling, Pix. It took me 1 year and 7 visits before I dared to try one. In the end, they ambushed me with a blindfold, but I was so glad they did. Immy's eyes are shining with tears. The trouble was, I didn't believe I could ever look beautiful. Not that you'd ever have that problem, but even if you aren't wanting one, Sarah's dresses are so special. They're worth trying once in your life. Jess nods at the spangly sandal in Pixie's hand. On one unsuccessful dress appointment, Immy fell off some heels very like those and took the entire bridal display with her. Pixie laughs. With my legs, I'd likely do the same.
I'm warning you, it'd take quite a few of you to get me into a dress like the one in the window. I'm smiling because she's picked up on the biggest, most voluminous dress in the shop. Luckily, there are plenty of us to help, and I promise you, most dresses will be easier to put on than that one. She gives a shrug. It would be good to wave the flag for women in wheelchairs. We do get married too, not that anyone ever mentions it. I'm wary of offending her, but I can't skirt around it anymore. There's simply nothing out there. Women who can't walk are entirely overlooked in the wedding world. It sounds fake if someone not disabled tests the dresses out, but you making the dresses look so good too will be really encouraging to people. And you're the perfect person to talk about how the different styles work and which are the most comfortable. Pixie gives a little shiver. I've been dreading all the attention a bride gets, but this would be different somehow. It's more of an opportunity. Her nose wrinkles as she considers. If it would help other women like me see the possibilities and feel better about themselves, I'd be doing it for them, not for me. Jess only ever purrs like this when she's winning. You'd make a wonderful ambassador, Pixie. Pixie sighs. I wanted to try on my blue dress anyway to check that the shoes go. I'm up for trying on a few more, if you are. As she looks around the room, we're all holding our breath. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go for it. We don't want to scare her off, so we start with a simple oyster satin shift that slips over her head and could easily be a bridesmaid's dress. Verdict: lovely feel, it looks fab, and the skirt stays well away from the wheels. But the impeccable satin's not very forgiving for spills or small children climbing on her knee. Then we move on to a variation in cream and add a champagne lace overdress, caught with a slim ribbon belt, which is very pretty and gets the thumbs up because it's both gorgeous and less prone to showing marks. By this time, we're all getting into this. Not only is Holly jumping around taking pictures, I'm also filming Pixie's reactions and comments on my phone. Next, we decide to try a much bigger dress, by a different designer, for the bride who wants to hide the chair under her skirt. When Pixie catches a glimpse of herself in this in the mirror, she lets out a scream. Totally not for me. Then she gets more objective. But for anyone looking for a Cinderella vibe who wants to make a statement and cover up the chair, this would be a dream. I can't help smiling at her. She pulls at the boned bodice. On the downside, it's less comfy, and you'd never find your pants with so many petticoats. She sniffs. And if I did a wheel spin, I reckon there would be some serious lace carnage. Moving on. For Meghan fans, she attempts a fitted raw silk dress with a bardo neck, but even undone, it's too much like a straitjacket. So then we try on one of Sarah's, which is a silk and lace all-in-one flowing dress. But that loses a lot of the wow factor because Pixie's sitting down. And after that, we move on to Sarah's mix and match separates, putting tulle skirts with different silk underdresses and tops, and adding tiny jackets, which all work much better. Then Imi wheels the chair back towards the fitting room curtains to help Pixie out of a floaty tulle overskirt covered with tiny silver stars. As Pixie reaches to unwind the pearl wires we slipped into her hair along the way, her smile is rueful. Thank you for showing me that wedding dresses don't all have to be like meringues or nylon body scrubbers. She gives a wistful sigh. If only I'd known these were here earlier. As I follow her behind the curtain, I'm not going to push it. Your dress sounds lovely too. We can try that next. She leans forward so Poppy can undo the back of her skirt. With an injury like mine, intensive physio can make a huge difference, and I'm still in my golden time. That's why Nick sorted out the wedding down here. But it does mean I was less in touch than I should have been. Apart from missing out on the dress, the rest worked fine. Fingers crossed you like everything. As Immy and I lift Pixie forwards, Poppy eases the skirt downwards. Pixie sighs. Nick took the accident so badly. Even now, all he thinks about is that I can't walk. It only seems right to share. He mentioned that he blames himself. Pixie nods. I know. He thinks my life is wrecked, but I just don't see it like that. I actually feel truly lucky because I still have some feeling in my legs, and everything above that is in tip-top working order. It's different for me, though. Without the accident, Ewan and I would never have got together. I have the downside of legs that won't ever run again, but they also let me meet the love of my life. Ewan's made me the happiest I've ever been. I feel like the luckiest woman in the world to have that. We're all smiling around at each other. Pixie pulls a face. Nick's so weighed down by the bad things, but I really don't want his life to be ruined because of me. So you prescribed a spot of wedding therapy? She nods. I hoped he might come to understand how much Ewan and I have. Is it too much to hope that by the time it's all over, he'll be ready to move on? I don't want to be the one to dash her hopes, but I have to be honest. He's certainly been busy. I'm not sure about the rest, though. She gives a grimace. We'll see. There's still a long way to go to the end of our wedding day. I've been waiting all afternoon for a chance to say this line. It might help reinforce the happy bride message if he saw you in white rather than blue. Her brow furrows. You think so? I'm not lying. I really do. As the curtain tweaks and Sarah's head appears, it's obvious she's been listening in and had taken her cue. Stay as you are, Pixie. There's one more dress I'd love you to try. I can't help feeling excited. I raise my eyebrows at Pixie. That's the amazing thing about Sarah. Everyone has a dress that's perfect for them, and Sarah has this amazing sixth sense for knowing what it is. And then the curtain parts again, and Sarah's there holding out a skirt on one hanger and a top on another. So, this is a simple, soft, gathered lace skirt with a matching long-sleeved cropped top that holds off the body. It reads as a dress, but it'll accentuate your tiny waist. The teensy flashes of tanned midriff it gives from the side will be just sexy enough, and the three-quarter sleeves are unlined, so they show how delicate the lace is. And the slightly short top will be a perfect length for you sitting down. What everyone will see is the line of the lace edge across your waist, standing out from the skirt. Pixie's holding her hands out. I already love it, for all those reasons. She turns to Poppy, Immy, and me. Can we try it? We put the soft skirt on first, and even before we've done up the rouleau loops and pearl buttons down the back of the little top, Pixie's breathless, stroking the elbow-length sleeves. This is it. This is what I want to wear. Please tell me I can. As we throw back the curtains to let everyone see, Sarah lets out a soft sigh. When I first did my sketches, I had a picture in my head of how it would be, but on you it's even better. Her eyebrows close together as she considers. We might replace the buttons with flatter ones. You do know it's a sample. Other people have already tried it on. Pixie huffs. Like I care about that. She's looking past us to her reflection. Even from here, I can see it's perfect. And you know what? When I look at myself in the mirror, all my eyes are drawn to is me in the wonderful dress. As she scrapes a finger under her lashes, her eyes are wet with tears, and she's biting her lip. Much as I love my chair for everything it lets me do, I'm not seeing that at all. And because the top isn't attached to the skirt and isn't tucked in, I'm completely free to move. I give Sarah a silent double thumbs up as I dip down and squeeze Pixie into a hug. Then Poppy bobs across the room and comes back in with the mother of the bride tissue box, and we all take one and blow our noses very noisily. Pixie finally scrunches up her tissue, then takes another to pat her eyes. I don't even mind not having the shoes, just the dress is more than enough. Sarah's beaming as she leans in to examine the waistband. We'll check the length and maybe add a little elastic so there's a bit more give, then you'll be good to go. I'm smiling at Pixie. Nick's going to love your choice. As I look at her lovely face and her generous, eager expression so full of courage, I understand why Nick's been ready to go to the ends of the earth to make her happy. And I feel exactly the same. Perfect won't be enough. It's got to be even more than that. And the pressure on me just ramped up so far with that realization that I'm almost struggling to breathe. Pixie lets out a moan. Poor Nick. He's insisting that the whole thing is his treat. I've just added even more to his bill. I know what he's like. If he hears about them, he'll want to get the shoes too. Jess is waving away Pixie's concern. Don't worry, we'll do the best we can with the price. She gives a throaty laugh. Nick got his picture on the Valentine's board, plus he's one of our best customers. He always gets a great deal. Pixie's frowning. What was that? I laugh. It was a great move on Nick's part, grabbing Jess's special Valentine's Day offer. Jess goes across to the desk, comes back with the Polaroid from the board, and we all crowd in. But after the first glance, I have to drop back. It seems like such a long time ago now. That pale, uptight woman with her wonky laurel crown, squashed next to Nick on the love seat, is barely recognizable as the smiley, messy-haired, suntanned person I say good morning to in the bathroom mirror every day now. Pixie's nodding. It must have been after this that Nick offered to help out. Poppy's laughing at me. He's squished in between us, Miller, but from his smile you didn't need to stab him with your Cupid's arrow. When I look at the picture, it's true. He's facing my way with the goofiest grin, which had to be pure chance. Total bollocks, Poppy. To put the brakes on this, I'm going for a subject change that's still on topic. We had such fab cocktails that night. Do you have any favourites, Pixie? She wrinkles her nose and nods at her glass on the carved console table. We might be uncool, but forget the fancy stuff. Ewan and I love our triple X G&Ts. Extra straight, extra strong, and extra long, with ice and lemon. It's a relief we haven't settled on anything more exotic. And Pixie and Ewan's Mr. and Mrs. Three Kisses has to be the perfect name. It was a useful diversion, but it hasn't got me off the hook. Pixie's squinting at the Polaroid, then looking back to me. I'd say, looking at this, that's one big brother just waiting to be set free. Which is just what I don't want to hear when I've got a wedding to deliver, with no hitches. My biggest test is coming up. My first wedding. I can't blow it. My whole future depends on this. July. Chapter 32. The next Thursday.
Early morning in the attic bedroom. Empty seats and spare tyres. Merwin, what the heck are you doing here? When I open my eyes on the morning of the wedding, it should be because my phone is beeping to tell me it's 7 a.m. I admit it's a bit earlier than needed, but maybe, just maybe, I was planning to make the most of Nick accepting my offer to drop by to use the bathroom, to accidentally, on purpose, bump into him wearing nothing but a towel as he dashes across the landing to grab his tux from the living room. Okay, I know I'm totally lame and sad, but it hit me yesterday. It could be my last chance in the world ever to see the Trendle torso unwrapped. It would be crazy not to take advantage one final time. By getting woken by a wet brown nose pushing in my ear, followed by an entire floor mop of a dog landing on me and pinning down the duvet, I'm struggling to make sense of what's going on. When Merwin should be a mile away, fast asleep on his bed at the castle, as I hear a knock on the bedroom door and Nick's voice softly saying, "Miller?" I'm kicking myself again. I wanted to have my hair properly tongued by the time he saw me, not be doing an impersonation of a haystack. As it is, with Merwin on my chest, licking my face, I can't even get my hands free to rake my fingers through my hair, so all I can do is brace myself for the fabulous view of tanned chest.
I hope it's not too early for breakfast.
As he pushes through the door, a full tray comes first, so at least the huge pile of almond croissants and the pot of coffee make up for the disappointment that he's fully dressed. I take in a t-shirt and jeans, the strands of damp hair hanging over his forehead, and do my best to enjoy the consolation prize of his lovely forearms and bare ankles. "You showered already?" He nods.
"I tried not to wake you. I know I'm earlier than we agreed, but there's been some last-minute changes to our schedule."
"Really?" We talked about this yesterday, how everything would be fine so long as we stuck to the plan like superglue, so I'm slightly anxious that he's already veering off course. Then, as I run Merwin's silky ears between my fingers, I take in the wiggly tension lines crossing Nick's forehead, and my stomach drops. Is something wrong?
"Nothing to worry about. It's all in hand."
He puts the tray down on the end of the bed.
But Abby fell out of an apple tree at her mum's, and she was asking for Bill and Ivy, so they've rushed off to London early this morning.
"Oh no, poor Abby." He shrugs.
"In the meantime, we've got Merwin, and we're covering for them at the castle."
I let out a whistle. Phew, if that's all, you're right, we'll manage.
Actually, it's not.
It's hard for your whole body to go tense when there's a dog wriggling on your belly, but mine does. There's more.
I had another call late last night, from Casper's dad.
Nick blows out his cheeks.
"Sorry to be the one to break this to you, but someone smashed the headlights on the wedding camper."
I can't believe this is happening. I only saw him on Tuesday to give him the ribbons. Go on, you're allowed to say, "I told you so." Nick shrugs.
"You couldn't have known this would happen."
He's being very generous.
"Casper's been posting pictures of his sex partners online, and someone's brother paid him a visit with a hammer."
His grin is slightly shamefaced.
"I did my best to warn you off him. I'd have hated to see your kitten knickers going viral."
I shudder and move this on. "We'll use the Brides Go Wild van. Keith has insurance. He told me that night at the distillery when he offered to run the van back. We can ask him to do the brideside pickups." I'm mentally checking through. So what else? Please don't tell me the groomsman's boat has sunk.
"The groomsman will still be arriving via the beach."
"So it's all sorted before breakfast?" There are crinkles at the corner of his eyes when he smiles.
"Before your breakfast. I had mine after I took Merwin for his walk. Then we called in at the bakery on the way up. So if you'll let me have the keys, I'll go and give the van a quick wash, and you can bring me the ribbons down when you're ready."
All the more for me and Merwin, then. There's no reason to feel disappointed. I have breakfast on my own every day. What's not to like?
And, by the way,
he's already halfway to the door.
I spoke to Nigel yesterday. He and Callie are having a baby.
I take a moment to make my face surprised. Wow, that's so fab! Nick's eyes narrow.
But perhaps not entirely unexpected. I also heard about your valiant efforts to cover for Callie. Off your face and you still managed to keep her secret. That's what I call a true professional.
I groan. It all went so wrong. But at least now you know I won't be drinking all the drinks today. He laughs.
All the same, nice job. Nigel's very appreciative.
Now I'm more awake, my mind's racing ahead. So, is there anything else you need to tell me before you go? It's one of those questions I already know the answer to. If there were, he'd already have said. His face crumples as he hesitates.
Actually, there is.
He's standing in a shaft of bright sunlight from the porthole window that's making him even more dazzling than usual.
Great Auntie Di's messed up her hotel booking, so I'm giving her my room at the castle.
My lips are twitching. And you need me to lend you my festival tent? I'm kidding to cover how gutted I am. He's best man and brother of the bride. There's no question what I have to do here. I just didn't realise how desperately I was looking forward to staying in a princess bed myself until it's been taken away. No, you have to take my room. I'll be finished by then. I'll easily get a lift back to St. Aidan. He jumps straight in.
Absolutely not. That brilliant breakfast menu was all down to you. The whole thing is, I want you to have your night at the castle.
2 people, 1 room. It doesn't take Einstein to work out the solution here. I make it sound 1,000 times more casual than it feels. You didn't keep me awake with your snoring at the waterfront. Being forced to share a room with the hottie, it's the stuff of teenage fantasies. Sure, I've played this exact scenario over in my head a few hundred times, but only because I'm temporarily obsessed and a sad person. But I'll get over it. And lastly, I haven't engineered this on purpose. I definitely have not been ringing round all the hotels to bribe them to make this gift happen. Honestly, because it's as terrifying as it is thrilling. My throat's so dry I'm croaking. We could share again. This is how easy we are with each other now. How good I've got at concealing my galloping heartbeat. How skilled at blanking those dragonflies. There's not even a hint of innuendo. His eyes go soft.
Maybe I didn't snore because last time I stayed awake to check you were okay.
And that's what a sweetie he is. Looking out for everyone without ever making a fuss about it. And in the end, it's not how edible he looks in his plain white tee. What counts much more in real life is someone looking out for you at every turn without even questioning, like Nick does. Then he blinks and reboots.
If you're sure you don't mind, that would be great. I'll have the sofa, obviously.
I can't let him get away with that. I take equality for women over chivalry every time. I'll toss you for it.
Tails I lose, you get the bed.
And not a coin in sight. There are those slices in his cheeks he gets when he really smiles.
You do realise this could ruin my reputation as a sad loner.
Lucky I made it super clear to Pixie that the Polaroid of us on the love seat meant nothing. Less than nothing. I have a go at wiggling my eyebrows to show how much of a joke this all is. Best make sure we sneak you out well before breakfast, then. I can't help pulling a face as the full implications sink in. How much I'm going to have to restrain myself. How hard it's going to be to have him so close yet so unavailable. How very much of a last parade this is going to be in every sense. But it's another one of those times when the best way of hiding things is to bring them out in the open and shake them around. Last time I was unconscious. This time, hopefully, I won't be. Just don't go looking too drop-dead gorgeous in that tux of yours, okay? His laugh is low and husky.
Back at you. In any case, Merwin will be there to make sure we behave.
He looks at his watch.
Great. In that case, I'll be back for you and Merwin just before 9.
And a moment later, he's gone. I ease Merwin off my chest and onto the duvet. Come on, Merwin, we'd better have some croissants to build our strength up. However testing today was going to be, it just got a whole lot harder. And as I listen to the sounds of his footsteps fading as he winds down the 4 flights of stairs, I can't help thinking how quiet life will be when I no longer have any reason to go looking for Nick. Chapter 33. Later on Thursday. Outside Cockleshell Castle. Cornflowers and embroidered hankies. As I wander out of the huge front door of the castle, the bright July sun straight overhead is shining out of a cobalt blue sky. I can't believe it's already time for Pixie to arrive, and we've got this far without any more major hitches. When we got here earlier, Nick and I took 2 seconds flat to drop our overnight bags in our room up a narrow flight of stairs behind the spacious castle kitchen. There was just enough time to take in wonderful views across the white sands, to the light aquamarine expanse of the bay, catch a glimpse of the double shower in the ensuite, and have a 2-second pretend fight over the dreamy and inviting king-size bed with its downy duvet and light grey Egyptian cotton covers. Then we shot back downstairs to get on with our pressing jobs. First on the list was finding Holly and her cameras, then shooting down to the beach to pull the groomsmen ashore as they chugged towards the beach in their inflatable. If the size of Holly's whoops were anything to go by, the photos of Ewan and a dozen groomsmen in their tuxes, sitting in the boat in the shallows, then all leaping out onto the sand and high-fiving their way up the beach, swigging bottles of champagne, are going to be amazing. She laughed at me as she jumped out of the way of a wave. This is exactly what a wedding by the sea should be. I was shouting at Ewan as he hung back to talk to Nick. Salt spray in your stubble and sand in your jacket pockets makes for an extra handsome party. Don't forget your buttonholes. They're waiting in the hall of the castle for you to pick up. He pushed his fingers through his light brown hair, blinking in the bright light as he stared up at the beach at the turrets beyond the shrubbery. Tell me again, am I dreaming, or are we really getting married in a castle with views across the bay? Nick's face dropped.
You wouldn't rather be getting married in the distillery?
Ewan opened his arms wide and flopped a hand over each of our shoulders.
I don't know how you two have pulled this off. Brilliance doesn't come close. I can't thank you enough.
Nick grimaced.
I just hope stroppy tomboy Pixie's up for being star of the show for a day.
Ewan gave him a wink. You watch. She might just surprise you. Pixie and the girls are staying a mile up the road and are currently enjoying the help of the Brides by the Sea dedicated hair and makeup team before being whisked over by Keith in the Brides Go Wild bus. Thanks to their light airbrush foundation and deftness with the hair tongs, the makeup team are legendary across the county for making brides and their parties into the most fabulous versions of themselves, with a look that will last all day. Meanwhile, Poppy and Immy and the rest of the Daisy Hill gang have been putting in the final touches at the castle and checking the bedrooms, welcoming the guests, and directing them through to the spacious ground floor room where the ceremony is going to be. The right entrance music is ready to go, and after that there's a day-long playlist compiled by Nick. There are tall pots all around the edge of the room with pink and white and purple sweet peas and bright pink cosmos, and blue cornflowers, and vibrant orange marigolds, and larkspur spilling out of them, all from Lily's garden at Rosehill Manor. Whatever Nick might once have said about chair covers, the folding chairs borrowed from the Manor's wedding store are looking very well dressed. The simple cream silk covers with chiffon bows that are lighter than air look gorgeously understated and are a perfect contrast for the rugged bare stone walls of the castle. And mostly they're already filled with waiting guests, chattering excitedly, standing up to hug each other or wave as new ones arrive. I have to say, every second word I hear is probably castle. Due to Pixie's preference for a relaxed day and the number of wheelchairs coming, rather than rows, we've set the seats out in clusters for guests to arrange themselves, with the aisle marked with smaller pots, with the same tumbling masses of colourful flowers as the big pots around the edge. The ever-present 3-foot-high Brides by the Sea letters, spelling out love, are propped up by the monumental stone fireplace. And next to that, at Nick's request, Merwin is curled up on his best blue velvet cushion, with the gold braid edging, and he's wearing his diamond-studded collar. At last we're at the stage where everyone's moving into their places for the ceremony. The registrars are standing together in a shaft of sunlight, slicing the air from the small paned window, shuffling their papers for the 57th time. Ewan and Nick are at the right-hand side at the front too, sitting side by side, Nick flashing me a smile and a nervous thumbs up over his shoulder, grinning at his mum and a couple of grandmothers who I was hurriedly introduced to earlier as Nick helped them pull up their seats. On the left-hand side at the front, there's space for the basketball team to wheel themselves down the aisle ahead of Pixie and make a front row. As I make my way through the castle entrance hall, I can see the glasses lined up ready to be filled with their Mr. and Mrs. 3 Kisses cocktails, and my stomach is churning like a washing machine on a 1400 spin. If I were getting married myself, I think I'd be breathing more. As it is, I'm so nervous I'm not sure I've inhaled any air since I left the flat this morning. Then I push my way through the monumental castle door, and I'm outside in the sun with a chattering cluster of friends who aren't bridesmaids, who, like me, are all here waiting for Pixie. I smile at Holly, who's got Rory behind her carrying her cameras. "You're back again?" She nods. "Just made it. The groomsman coming in by boat wasn't on my original schedule, but it was too good to miss. I'll get Pixie arriving now, then we'll head inside to catch a big entrance and the ceremony." And then there's a scrunch of tyres on the gravel, and my van is sweeping in. Set off against the cream satin wedding ribbons, I'm falling in love with the paint colour all over again. Holly leans across to me and whispers, "This has worked out so well for all of us. Yours is so much prettier than Casper's." Then as Bill's dad and Keith the Reef are opening the doors of the front seats, Pixie's waving at us from the back. Holly's snapping away, and then Keith and Bill's dad go one on either side of Pixie and lift the chair, and a second later her wheels touch ground on the floor. Pixie's sitting blinking, staring at the lovely facade, her eyes wide as she takes in the little windows and the towers at each end. Oh my days, it's a real live castle right by the sea! One of her bridesmaids laughs. "It's better than any of the dream houses we send each other off Rightmove." Now they're waiting in a row, I'm getting the full benefit of their dresses. All different, but all lovely, bright, flowery cotton prints. Pixie's sigh is dreamy as she turns to me. "Oh, Miller, it's beautiful." There's a big lump in my throat as I take in the pleasure spreading across her face, her dark hair falling across her shoulders, and the simple cream lace of her dress makes her look slender and more vulnerable than ever. "You're beautiful too, Pixie." She murmurs, "Thank you for all of it, Miller, but especially for making me into a bride." As she holds out her arms towards me, I dip down and give her some air kisses.
"Hey, don't smudge your lippy."
As Pixie finally lets go of me, she's tugging her dad's sleeve.
"Dad, you really need to say hello to Miller. She's the one who made this happen and, you know."
"Miller?"
When he turns to face me, I'm looking at Nick 30 years on, his dark hair shorter and threaded with silver, his face more lived in. Then his eyes go wide.
"You're Nick's Miller!"
Them accidentally thinking I'm any more than an employee is too complicated to explain right now. I jump forward and grab his hand. "Lovely to meet you, Pixie's dad. And now, if Holly's got all the pictures she needs, we really must be moving this on. Everyone's waiting inside." As Holly snatches up her bag of cameras and dives ahead of us, Rafe appears in the open doorway, raising his eyebrows and asking for bridesmaids. Pixie's calling to the women in the wheelchairs. "Okay, you guys, lead the way, we'll follow." She takes a bag from Keith, balances it on her knee, and then with her dad walking beside her, she wheels herself into the hall. She calls out to me,
"You come too, Miller. I need you next."
By the time I catch them up outside the ceremony room door, Poppy's there resting a posy of flowers on the knee of each of the bridesmaids. As they line up, ready to roll in and down the aisle, she wiggles her eyebrows at Pixie.
"All ready?"
Pixie hisses,
"Roll on through, ladies. Let's knock them out of the park."
Then, as the music begins, she turns to me and hands me her bag.
"Okay, my sandals are in here. I want you to carry them and push my chair."
Poppy flashes me a nod from where she's guiding the line of bridesmaids onto the aisle, but it's one of those moments where I already know. On the day, whatever they say, the bride's always right. I'm already tapping my feet, thinking what an apt choice All You Need Is Love is for the entrance music. I'm also saying a silent thank you to my mum, reclining on her fluffy cloud above the castle roof, for getting it right this time. I'm lining myself up to hold the wheelchair handles, bracing myself to push, to keep in step with Pixie's dad, when there's a lurch, and suddenly the chair in front of me is empty. As my heart drops, I let out a cry. "Pixie, are you okay?" For a moment, I close my eyes really tight and don't dare to open them. Brides faint, brides fall. Pixie sliding out of her chair would be exactly the kind of calamity I'm expecting here. So when I finally force myself to open them, I'm expecting to see her crumpled in a white lacy heap on the floor. But instead, she's hanging onto her dad's arm and, what the F? She's flaming while standing up. She shoots me a glance.
"Follow close behind with the chair, Miller. I need you there in case I don't make it all the way."
I'm screwing my face up because I don't believe what I'm seeing.
"You're walking down the aisle."
Her eyes are shining.
"That's the idea. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get. It suddenly looks a very long way."
Her forehead's already shining with the exertion.
"I'll be sitting down again the second we reach Ewan, so don't hang around. Make sure the chair's there ready."
And then she goes. One faltering step after another, her dad leaning in to support her. Pixie looking slender enough to break, but there's so much strength of will in that spine. She's gritting her teeth, and I'm following straight behind her, getting the same view she is. All the faces turning to see the bride in her chair, and instead they're seeing Pixie putting one tentative, wobbly foot in front of the other. Walking. Yes, walking. For the first time in 4 years. And as the realization hits, the guests start to clap. Then gradually the clapping rises to a cheer. And in the end, the noise is so loud that all you need is love, love, love is all you need is totally drowned out under the stamping and the whooping and the roar. And we're going towards Ewan at the front, his face turned towards us, looking so proud and happy and in love. And he's holding his arms open to catch his bride. But beside him, Nick is standing, tears streaming down his face, as he watches Pixie making her faltering way down the aisle. And then it's over. Ewan sweeps Pixie into his arms, and her dad steps aside. The roar of voices and applause is so loud my ears are hurting. But then it gradually subsides. Someone fades the music, and in the silence, Pixie's turning to me. "That's enough showing off for one day. Pass me my chair, Miller, before I expire." And as Pixie sinks down into the chair again and smooths her dress over her knees, the registrar smiles at her. "All ready to begin?" Pixie frowns up at her. "Hell no. I'm not getting married wearing trainers. Miller's going to put my Jimmy Choos on for me first." She gives me a prod. "Aren't you, Miller? Then we'll do the marrying bit after that." I jump to my senses, drop to my knees, undo her trainers and whip them away. Then I take out each spangly sandal in turn, push them onto her feet and do up the straps. Then I inexpertly place her feet on the footrests and, more expertly, rearrange the lace folds of her dress edge so the diamond straps are just visible. Then I grab her trainers and the bag, scramble to my feet, and I'm just about to make a run down the aisle to safety when Pixie's hand lands on my arm. "Sit next to Nick." She must sense me pulling away because her grip tightens, but her face breaks into a grin. "Bride's orders, okay?" As I shuffle around to stand next to Nick, he bends and breathes into my ear. "Great dresses, you and Pixie." Somehow I'm forgetting my floaty skirts with the sprigs and the handkerchief hem, but I'm still catching up with what just happened. She walked. Did you see that? Pixie just walked. Nick lets out a low laugh. "Ewan said Pixie was going to surprise us, and she has." He rubs his eyes. "It's barely begun, and it's already the best day." His arm comes around me, and he squeezes me into a hug. His chin is in my hair again, and his low laugh resonates in my ear. "Promise you'll dance with me later, and let's keep the chocolate puddings in the bag this time." And as the registrar finally looks over her glasses and coughs to get everyone's attention, my head's spinning from the heady scent of Nick, mixed with a double dose of swoon due to how meltingly hot his tux is against the stubble shadows on his chin and the hollows of his cheeks. And for the next half hour, as the ceremony takes place, I'm metaphorically waving at my mum, knowing she'll be up above me looking down. But I'm also reclining on my own little cloud of happiness, because it's one of those moments when it feels that life is so perfect, nothing can ever go wrong again. Chapter 34. Later on Thursday. In the reception room at Cockleshell Castle. Tops and tails. "Have you got a second, Miller?" It's Nick, and it's funny he should say that. We've come out of the ceremony room now, and all spread out in the sun patches in the lovely reception space at the other side of the castle to pick up the Mr. and Mrs. Three Kisses G&Ts, while Holly carries on taking the photos of Pixie and Ewan with various groups of friends and family. The big open room is scattered with easy chairs and sofas for anyone who wants to sit down, and decorated with similar cascades of cottage garden flowers tumbling out of tall pots. But, Rather than sipping my rhubarb and elderflower cordial, watching the other guests knocking back their gin while nibbling on Clemmie's delicious bite-sized savoury snacks and thinking about Pixie and Ewan's lovely, heartfelt wedding vows and how in love they are, ever since we got here, I've been non-stop troubleshooting. First, there was a skirt with a small side split that had accidentally ripped thigh-high. Nick's young-at-heart great-auntie Di was very grateful for the sewing kit in the emergency basket I had tucked away in the downstairs cloakroom. A few stitches and some safety pin reinforcement was all it took to make her look like an on-trend 79-year-old again, rather than a teenager on the pull. Next up was 3-year-old Maisie, who'd been given her first stick of bubble gum by an unsuspecting well-wisher, chewed it thoroughly during the ceremony, then promptly stuck it all over the top of her head. Let's just say Maisie won't be having a ponytail again anytime soon. As for the gluten-free vegan having a panic attack and trying to tear out her tongue after she failed to see the 6-inch high letters on the "contains meat and wheat and traces of nuts" sign, as problems go, if I'm giving ratings, the sprinklers soaking the entire wedding fair were marginally easier to deal with. As I lick the last of the spinach and goat's cheese puff pastry parcel flakes off my fingers, I'm smiling up at Nick. Right, I'm all yours. I wiggle my eyebrows at him wildly. Just for today, obviously. I know it might sound way too much, but playing for laughs is the only way I can handle this. Not that I'm broadcasting it any further than a little sigh to Poppy, but I'm having a seriously hard time keeping my hands off the goods here. Nick turns my toes to syrup at the best of times. Trendle, the tux-clad version, is so smoking hot there have been times today standing next to him when I felt like I've literally been about to vaporize. For this one last day, I'm not going to fight it. I'm just going to let those rainbow shivers zip up and down my spine and let my skin tingle without beating myself up. And then, after tomorrow, unless I ever take him up on that ongoing offer of those pancakes of his that he's never managed to cook yet, we'll be back to waving across the harbourside car park. It might wring my heart out for a while, but I have to be honest. Giving this a positive spin, it could turn out to be a whole lot more comfortable and a lot less agonizing than the last few months have been. So, I meet his gaze, then as my stomach starts to disintegrate, I wish I hadn't.
One of the groomsmen's just been out to the car park. He's spotted a bit of a...
He hesitates, then coughs.
Situation by the pergolas.
This turns my wavering stomach back to rock again. Go on. He lowers his voice.
One we need you to sort out rather than me, if you don't mind hurrying.
His hands are already on my shoulders, and as he turns me around, he's whistling Merwin, who comes careering off his cushion and scuttles out of the room ahead of us. He steers me out of the front door, into the salty breeze and the sunshine, along the path at the side of the castle, and round the corner towards the pretty terrace, decked with unlit fairy lights. Beyond the box sprigs is the hot tub, but instead of the covers being on, the steam is rising, and sitting neck-deep in bubbles, there's a whole crowd of women, laughing and waving glasses in the air. He's laughing in my ear.
See those bikini tops on the floor along with their towels? That's why it has to be you, not me.
I groan and catch hold of Merwin's collar. Who are they?
They're definitely not on our guest list.
Nick pulls down the corners of his mouth.
We just need to move them on.
As I march into the open across the daisy-speckled lawn, I'm pleased I've had practice at the fairs. Excuse me, ladies, can I help you? The first woman pushes her sunnies up as far as her streaky blonde messy bun.
More bubbly would be nice, please. And if you see Bill, tell him Miranda's girls have arrived for the well-being weekend.
My mouth drops open. But surely that's tomorrow. Then I close it again and take a breath. I'm sorry, we have an event here today.
So you're the reason we couldn't get our camper vans parked?
The way her chin is jutting, she's not happy, and she's not backing down either.
I was here in December, so I know that can't be right. Bill never has midweek guests.
He does now. We're Cockleshell Castle's first wedding. Miranda snorts.
It's a shame Bill didn't share that with us before we set off at 5 to get the extra day in.
Her annoyed tone softens to a purr.
Maybe we could bring our picnic and join you. You can never have too many people for a confetti shot.
She flutters her eyelashes and wiggles her cleavage straight at Nick.
Obviously, we'll get dressed for that. I promise you, we're equally gorgeous with our clothes on. We might be on the golden side of 50, but we all still appreciate hotties like you in tuxes.
Nick's smiling at her.
A lovely idea, but we're already very full.
Miranda's eyebrows shoot up.
Fine. In that case, we'll head to the beach. That's private too, you know.
There's a wicked twinkle in her eye.
It's our mission this weekend to open Bill's eyes to the joys of naked sunbathing. There's nothing like a sea breeze on your bare butt cheeks.
Nick's hissing at me from behind his hand.
Looks like they're staying for the day then.
I murmur to Nick.
Give me a minute.
I dash through to the stores beyond the kitchen and pull open the wine fridge. Then with my arms full, I hurry back to the terrace and wave a bottle of chilled fizz at the hot tub. To make up for the disappointment, how about you have a drink on us, somewhere in St. Aidan, then come back to the castle again tomorrow. Late afternoon would work well. Miranda's narrowing her eyes.
One bottle's not going to go very far between 8 of us, is it?
I'm smiling at her cheek, nodding at what I'm clutching in my other arm. That's why I've brought you 4.
In which case, you have yourself a deal.
She's out and wrapped in her towel before you can say overexposure. As we finally watch them all skip across the lawn, along the path that leads to the distillery, I turn to Nick. If that's Bill's festive lot back for a revisit, I can see why he was reluctant to do weddings.
Good job, Miller Vanilla.
I lean in to Nick's high five, and unlike the last time I tried to high five him and ended up in his arms, this time our hands meet perfectly in mid-air. I'm laughing, mostly with relief that Miranda's gone. We make a great team, Captain Kirk. What a nightmare they were. He's shaking his head.
It could have been worse. At least they weren't playing Naked Twister. Come on, we don't want to miss that confetti shot.
And seamlessly, the day is back on course again. And if I'm hanging back a little, just to enjoy how easily those words rolled off Nick's tongue after everything we've been through to get here, you can't blame me for taking a moment. There's the castle with its chunky towers etched against the billowy white clouds behind us, the sea shimmering into the distance around the bay, the sound of the waves ebbing and flowing on the sand out beyond the lawns, the faint movement of sea air across my cheeks. Then, walking away, there's the man who's so beautiful and broken that my heart breaks all over again for him. And sometime tomorrow I'll walk away from him too, and nothing for me will ever be quite the same again. There will be no excuses to text him to tell him off for being indecisive about gin garnish. No reason to call him and summon him to the shop to see my latest find. I know it's going to be hard, but I'm getting through it by telling myself he'll still be there to wave to when he's out on Snow Goose's deck every evening, propping his back against the mast as he watches the sun go down. Not that I'll be stalking him. But if I time it right, we'll still manage a cheery hello most mornings as I'm getting in my van and he's nipping across to the harbour master's offices for a shower. If I leave the shop on the dot of 12:30, it's likely I'll pass him on the cobbles on his way to the bakery to buy his lunchtime sandwich as I take Merwin for his run on the beach. I've thought it all through. It isn't going to be easy. Call me my mother's daughter, but I've got my Spotify playlist ready. All the songs that have formed the backdrop to the last few months. That will be my crutch to get me through the hard times of my withdrawal. If I stick at it for a few months, it should be completely doable. What matters is, he's still going to be there. He just won't be there with me so much. And it may take a while, but I'll have to learn to live with that. Learn to be happy expressing my one-sided adoration and concern from 100 yards away, instead of across a table or the front of a car. But for now, I need to let myself be. Soak up every moment. Make the day last as long as I can. Chapter 35. Even later on Thursday, on the terrace outside at Cockleshell Castle. Cake faces and long afternoons. So much for willing time to stand still. Where Callie's wedding day seemed to last a lifetime and then some, Pixie and Ewan's whizzes by. Maybe it's because of the fun, or perhaps it's the party vibe. Nick looks relaxed as well as edible as he jokes around with the groomsmen, whose names I should know but end up forgetting because there are so many of them. Clemmie's afternoon teas go down well as everyone sits in the sunshine with their cake stands, popping exquisite sandwiches and scones and pastries and cakes into their mouths, drinking fizz at the curly painted metal tables, or lazing on brightly checked picnic rugs with our vintage china plates from Bill's barn. This rolls seamlessly into a gentle wander or wheel down to the beach on the carefully constructed boardwalk made out of railway sleepers. And when everyone has had enough of collecting shells and throwing stones into the water, making sandcastles and paddling, it's back to the castle for more lazing on the lawns, an ice cream van, and another consignment of fizz in ice buckets. Then, just because we could, impromptu games of croquet, hopscotch, balls, the kiddies darting in and out of the lovely wooden playhouse at the lawn edge. Then the evening emphasis changing to the terrace on the hot tub side of the castle, with vans serving burgers and nachos, a not-too-smoky barbecue, and a horsebox bar, followed by Clemmie's amazing pudding fest laid out in the castle kitchen. It's relaxed, it's laid back, but best of all, Pixie and Ewan look as if they're having a truly wonderful time. Even as it's happening, I know when I spin the day back in my head, it's going to be like looking through a wedding album. By the time they cut Poppy's prettiest cake of all time, 4 tiers with the palest lilac ombre buttercream covered in tiny pressed viola flowers, the bright orange ball of sun is sliding downwards towards the sea. And as we move on to disco time, it's already dusk, and as the dusty blue sky fades to grey, the fairy lights swaying on their strings in the breeze are pricking the gently enveloping darkness. With everyone gathered around the wide outside terrace that opens off to the kitchen, with the hot tub steaming in the background, Pixie and Ewan are ready for their first dance. Nick and Kip haven't stinted on the techie stuff either, so Pixie is sitting, waiting in her chair, waving a mic. As she taps the end and clears her throat, there's a squeak of feedback out of the tall speaker stacks around the garden, and everyone stops talking. She pushes her hair back into the twists of pearl wires, smiles that wonderful broad smile of hers, and begins.
We said no speeches because we didn't want anything formal. And in case you're wondering, I know I walked before, but I'm not ready for Strictly yet. So tonight I'll be dancing in my trusty chair. As everyone claps, she pauses, then carries on. But before we hit the dance floor for our first dance, I'd like to thank everybody who has made the day wonderful. So thank you to Poppy, Rafe and the Daisy Hill Helpers. Thanks to everyone from Brides by the Sea. To Nick for having the inspired idea to step in to organise this for us. And thanks to his fabulous partner in crime, Miller, for all your expertise and insisting he made the right choices. You simply couldn't have done a better job or made us any happier. There's lots of clapping, and 2 of the children run in with wrapped presents and hand them to Nick and me, then give out posies to all the other helpers. We run over and give Pixie hugs and kisses. Then she carries on. Okay, guys, open those later, because we need everyone to watch what's coming next. As she grins up at Ewan, standing beside her, she couldn't be any more confident or at ease with herself. For our first dance, we've chosen a track that was a very significant part of us getting to know each other. Believe it or not, before he met me, Ewan was a confirmed non-dancer. Ewan grins at her. Luckily, for both of us, Pixie changed my mind. Pixie laughs. For a long time, this first dance track was our signature tune. But when you see his moves tonight, I think you'll agree he's shaping up nicely. She breaks off and laughs. Practicing this is why we didn't have time to sort out our own wedding. All the guys do a hand clap and call, Ewan, Ewan, Ewan. Pixie laughs. And when we've finished, don't go away, because me and my basketball besties have organised a little celebration dance of our own too. She gives Ewan a wink, just to show Ewan how it should be done. She passes the mic to Nick. Then we watch Ewan take her hand. And then as the words begin, I smile at Nick. The Scissor Sisters, I don't feel like dancing. Great choice for anyone with a reluctant dance partner. Nick laughs and starts tapping his foot as he leans against a pergola post. Plenty of irony and shed loads of rhythm. We're watching as Ewan holds Pixie by the hand and twirls her around in her chair. And then she's wheeling her chair towards him and he's running away. Then she's zooming after him, and when she catches him, they go into another spin. I let out a breath because it's so full of life and fun and laughter. But what hits me most is that they're so together and such a team. They couldn't be any happier or any more in love, could they? Nick swallows. And today is the day she walked in front of everyone too. He shakes his head. I can't believe she kept that quiet. I can't help smiling at his injured tone. She wanted to surprise everyone. He lets out a grunt. She certainly did that. I've been to a lot of weddings, but this has to be the most exuberant and original first dance ever. It ends with Ewan taking Pixie into a spectacular spin, then dropping onto one knee and kissing her hand. Everyone goes wild with the clapping, and when it eventually subsides and Ewan and Pixie have taken their bows, Ewan skips off and 4 of the besties zoom on. Pixie takes the mic again. Okay, so this is our little dance monkey routine. Never done before in long dresses, so cross your fingers we don't get our skirts wrapped around our axles. The track is one of those really catchy tunes with repetitive lyrics that stick in your head. Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me makes the perfect backing for choreographed spins and wheelies they're doing in their chairs. Somehow they're also managing to throw a basketball around at the same time and catch it too. When the music ends, Pixie's shouting again. Okay, no excuses. Everybody has to dance tonight. Just watch you don't get your toes run over.
Then she's calling to Ewan, and he goes onto the dance area to join her again. And as the first notes of "This Is It" echo off the castle walls, everyone goes bonkers. I pull Mo into a safe distance and rest my bum on the edge of one of the stone planters. Nick comes too, and a second later his hip lands next to mine.
And what about you? You must have got your wedding confidence back after how well today's gone.
I pull a face. If you ignore the topless bathers, your mum getting stuck in the disabled loo, and the kids finding the condom supply in the emergency basket and using them as water bombs.
They're what made the day legendary.
Nick laughs and looks down at me.
Before I go, you have to promise me you're going to stay at Brides by the Sea and carry on with weddings.
I have no idea where he's planning on disappearing to, because the castle isn't that big, but I smile at him anyway. You know, I think I will.
It's the best wedding I've ever been to.
I wrinkle my nose. Me too. Well done for holding out to have it here. It's so lovely being at the castle and hearing the sea. I love the way that in every room we go in, you can look right out across the bay, and it's worked so well for the wheelchairs. He raises an eyebrow.
Would you like to dance?
As I look at his Adam's apple moving as he swallows, and hear the up-tempo beat of "Don't Look Back into the Sun" beginning, I'm very torn. However much I'd love to, I am technically working. If I take my eye off the wedding ball, that'll be when it spins out of control. Thanks for the offer, but I'd rather not risk the carnage. He nods.
I thought you'd say that. That's why I've put our dance track on almost at the end. That way you can relax and enjoy it.
We have our own dance track. It's ridiculous how much that makes my stomach contract. He laughs.
We do. And before you ask, I'm saving it as a surprise. In the meantime, we can sit and enjoy the playlist. I hope your mum would approve. I was thinking of her when I put it together.
My heart was already full, but after that it's bursting. You've got tiger feet. He nods.
Of course. And Uptown Girl, obviously.
The summer of '69. I see another nod. Every time we touch? All by myself? Amarillo? I take in more nods. Bon Jovi's Always? My Heart Will Go On? His eyebrows arch into a smile.
They're all there, with a few well-chosen recent tunes I know she'd have liked too.
He gives a shamefaced shrug.
I have to admit, I went through your CDs when you weren't looking. But the upside to that is I rediscovered the Time Warp.
I nudge him. In that case, I'll forgive you. It's not that I'm going soft on him. It's just too late to give him a hard time. It's one of those evenings when, even though I don't see the hands on my watch moving, hours flash by in the space of minutes. It's a whole lot later when Immy and Poppy wander over. Nick stiffens next to me.
Don't look now, but watch out for flying masonry.
The hello again punch on the arm Immy gives Nick nearly sends him off the wall. You have to agree, Nick. We nailed it with our teamwork here. His mouth twists into a genuine smile.
So long as you don't demolish anything in the next 12 hours, I might recommend you to my friends and colleagues.
She chortles and punches him again. You can trust me and Pops. We're looking out for you all the way. Poppy joins in. And we've come to say, after everything you've done today, you two are due some downtime. So we'll be sorting out any problems from now on. She bends and breathes into my ear. When we replace the condoms in the emergency basket, I dropped a few in your bathroom, just in case. My eyes go wide as I hiss back at her. Why would you do that? Her low voice is full of laughter. However determined you are to keep your hands off this sizzling space captain, it might be the ideal opportunity to cross the bridge properly this time. Absolutely not, but thanks for thinking of me. She laughs. You're welcome. She gives me a wink.
Thank me again tomorrow if they come in handy.
Nick stands up, and a moment later he's back with a tray full of glasses. He hands them to me, Poppy, and Immy, and takes the last himself.
There you go, Miller Vanilla. You can allow yourself a glass of fizz now.
Cheers. Poppy and Immy are staring at me as I take my first sip. Poppy smiles.
You've come so far since Valentine's Day, Mills. We're all very proud of you.
Immy's waving her glass at me too. Brides Go Wild is already big. By next year it's going to be huge. Poppy's brow wrinkles.
What we're saying is, you have to tell us you're staying on with us in St. Aidan.
Nick's looking at me like I'm his protégé, not the other way around.
She's just promised me that she will.
As I sip the fizz, the bubbles are pricking my nose. I can't actually think of being anywhere else now. I really should be thinking of my lunchtime walks along the high tide mark, with its tangles of driftwood and pebbles and cockle shells, falling asleep to the rush of the surf, waking to the view from the tiny porthole in the bedroom of the sun sparkling off the water, the clatter of Poppy baking in the kitchen, the buzz of the wedding shop down below. But for now, the clearest image in my mind is the outline of Snow Goose's rigging against the sky at sunset. I push that out of my head and smile. It's all thanks to you two and all the friends who've helped me. This time Immy pulls me into a hug and Poppy follows.
No arguments. You're on Team St. Aidan with us now.
As Don't Worry, Be Happy drifts out of the speakers, Nick catches my eye.
Not wanting to break up the friend fest, but this is our cue. 3 minutes, and we're on.
I'm frowning across at the dance area. This was never on my mum's list. It's too wet. Look, everyone else thinks so too. They're all leaving and heading for the Horsebox bar. He gives a low laugh.
All part of my plan. Wouldn't you rather dance when it's not too crowded?
Then he passes my glass to Poppy and takes my hand. And as I hurry behind him, a moon that's almost full slides out from behind a cloud and covers the garden in silver light that makes me shiver. Chapter 36. Even later on Thursday. On the dance floor at Cockleshell Castle. The last dance. As I stand facing Nick on an almost empty dance floor, the last track fades and there's a beat of silence. Then, as a few slow tinkling piano notes and some slow humming spreads across the terrace, he pulls me towards him. As I let myself lean in, the warmth of his body is radiating against my skin. His voice is low in my ear.
I hope Ellie Goulding is okay.
I listen as the lyrics hang in the air. How long will I love you? As long as stars are above you. Longer if I can. As the sound echoes back off the walls of the castle, there's something about the haunting tone of her voice, the stark simplicity of the words, that somehow wraps up all the emotion of the day. And here I am with a few minutes to legitimately run my hands over the man I've been aching to have permission to touch for months. And then as the words sink into my head, it hits me why it's all been so very hard. What I'm feeling isn't mistaken. It isn't fake. It's actually real. What began as a tingle as he took my hand is building to a tidal surge, rushing through my entire body. That feeling isn't just crazy, uncontrolled lust. It's love. This is the man I've loved for months. It's just that I haven't been tuned in enough to recognize it. I let out a sigh. I love Ellie, and this song. And if that's how it is, I can't let my feelings leak out now. I need to add something more concrete to hide the rest. You know she had bell sleeves on her wedding gown.
You're so funny, Mills.
I can feel the reverberation of Nick's laugh through his chest.
And I have 2 minutes and 34 blissful seconds to hold you. Are you okay with that?
Blissful? That's Nick being ironic. But for me, it's the very last waltz. I'm not proud. I'll take what I can get. The distant swish of the sea in the background is lulling me, and I know that tomorrow, when the wedding is over, for a while my heart will be aching like nothing I've ever known before. But so long as I stick to my plan of distant appreciation to wean myself off and readjust gently, it should be totally containable. But for now, I should be soaking up every bit of the bliss. There's such tenderness in Nick's touch as he wraps me in his arms, his cheek resting softly on the side of my head, his stubble gently snagging my hair. Enveloped in his heat, that scent he has, inhaling and exhaling together as if, just for now, we are one person, not two. My eyes are tightly closed, keeping the real world out, sealing me in my own very private bubble of happiness. There's also an unnerving storm of sexual need that, given we're in full view of 80 or more wedding guests, I'm trying to rise above. The feel of his back muscles flexing under my fingers, our bodies merging where they touch like molten metal. Some bits eye-wateringly hard, and other parts startlingly soft. I'm willing these 154 seconds to last my whole life. Truly, if I had to float on this particular tiny cloud until the end of time, I would not be grumbling or getting off. But as we stand almost rooted to the spot, there's a terrible poignancy to the notes we're hearing too. Those sweet, simple words floating out into the night with the single piano accompaniment feel like they're loaded with a particular unfathomable anguish. And at the end, when the very last note fades and drifts upwards, all the way to the stars, we finally part. As the heat where his body pressed against mine ebbs away and is replaced by the chill of a gust of the air from the sea, I slowly open my eyes and let in the world again. When I look up into Nick's face, it's lined with sadness, and I'm scraping tears I didn't know were there from under my lashes. As he sees me, he shakes his head, sniffs, and blinks himself.
Earth to Starship Enterprise? How about we take Merwin down to the beach for a run before bed?
As I give a silent nod of agreement, there's a whistle, a scuffle of paws, and Merwin's damp nose on my knee, followed by the thud of Trump, the rag doll on my thigh. The silver of the lawn is soft under our feet as we move across it, and behind us the dance floor is already full again, with dancers jumping around to the twangy guitar chords of Dancing in the Street. As we head for the space in the juniper bushes at the end of the lawns that links the garden to the beach, the moonlight is splashing a line across the sea beyond, and we're leaving the beat of the music behind us. And my shoulder is still wedged inside Nick's open waistcoat, with his arm firm and strong around me. As the beach opens out, Nick bends, throws Trump for Merwin, and puts his arm around me again.
The thing is, Miller.
His voice is so low it's grating.
I've been trying to find the right time, and now it's running out. I'm sorry, but I haven't been completely open with you.
As I'm the same, I can hardly complain. So are you going to come clean now? I have no idea what he's about to say. He sighs.
When I offered to sort out Pixie's wedding, it was a crazy impulse after Valentine's night. But it wasn't just about grabbing Jess's discount. Mostly it was an excuse to bump into you around the shop to get to know you better.
I can't help laughing. And it totally backfired when Jess put me on your case and we were joined at the hip. He sniffs.
It was a challenge, and I haven't come out of it very well.
My heart is sinking. But I thought you liked the wedding.
The wedding couldn't have been better.
There's another sigh.
It was the rest that was the disaster. I hadn't counted on liking you so much.
In the space where my heart should be banging, there's just a gaping void. I suspect my heart stopped dead when my stomach dropped through the floor. You like me? Why the hell didn't you tell me? Not that I'm ever going to get ahead of myself, but maybe this being a two-sided thing rather than a figment of my lust brain explains my pulse racing at 1,000,000 beats a second for the last 6 months every time I've come within 100 yards of him. Why even touching him casually now feels like someone's directing a flamethrower on my skin. He clears his throat.
It's much worse than that, Miller.
Worse? Worse how? He blows out a breath.
By the time I realized what was happening was more than overexcited male hormones with a mind of their own, it was too late. I'd already fallen in love with you.
Excuse me? When was this? He's shaking his head.
By Callie and Nigel's wedding, I was already in over my head. I tried to deny it. I went away and tried not to come back. But that didn't work either.
The unnerving thing is, he's not talking about it like it's anything good, or even anything that actually involves me in the emotional sense at all. It needn't be a problem. He picks up Trump and hurls him along the beach.
If you're saying that, it's because you have no idea how I feel about you. And why should you? That day on the beach when I tried to explain why I could never allow myself to be in love, I knew there was only one way out.
He lets out a sigh.
So, the thing is, I'm solving it in the way I always vowed I would if this ever happened to me, and I couldn't shake it off. By going away.
I try not to let my legs give way, then gulp in a breath. But Snow Goose, the harbour. He blows out his cheeks.
Don't worry, Snow Goose is staying. You get to keep your permit.
I can't believe he thinks that's all I'm interested in. As he goes on, his voice is more level again.
My friend's parents have a yacht moored up the coast, north of Sydney, waiting for their retirement. I've agreed to go over and skipper it for them until they feel more confident sailing it on their own.
Sydney? In Australia? If I'm screeching, it's because that's a hell of a long way to go. I try to sound bright and interested. So, how many weeks will that take? If there's a good side to this, at least he has no idea how I feel. Nick's voice rises in frustration.
Miller, this isn't 10 days in the sun. This is me removing myself from the problem until it goes away.
As he stares out to sea, he's calmer again.
I've agreed to 6 months initially, with an option to extend.
Great! What else is there for me to say? And I do it very brightly.
I've sorted the business here to carry on without me. It's a traditional yacht, with no modern technology. We'll be totally off-grid. Unplugged and out of reach. There will be absolutely no opportunity for me to relapse.
Oh, my days. Fuck. Even better.
I'm just really sorry for involving you, for not telling you earlier, for being such a screwed-up mess, for all of it.
I blow out a breath. There's nothing to apologize for. It's not as if you ran out on me and broke my heart or anything hideous like that. Any collateral damage is all of my own making. That much is obvious. He's kept this completely to himself, fought it every inch of the way. He doesn't ever intend this to involve me, and if I begged him to let me in, I'd be setting myself up for the biggest fail. He shakes his head.
If I'd hurt you as well as the rest, I could never have lived with myself.
My mouth fills with sour saliva, and I swallow it away. All the more reason to show him I'm completely unscathed. That's how I finally know what I'm feeling for him is love, because my overriding feeling, all I want, is for him to be okay. And my mind is racing. To think there was once a time I fleetingly imagined he might help me move on. Although again, this kind of explains what I was picking up on, thinking it at all. And back then, I knew I had to steer well away, because I couldn't face bumping into him afterwards. But suddenly he's taken that out of the equation. He's frowning again.
I know I persuaded you to have fun rather than keeping our distance. That was a bad call on my part, so I'm sorry for that too.
I give him a hard stare. This is so screwed up. I need to take it a little bit further. You were playing a very dangerous game there. I'm not going to mention the bit about making out for Phoebe's benefit, because that was such a good call on his part and such a help to me. But the rest, I have to ask. What if I'd fallen for you? His face pales.
Seriously, look at me. There was never any chance of that.
There's another long pause.
But when you really love someone, all you want is to do the best for them. All along, all I wanted was to help you to believe in yourself again, to get you to realize your worth, to see how wonderful you are. I want you to have the future you dreamed of, even if it kills me to think I can't be a part of it. But believe me, you deserve someone so much better than me.
In my head, I'm playing Russian roulette. Either way, I'm going to get the bullet. That Nick's going is certain. Nobody's going to talk him out of it. I can let him go and always regret it, or I can snatch one more kiss before I wave him goodbye forever. But even as I stare up at the anguish in his face, I know I could never manipulate him like that. As I let out a sigh, it's for everything that didn't go our way. But more, it's for this lovely, selfless, deserving human who works so hard for everyone else, who will never feel it's okay to be in love, and how hopeless I have been at changing that. I've let him help to rebuild me, and sure, I've helped him with Pixie's wedding, but on a personal level, I've done nothing to help him at all, unless you count causing him to run to the other side of the world. As I look up at the shadows on the face of this guy who despises himself too much to ever accept he's worthy of being loved, my heart is breaking for him. I clear my throat. It's ironic. Everything we've done together these last few months has allowed me to heal. Even better than that, I've become a whole new version of myself. I'm not that old scaredy cat I used to be. I don't want to hide. I don't feel worse than everyone else anymore. I can hold my head up. I'm happy to be me. It's not lost on me that a lot of that has happened with his support. He reaches out and brushes the hair off my face.
Of everyone I know, you're the one who most deserves to be happy.
I step towards him and slide my hand over his cheek. My main job here is to reassure him I'm okay. That's the funny thing. I'm actually fine as I am. I don't need any more than I have now. But thank you for helping me. I'm just really sad the last few months haven't done the same for you. His laugh is hollow.
I'm too far gone to save.
He might be right, but I have one chance here to open his mind. You've been so busy working on your escape plan, I think you've missed the bigger picture. It looks like this is down to me, so I brace myself. You do know Pixie hoped that planning the wedding would cure you. His voice rises in protest.
You are joking. This isn't something I'll get better from.
However hard it will be for him to hear, it's time he knew the truth. You've got her accident on your conscience. Why shouldn't you be on hers? She hates feeling responsible for your guilt. All she wants is for you to start being normal again. One small grunt is all that comment gets.
I never thought of it that way.
I've got a few fleeting moments to make him look at this differently. Pixie hasn't just made the best of it. She and Ewan wouldn't be how they are without the accident. She probably wouldn't swap back to her old life if it meant giving up what she has now, because they're truly, properly happy. They love each other as they are. That's such an amazing thing to find, that the rest doesn't matter. I stop and take a breath before I fire the biggest gun. The cloud on her horizon isn't that she can't walk anymore. It's that her brother is wrecking his life on her behalf because he won't let go of the past. It feels like I've gone too far, but it's my one chance to save him from himself. He lets out a groan.
Oh, shit.
There's something else, too. Now I've started, I might as well give him all of my insight. When my mum was ill, she didn't ever grumble about how hellish it was not to be able to move a finger to scratch herself, not being able to swallow. She was never resentful about what she was losing, that bit by bit, day by day, her body wouldn't work anymore. What made her apoplectic was when she saw someone who was lucky enough to be well, wasting their life. Nick swallows.
She'd have been furious with me then.
I'm nodding. Too right. Circumnavigating the globe like an albatross looking for a pity party when you could have been living your best life? For 4 years now, too. That's such a lot of your life to waste. If she could still have talked, she'd have given you such a bollocking you'd have heard her all the way to the village green. I'm hearing the words so clearly. It's as if Mum's saying them herself. I put a hand on his arm and squeeze it. Everyone here, including you, helped me learn to love myself. Maybe it's time for you to let the guilt go. Learn to forgive yourself. He lets out a sigh.
Until I do, I'm no use to anyone, am I?
He shakes his head.
Okay, I accept I've got a problem. Now I need to address it. 6 months is a long time to do that. Now it's happening, it feels more like forever.
I'm parroting it back at him, with an option to extend. I'm shaking my head because I want to support him as much as he's supported me. No one blames you, Nick. We all care about you, we all want the best for you, but you're the only one who can make this happen. Maybe I need to clarify that for one last time. If you sort yourself out, you'll be the best guy for someone to love. He blows.
You're the one person who's dared to say this. Thanks for being brave enough to tell me the truth, Miller.
He takes a breath.
I love you. For this, as well as the rest.
I thump my fist onto his biceps. Back at you, Captain K. And I'm really not lying. Let's hope I'll catch you in another universe. Another life. And I'm not lying there either. We've had our chance, and we've missed it. Spectacularly. But I'm not deluded either. He's flying to the other side of the world. Once he's thousands of miles away, surrounded by beautiful Aussie surfing babes, all helping him work through his problems, the likelihood of him coming back is 0. Seriously, wouldn't you hit on him if you saw him on the beach? His eyes narrow in the shadows, and his voice is low, urgent.
Maybe you could come to visit. Check out Sydney. We could sail up the coast, see the coral reefs. I could treat you.
I'm blocking out how blissful it sounds because I think this is desperation kicking in. As if that's going to fit in when I've got wedding fares all the way to Christmas. He's shaking his head now.
No, you're right. Of course you wouldn't want to. Bad idea.
It's not fair of me to ask that either.
You've just spent 6 years with a guy who wouldn't commit. Me asking anything of you is like pushing you to make that same mistake all over again.
It's sad that this is so hopeless. If the last few months have taught me anything, it's not to waste my time on anyone reluctant. And Nick is so much more decided than that. He's in total denial. If I ever try again, and right now I feel like I never will, but at least I know the theory, I'll be waiting for that special person who wants me every bit as I want them. Even as I'm saying the words, it's reinforcing the message. A guy who's running to the other side of the world to avoid me really isn't that person. Nick reaches out and rubs his thumb over my cheekbone.
You don't deserve anything less, Miller Vanilla.
No hard feelings, though? After all this, I'd hate to part on bad terms. Phoebe and Ben have taught me that bad feelings bring you down. Happiness comes from a positive place. And Nick might be ripping my heart out here, but it's not deliberate. He's never led me to believe he was available. He's never been less than open and honest about it. As heartbreakers go, he's very honourable and endlessly caring and considerate. His chest heaves.
I'll only ever have the warmest feelings for you.
I'm swallowing back the lump in my throat as it's slowly sinking in he's not going to be anywhere near. That if there's anything to ask or say, time's running out. Do you still have your scar from my arrow? As he tugs his shirt out of his trouser belt and holds out his arms, the white fabric hangs luminous in the moonlight.
Why not take a look?
My fingers are shaking as I fumble with the buttons. As I pull back the fine cotton and tentatively slide my fingers over his taut, tanned skin, I feel him tense. Is that ticklish? His voice is very low.
No, just very nice. Have you found it yet?
As my fingers come across a small knot of skin, I smile. It's still here. I put my palm on his ribs and stretch out my fingers as I peer into the shadows to find the mark. You'll be taking that with you wherever you go.
To remind me of the woman who stole my heart, then stabbed me.
As he laughs and shivers again, he reaches out, cupping my face in his hands.
That day at Jagger's, you were talking about being ready to move on.
His voice is so deep, it's vibrating below the rush of the surf and the wind.
Are you still thinking that would be good for you?
My lips are parted, and my heart is banging so hard, all I can say is, I could be. I reach up with one hand, slide my fingers through his hair, and pull his head towards mine, because I really do have nothing to lose here. He's breathing into my ear.
If you'd like me to help.
His head is tilting as he looks at me. Then his jaw is lining up with mine, and just before his lips slide onto mine, he says,
"Just say the word."
And then as I find those familiar lips and get swept into the molten chocolate fountain of his mouth, it's as if the world stopped turning and the sea is rushing through my head. And it's like the first day in the van and the day at the wedding fair. But because no one's watching, it's supercharged with an energy and an urgency so forceful that by the time we break apart, I feel like a rag doll that lost its stuffing. When I finally get to talk, all that comes out is a breathy gasp. For definite. Absolutely. Totally. Please.
So long as you're sure it's what you want.
There's a low laugh in my ear.
I'll take that as a yes, then.
This is the bit in the movies where I'd sinuously slide my body up against his to reinforce that, then sweep him into another earth-shattering snog. But this is me. Things in my life have improved. I didn't say I'd had a total personality transplant and become entirely perfect. I'm guessing I'm always going to have my catastrophic moments. Sure, I'm trying for super slinky, but what actually happens is that halfway through the move, I catch the raggedy bit of my long chiffon sleeve on Nick's belt buckle and end up with my hand jammed, for want of a better description, against the rock-hard bulge in his super sexy tux trousers. He's laughing more.
Feel free to check that out for as long as you want. As you can probably tell, there's an extra large yes please from me too.
He isn't wrong there. After quite a long time, I have to agree. It totally is.
So, would you like fast and rough on the beach, or slow and smooth in the king-size bed with champagne? Standing in the shower, or something else entirely?
To be honest, after months of anticipation, I'm likely to pop in about 2 seconds whatever we do. Maybe there's too much sand and water around here, and as Immy stuffed our ensuite full of condoms...
It's official. Whatever Immy did in the past, this overrides all of it.
He sweeps me into a hug.
Team St. Aidan look out for you all the way, don't they?
I'm laughing. Absolutely. That might have been Phoebe talking, but I don't even care. It would be a shame to waste them. His arms are wrapped tightly around me.
Will you be walking upstairs this time, or would you like me to carry you?
It's so easy because we know each other so well. Why not surprise me?
Shall we have a few more salty kisses before we go?
If he'd asked me to walk on my hands to St. Aidan, I'd have agreed. And I can't even do handstands. That's how much I want this. For now, I'm not even thinking that he's leaving, because if he wasn't, we wouldn't even be here. I'm simply thinking of this as a gift to go with the whole wonderful day. One night I'll hold in my heart that will get me through, that will have to last me the rest of my life. This time my sexy body glide goes like a dream, and a moment later my mouth is buried in his, and as I wriggle inside his shirt with him, I'm already spinning and counting the rainbows. Chapter 37. Friday. Our bedroom at Cockleshell Castle. Bedheads and blockheads. When I wake next morning, it's to the patter of soft rain. There's pale light seeping through the muslin curtains, and my aching brain tells me 3 things. I've had approximately 1 hour of sleep. When I finally get up, I'm going to need the strongest coffee known to mankind, and it's going to need to work miracles. But with any luck, that won't be any time soon. I'm guessing that rolling down to the kitchen for breakfast at 9 would be completely respectable. We could maybe even push it for brunch at 11. Another 4 hours then. I can't help a sleepy, self-satisfied smile at that, as I stretch my hand to touch the linen-covered headboard. As for my body, it's in a blurry and very unfamiliar state of feeling satiated, euphoric, super relaxed, but also like I've done Joe Wick's biggest workout twice. Not that I ever do those, but seriously, they're exhausting even to watch. But in spite of me having the kind of supreme inner glow you'd usually only get from eating 4 large tubs of Haagen-Dazs back to back, there's a desperate undertone crying out for more of what made me feel like that. Maybe this is what it's like for sex addicts. If this was any more than a one-off, I can see I might have to go into recovery. I'm mumbling to Nick as I turn over to him. Can you actually get addicted to sex after only one night? Not that we've done much talking up to now. Mostly we were just lying in ecstatic silence, soaking up that it was actually happening, getting our breath back before we started all over again for another wonderful round. When Poppy said cross the bridge, I'm not sure she meant go over it 4 times and then some. As I flop over and extend my arm into the space on the pillow where Nick's tousled hair should be, I let out a shout as my hand lands on some very soft, silky ears instead. "Merwin!" His nose finds my hand and he gives my finger a little lick. "Why aren't you on your bed?" And as I run my palm across the pillow and my fingers close around an envelope, my heart freezes. Then my body goes rigid. I'd leap out of bed and search the bathroom, but there's no need, because I'm staring at my name in Nick's regular handwriting on the front of a very white envelope. Miller. And there's a hole where my heart should be that's larger than Wales, because that can only mean one thing. I'm easing up the flap, pulling the sticker off the small tissue paper parcel inside to find a tiny silver starfish on a slender chain. It's simple, beautiful, perfect. I close my fist around it because I already know I'm going to look at it every day for the rest of time. As I open the white paper note, I'm staring at the same gently rounded letters, the blue ink they're written in barely dry. Miller, my very favourite space cadet and wedding planner. I'd meant to wake you before I left, but looking down at you now, you've not long gone to sleep and you look too peaceful. And if I did wake you, I might not ever leave. So instead I'm writing this, to say sorry, for running away and all my other blunders. And thank you for the wedding, everything else and more. And lastly, goodbye. 6 months is a very long time. I'm not sure I know enough about forgiveness or the state of my tortured soul to guarantee an outcome. So, for now, all I can do is make you a promise. I'll love you for as long as the stars are above you, Miller Vanilla. I hope sometimes you'll look up at them from your little attic porthole and think of me. Yours forever, in every galaxy. Nick. Kiss, kiss. Back at you, Captain Kirk. I'm whispering as I swallow back my tears, and just before the floodgates open, I see his tux still hanging on the hook on the back of the bedroom door. Then I hear the distant slam of the huge front door, and as it sinks in that I've missed him by seconds, I bury my face in his pillow. As the distant sound of a car revs up the drive, I let the sobs come. As the engine note fades to nothing, my body convulses, and I let my howls go free. Chapter 38. St. Aidan in July. Reruns and rewinds. Poppy was the one who came in and found me the morning Nick left, when she heard my sobs through the door. Then Immy whisked me out by the kitchen door and back to my own comfy bed under the sloping attic ceiling, so I didn't have to face anyone. And as I woke again later that day, after a sleep ruptured with tears and desperate reruns in my head, it felt like I was leaving something very significant behind. It was about much more than crossing Poppy's proverbial bridge. As Nick left, I waved away my old life too. And whatever happens, I owe it to Mum to smile no matter how sad and broken I feel inside. After the straight talking I gave Nick, it would be hypocritical of me to do anything else. Then Bill and Ivy came back again, bringing Abby with her arm in a sling and a bump on her head. And there were a couple of days of post-wedding excitement when the flat was bursting with flowers sent from Pixie and Ewan, and Pixie's mum and dad. Both bunches were so big I had to borrow flower buckets from the basement to display them in. Holly had filmed Pixie's amazing and emotional walk down the aisle, and with Pixie's permission, that was loaded to YouTube where it got loads of attention. Then we shared it across the Brides by the Sea and Brides Go Wild platforms too, and it also got picked up by the local press. Thanks to that, and the blog we did about Pixie trying on wedding dresses, the hits and followers for Brides Go Wild literally did go crazy. I have to admit, at least 500 of those thousands of YouTube views of Pixie taking her first steps are mine. The first time I watched it was with the excuse that I had seen it all from the back, not the front. Even so, it was gut-wrenching watching Pixie make her halting yet amazing way down the aisle. All You Need Is Love in the background, seeing all the guests' eyes going wide as they realise the enormity of what she's doing. Ewan, looking so very proud and in love, Nick with tears streaming down his face. And then after it was over and she's back in the chair, there's me, fumbling to get her shoes on, and Pixie telling me to sit next to Nick. And just before the clip ends, there's Nick with so much love in his face, stooping to whisper to me about the chocolate puddings. It's impossible for anyone who knows Pixie to watch it without sobbing buckets, and it's been the best excuse for me to be bawling my eyes out too, again and again. Pixie FaceTimed me from her jet-skiing honeymoon near Newquay. What was meant to be a thank you call quickly moved on to Pixie first apologising, then going ape about Nick. Her saying, "What a knobhead! I promise I'll run him over then mash him," is great. But realistically, right now, he's well beyond the reach of Pixie and her studded tyres. With the old life gone, I am here at the start of a whole other new one, with an unfamiliar landscape. One crowded with friends, all gently tiptoeing around me, delicately checking in to see how I am. But it's one that's filled with unexpected obstacles that fell me every hour, as reminders of Nick leap out from every crack between the cobblestones and alleyway end, spring up everywhere from groomswear to the furthest rock pool out along the bay, where Merwin and I still walk every lunchtime. But it's not just life that's different. I've changed too. I'm not the same woman who tottered around in her 6-inch heels, squeezing myself into pencil skirts and John Smedley jumpers because Phoebe told me to. This version of me wouldn't have fallen apart over losing Ben, who should never have been mine to start with. But even though I'm grounded by my certainty that I had to let Nick go, it doesn't stop my heart breaking. After throwing all my efforts at him and his quest, day and night, for 5 months, there's bound to be a huge void in my life now that's gone. Now he's gone. 2 weeks after Pixie's wedding, an envelope arrives with a koala bear on the stamp. Inside there's a postcard with a picture of fireworks over Sydney Harbour Bridge, and on the back, Nick's relaxed yet even handwriting, and the words, "Saw this and thought of you. Nick. Kiss." I prop it on the tiny table next to my bed. Then I move on with my next wedding fair, and getting together the copy for the glossy magazine to go with the fairs for the autumn, which I've decided I'll go ahead with independently. The idea is, if I make sure I never stop, there's less time to think. Less possibility of jerking to a halt every time I remember I feel like there's a gaping hole in my side where someone's wrenched my heart out. As for Nick's tux, I have to come clean. It's still here waiting to be returned to his office. Sometime, when I'm far enough down the line that I no longer have to bury my face in it every night before bed, when I can pass the bedroom door where it hangs without stopping every time to breathe in his smell. With any luck, the smell will fade to nothing around the same time I forget to stop and sniff it. Just like when I was grieving for my mum. So long as I'm patient and wait enough years, there will be a time when my heart will finally stop aching. When every little task I do doesn't feel like it's taking the same effort as if I were moving an elephant across the room. Then, as July wears on and the season builds towards its peak, my own accidental groans that escape past my smile are masked by everyone else's moans about the streets and the beaches being rammed with holidaymakers, and the lanes around Cornwall being clogged with what feels like one continual traffic jam. Lucky for me, having to set off for wedding fairs at an even earlier crack of dawn than usual fits in well with me waking up at stupid o'clock every day. For some reason, since Nick left, there's so much high alert adrenaline coursing around my body. When I've had 2 hours sleep, that seems to be enough. And more good news. When Nick's cash and bonus from Jess finally hits my bank account, there's enough to pay back my brothers the money I borrowed to finance the first Brides Go West magazine and the van renovations. With that debt cleared, I put it to Phoebe that it makes sense for her and Ben to buy me out of Brides Go West. Before July ends, I'm in Trinauden and Trinauden's solicitor's office by the quayside, on first-name terms with George, going through the final contract agreements. In the end, it turns out that letting go isn't hard at all. A couple of signatures is all it takes, and I'm free. I'm throwing myself into the Brides Go Wild blog too, filling the pages with dreamy stories of lovely summer weddings as they happen. And little by little, if I say it often enough, I'll be able to persuade myself that I'm doing fine. But my favourite part of every day is at night, just before I go to bed, when I look out at the navy blue sky, studded with tiny, bright white stars. There's a silvery splash of moonlight on the inky water, the arc of lights curving around the bay, and if I open the little porthole window and lean out into the warm evening air, I can just make out Snow Goose's tall mast and rigging, etched against the night. And I try not to remember that the stars Nick's looking out on are in a totally different sky. Because when I stand and will my love for Nick to travel into the night and right across the ocean, it feels less like he's gone forever. August. Chapter 39. Saturday, 5 weeks after Pixie's wedding. Bird nests and flowers on doorsteps. When I say the last thing I look out at before going to sleep is Snow Goose's mast, it's also the first thing I see when I wake up too. Today is Saturday, and because, for now, I'm still counting, that's 5 weeks and 2 days on from Pixie's wedding. When I ease forward on my pillows and peer out of the porthole window at 6, the clouds are washed with the pale apricot of dawn, and a solitary seagull is perched at the top of Snow Goose's rigging. And then, as my eyes slide downwards, my body jerks upright, because for a second, there in the distance, through the mist rising off the water, I swear I see a figure on the deck, hand propped against the mast. Just like... I screw up my eyes and scrape away the sleep. And when I look again, it's gone. But when you're as wired as I am, nothing's completely rational. And it's not like I can turn off the possibility in my mind. So I'm already across the room, shrugging on a cardi over my sleep shorts and t-shirt, leaping down the stairs, wincing as the wind chills my skin. I dive into the stepped alleyways and skid out at the bottom by the dune path. Then I'm curling back towards the harbourside cottages, scrambling over fishing nets and leaping a pile of lobster pots. By the time I'm finally racing towards the jetties, my throat is burning and my lungs are bursting, and as I get to the walkway where Snow Goose is moored, I'm pulling to a halt, standing, staring. And I already know what I'll be looking at. It's the same empty space I've seen every other time I've rushed down here chasing moonbeams, only to stare out across the deserted deck. I sag against a lamppost and blink back the tears pricking my eyelids. When my gasps finally subside, I'll wind my way back up the long route by the empty cobbled street, past the brightly painted cottage doors, the windows with closed blinds, the early morning smells of freshly baked bread from Krusty Cobb's bakery, past the deck gallery. But for now, I'm kicking myself for being so stupid, so reactive, so raw. Seriously, if I'm going to find myself half asleep down at the harbourside on a regular basis, I need more substantial pyjamas. Ideally ones with whole legs, and maybe that counselling Poppy keeps talking about, for people who've totally lost their shit. I pull my cardigan closer around me. I'm scraping every last bit of energy together, ready to walk back up the hill, when a noise behind me makes me jump.
Miller?
I glance down at the expanse of thigh on show, try to slide behind the lamppost and pretend I'm not here, but it comes again.
Miller? Are you trying to hide? It is you, Miller Vanilla.
And as I turn, I'm blinking because, silhouetted against the streaky orange sky, there's a figure hurrying along the quayside. Tall, muscled, dark wavy hair, a dusky tan, jacket tossed over his shoulder. Captain Kirk? I screw my eyes closed in case I'm dreaming, but when I open them again, he's still there. Those faded jeans and those soft grey-brown eyes with the crinkles at the edge when he smiles. And even through the blur of my tears, it couldn't be anyone else. I'm stammering. Why aren't you on Hamilton Island? It's only as he slides in beside me that it hits me quite how much I've been dying inside, how much I've been longing for the smell of him. He's staring down at me.
What about you, out in your cardi? You're like Bridget Jones on her snow run.
I sniff hard so he won't see I'm crying.
I thought I saw you from the window, but when I got down the hill, you'd gone.
It's such a huge flip from that worst, crushing disappointment to the whoosh of elation that he's here. Then it hits me that I could be taking too much for granted. You do want to see me? There's a smile playing around his lips.
I didn't come 12,000 miles to see anyone else. I nipped to the bakery to give you time to wake up.
He's holding up a cake box. Then his eyes narrow as he stares down at the hem of my t-shirt, skimming my thighs.
Please make my day and tell me there are kittens under there.
I'm feeling like a wrung-out dishcloth, and that's all he can say. For F's sake, Nick. He gives me a nudge with his elbow.
And?
2 seconds in his company, and I'm already rolling my eyes. There are kittens. And pom-poms, too. It's sad to watch how much he visibly relaxes. So how come you're on deck at 6 in the bloody morning? He blows out a breath.
I flew into London late last night, picked up a car, and here I am.
He runs his fingers through the tangle of his curls.
I really needed to talk to you.
I'm trying not to let my heart sink as I hear that, and to retwist my hair so I look less like a seagull built its nest on my head as I slide onto the nearest bench. Is here okay?
Anywhere is good.
He slides his jacket around my shoulders.
It's still quite cold. Why not put this on?
It still doesn't feel real. I'm inhaling his scent from the fabric, tucking my knees up, hugging them to my chest as much for comfort as for warmth. I hate to admit that the jacket is one small gesture. I'm a strong, independent woman, but it's still the loveliest feeling to have someone looking out for me. As I pull the edges closer around me, my eyes are randomly leaking, so I'm mopping them with my cardigan cuff. And even though he's come all this way, it still feels as if there's a very large chasm he hasn't crossed yet. That in spite of the nudges and the kitten jokes, as he sits down beside me, he's still keeping his distance. Now that he's here, however much he's respecting my boundaries, I don't want to let him too far out of reach, so I shuffle towards him. He pushes the open cake box towards me.
I hope you still like almond croissants. They're just out of the oven.
Great choice, Nicholson. And you know me, 6 won't be a challenge. That's total bullshit. Right now, the dragonfly explosion in my stomach is making my mouth drier than sawdust. I couldn't manage a bite. Instead, I take one and wave it around, trying to divert attention from my lack of appetite. So, how's your new job? It must be good if they're already giving you a holiday. He pulls a face.
Mostly brilliant. It's a great boat, fabulous sailing, lovely employers.
My eyes are wide. Lots to like, then. No downsides at all. And I'm reminding myself, most business guys don't have carbon footprints as teensy as mine. They fly long distance without a second thought. There are heaps of reasons he could be here, other than me. For family, or an emergency with the company. He wrinkles up his face.
I have to come clean. Sailing off into the blue didn't work out quite as I'd planned it.
What went wrong? He's staring down, watching the ripples on the inky water of the harbour.
That night on the beach, you said you'd changed, but I hadn't. But actually I had. I only discovered how much when I tried to go back to how I was before.
I see. I'm not sure if this is good or bad, but I nod anyway. He's biting his lip.
Doing Pixie's wedding was the first time since her accident that I'd done something truly positive. You were the catalyst to me doing that. I didn't realize it at the time, but just being around you and working with you changed my thought processes. I assumed I'd take myself off afterwards and find my same old refuge of negativity, that if I denied my feelings for you, buried them deep enough, I could carry on with life as it used to be. But I couldn't. The new version of Nick ran away, but he couldn't go back to being how he was before.
As he stops and gazes out to sea, staring at the pale horizon, his voice is low.
There's a lot of time to think when you sail. There were a couple of other big problems I hadn't foreseen too.
He turns to meet my eye.
First was how much I missed you. And then there was your mum.
My eyes pop open. My mum? He nods slowly.
Everywhere we went, she was up there, looking down at me from her cloud. She just kept telling me over and over again not to throw my life away.
I'm swallowing back my tears. But you were unplugged on the Great Barrier Reef. Wasn't that enough for her?
He shrugs. Apparently not. Not compared to the size of the love I was walking away from.
I'm sniffing and apologizing at the same time. She can be very persistent if there's something she doesn't approve of. She does the same to me. It's just strange that she's doing it to you. He's staring at the water.
That night on the beach, you put the idea of your mum in my head. And I knew what she'd said was so true. For the first time in 4 years, I didn't feel guilty about Pixie. I was feeling guilty for everything I wasn't making the most of.
He's rubbing his jaw with his thumb now, looking at me quizzically.
I told you at the castle that I'd fallen in love with you, didn't I? I know those feelings might be very one-sided, but now I've finally come to my senses. I realize that's too important to ignore. I've got to put every bit of my effort in and try to make you love me too. I have no idea what I've done to deserve this, but now that I'm in love with you, I see that you and your mum are completely right. I can't run away. I've got to fight for you. I'm hoping that now I've shaken myself up, I might be good enough for you too, because I certainly couldn't want you any more than I do.
I'm gulping so hard I can't actually get any words out. He's turning to me with a wistful smile.
So that's what I've come here to do. To work until I'm good enough to deserve your love.
All I can do is dissolve into my sleeve. I manage to stretch out a hand and grasp his. He gives a sigh.
And this time, as I sailed back down the coast, there was one thought guiding me home. On the beach, when I told you I loved you for the last time, you said, "Back at you."
He's looking at me through narrowed eyes.
You did say back at you, didn't you?
I'm mumbling my excuses into my sleeve. It's 37 days ago now. That's quite a long time to remember. He's scrutinizing my face.
When Pixie rang to give me a bollocking, she also said she heard you crying before you left.
He leaves a pause.
Inconsolably. So I do have a vague idea. You wouldn't have been that upset if you hadn't cared.
And finally, I decide it's time to own it. Actually, I did cry. And I did say that. His lips twist for a second. Then he looks serious again.
But did you mean it? And if you did, how the hell have I missed it? I mean, if you loved me too, how did I not know?
Where do you want me to begin? He gives a low laugh.
I actually fell in love with you way before the Valentine's cocktails. Even before the kiss through your van window.
Really? I'm blinking at him. So it wasn't my love potion number 9 or my arrow?
Nope.
He's shaking his head.
When the fireworks were on, I was leaning on my mast, and I looked across and saw you crying. All I wanted to do was help you and make you feel better. If I have to pinpoint one moment in time when you grabbed my heart, it was then. That was the moment when my whole world pivoted.
I'm biting my lip. I'd just heard Hunter had been born. I was wailing because Phoebe had stolen my baby name. It seems so long ago now and matters so little to me. But at the same time, it's somehow monumentous that that awful moment from my past was so important in shaping my future. It's strangely satisfying and significant that at my worst moment of my old world falling apart, my new one was also coming together. I remember looking across and seeing you standing on your own in the dark, and suddenly feeling less alone. It's sending shivers down my spine to think that was when we both felt that first connection. He laughs. That's why I came storming over to you with my parking permit. The wardens aren't that bad. They've been really lenient with me, parking without one since. I'm picking my jaw up off the floor at what he's revealing here. But you said it was a spare. He's laughing. It was my one chance to connect with you, and I was desperate. And when Poppy came over, it felt like Cupid really was looking down on me. I'm shaking my head. Did she tell you what a loser I was? Not at all. She said you needed one small kiss and asked if I had any friends who might help. I wasn't hanging around to ask questions. I was straight in there. And the kiss only proved me right. So by the time you hit me with your arrow, I'd already been in love with you for quite a few hours. Now it's my turn to laugh. This might be where I say back at you again. When you turned up and I thought you were marrying Pixie, I struggled. But then when I found out you weren't engaged after all and were slightly less available than a monk, that was even worse. I take a deep breath because it's okay to tell him. I had such a hard time keeping my hands off you those 5 months. All those times you were naked. But I convinced myself it was misdirected lust all the way to our first dance. Then, as I listened to Ellie sing, with my head on your chest, it hit me. Everything I'd been feeling all along was because I was completely in love with you. And then straight after that, I went on to tell you I had to go away, because I loved you. He's shaking his head. What terrible timing that was. I'm sorry I messed up so badly. I knew it would only upset you more if I told you the truth, and I didn't want to do that. But I did try to give you a way to understand. And I did get to have the best night of my life. He laughs. Me too, Miller Vanilla. And then you went away, and I've tried really hard, but I've been so miserable. It comes out as a wail. He blows out his cheeks. I'm so sorry. Pixie was right to want to run me over. But thanks to you and your mum, I finally got here in the end. So, do you think I could have a kiss now? He gets up, grasps me by the wrist, and pulls me into his arms. And a moment later, my mouth is buried in his, and the world slides out of focus for a very long time. As I finally let him go and push myself back again, Nick's pupils are dilated. He's holding on to me very tightly, and I've got my hands on his chest, looking up at the dreamy smile on his face. I was looking out at the stars every night, willing you to come back. He lets out a low laugh. And I was looking up at the stars, knowing I had to. And now that I have, I'm here to stay. I'm smiling now, but still sniffing back my happy tears. 5 months to get to know each other properly is good. So does that mean we're officially going out now as well as being in love? He drops a kiss on the top of my head. If that's okay with you. My head's racing, looking for the catch. But what about your friend's mum and dad in Australia? Nick smiles. I found a very good skipper to step in for me. As for us, not wanting to resort to bribery here, but maybe we could get our very own puppy to sit by our fire with us. Or better still, find another Merwin from a rescue. I do love you so much, Nicholson Trendle. I'm laughing across at him. For all of that. Somehow I doubt we'll ever find a dog with quite as much side-eye as Merwin. But yes, please to all of it. He's smiling down at me. And do you want babies too? Kids of our own? I'm laughing at how, after all the holding back, he's all over this now. You do realise you'll need a whole new manual for those. He's grinning back at me. And a cottage to keep them in might be handy. With a view of the sea, obviously. And maybe a jetty to tie up the boats. So long as we're together and in love with each other, I don't mind about any of the rest. My face is aching with all the smiling. You know, Jess said Brides by the Sea works its magic, and it has done for us, hasn't it?
It has.
He gives a shamefaced grin.
I really won't mind helping you with Brides Go Wild rather than delivering boats.
I can't help laughing at the change in him. You really love your weddings, don't you? He grimaces.
I haven't given up on boats altogether. In fact, I've got something to show you, over there.
He takes my hand, leads me down towards the end walkway, and stops by the second largest boat in the harbour.
So what do you think of her?
That's not Snow Goose. The rigging and the mast are similar, but the shape and the colour are different. For a non-boaty person, I'm proud of that summing up. There's a smile playing around Nick's lips.
No, this one's got a better bathroom and a much bigger bed. It came in a couple of days ago, and so long as you like it, it will be ours.
His face breaks into a beam.
See what you think of the name.
I'm walking along the quayside, and when I come to the back of the boat and read the neatly printed letters, I let out a cry. Miller Vanilla! How cool is that? You called it after me!
I hope that's okay. You know what a boat fiend I am. It was the best way I could think of to show you I was here for good, that we're going to be forever.
I've got tingles running up and down my spine. It's amazing. How am I ever going to get back at you for that? He laughs and pulls me into another kiss that leaves my knees collapsing. Then, when he finally lets me go again, he grins down at me.
I can think of a way, but let's leave the serious stuff for further down the line. There are so many things we need to do before that. First, I need to kiss you some more and take you to bed, like, immediately. And back in February, I offered to make you pancakes, and you still haven't had those.
As I rub my palm over his face, I feel like I'm going to burst with happiness. And best of all, I think my mum would approve of all of that. He laughs again.
Are you ready for me to carry you on board, then? I reckon it's time to try out this enormous bed.
He sends me a wink.
Luckily for me, you came in your pajamas. Unless you'd rather have breakfast first.
I'm laughing back at him. After so long keeping my hands off you, breakfast will have to wait. And as this wonderful man who almost slipped away takes me by the hand and leads me down to the jetty, I feel like I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I know we couldn't be any happier or more in love. And I know I'm going to love Nick as long as there are stars above us. And longer too. P.S. Happy endings come in all shapes and sizes. For anyone wanting a home-shaped happy ending, Nick and I moved into an enemy cottage on the harbour side just in time for Christmas. We're really sad to say goodbye to the little attic flat at Brides by the Sea, but it's worked its charm for us, and we know we have to move on. And hopefully someone else will move in there and enjoy the same fairy dust luck in love as we have. Our new cottage is a few doors along from Sarah's, and is so tiny that the bathroom on Miller Vanilla is actually bigger than the one in the cottage, and there's lots of work to do on it, but it has views of the sea and a wood-burning stove, which is perfect for our very own hearthrug rescue dog, Tilla, who sits beside it whenever he's not sitting on Nick or me. And anyone who likes babies in the future is going to be happy too. No, Nick and I aren't that quick, but when Pixie and Ewan fly down for Christmas, they come with their own very happy baby news. And I know from the way Nick looked at me with his eyes all out of focus when he heard, that it won't be too long before we'll be thinking about that too. As for anyone who likes happy endings with rings, Nick and I came across a beautiful topaz one, with a stone that changes colour like the sea, at a vintage stall at a Christmas market. It wasn't expensive, but it's beautiful, and for some reason it reminds us both of my mum. He keeps it until Valentine's night when we stand on deck on Miller Vanilla, watching Jess's firework display, which has already become an annual event in St. Aidan's calendar. And in the dark, as the crackling red hearts drift down into the sea, he quietly whispers in my ear and asks me to marry him. And obviously I say yes and grapple him into a huge kiss. Then, as the last volleys of bangs echo around the bay, he pushes the ring onto my finger, and it shows how far he's come that he gets it on the right one. It's a very quiet moment, but it's filled with love. Because for us, Valentine's night will always be extra special, and we couldn't be any happier.